Chapter 19 382 BC, 2 years later. "Who are they?" Axios asked, staring at the men entering the city. They moved with purpose toward the council chamber. "Envoys," I answered, squinting at them through the blinding light of the sun. A troubled look crossed my lover's face. I wonder what it is they want. As per the peace terms set forth years before, Persia ruled the cities of Cyprus, Asia Minor, and Clazomenae. Athens kept the cities of Skyros, Lemnos, and Imbros. Every other Greek city would be self-governing. Sparta had been given the responsibility of executing the peace and intervening if the treaty was threatened. The arrival of the emissaries told me the treaty had indeed been threatened, and a city would soon request our aid. It was the only reason an outsider would enter Sparta's borders. By the worry in Axios' eyes, I knew he had come to the same conclusion. "Let us visit your sister," I said, in an attempt to distract him from the worries plaguing his mind. He focused on the men again. "But the envoys will only speak with the council," I interjected. "There is nothing we can do but wait. Come." Axios watched them a moment longer, his brow drawn tight, before releasing a breath. "Very well." Liana was chasing Leonidas around the yard when we arrived. The 2-year-old boy waddled through the grass, giggling. Flowers were in his closed fist, and soil fell from the stem. He had a habit of tearing flowers and plants from Liana's garden. It drove her mad. "Oh, you are just like your father," Liana said as she caught him and picked him up. "Meddlesome and stubborn." She then kissed his little hand and proceeded to pretend she was biting his fingers. He squealed and dropped the flowers. "You say he is like Hayden, yet he loves flowers like you," Axios said, striding toward her. Leonidas reached for Axios, and my lover gently took him from Liana's arms. Seeing him hold a child created a longing in my chest I would never dare speak aloud. He would make an excellent father, but it was a path neither of us would ever take. "If he loves them, he should leave them to grow," Liana scoffed, though there was no actual anger behind it. Axios ignored her as he smiled at the boy and poked his chubby cheek. Leonidas had black hair like his mother, yet he favored Hayden in the face. And, like his father, I knew he would grow to have broad shoulders and a bulky build. "Do you ever wish for children?" Liana asked, standing at my side as we both watched the people we loved. "No," I said. "To have children would mean being unfaithful to Axios, and that is a thing I will never do." "You truly do love him?" At her tone, I peered over at her, seeing her concerned eyes and the slight down-turning of her mouth. "I know his feelings for you," she continued. "He speaks of you as if you're a god, Eryx. Even when he says nothing, I see the truth in his eyes. I've watched the two of you since you were boys, and all that time I could never read your true thoughts. I worry his affections are misplaced." "You believe I will hurt him?" I asked, keeping a steady voice even though irritation pricked at my skin. "No," Liana answered, lightly patting my arm before dropping her hand. "I know you would protect him with your dying breath. However, I also know your stance on Spartan ideals, and I could not bear it if you turned him away someday out of duty. His body has been broken many times in the past, but losing you would be the one thing to destroy him." Her dark eyes held my gaze. "You do not show your emotions well. You never have. But I see it now." "What do you see?" She smiled and averted her eyes to Axios, who was bouncing Leonidas and making the boy laugh. "The spark in your eyes is the same one I see when Hayden looks at me. I was a fool for worrying, forgive me. I'm perhaps a little too protective of my brother." I felt no anger toward her. Lyanna had watched over Axios when they were young, before he joined the Agoj. With Amara showing nothing but disappointment in Axios, Lyanna had often taken on the roles of both mother and sister. Their bond was strong. Axios placed Leonidas on the ground, and the boy instantly took off. "Leo, stay away from the garden!" Axios ran after him. He then squatted beside the boy and pointed to one of the flowers. "Beautiful, is it not? If you pluck it from the soil, it will die." Leonidas pouted and touched the flower with his short fingers. He did not pull it, though. He only admired it a moment before withdrawing his hand. I smiled when Axios looked back at me. His eyes then grew large, and before I could question it, I was lifted off the ground. "A challenge to the death!" Hayden roared, swinging me in a circle. "You dare challenge me?" I hooked an arm around his neck and twisted my body to the side, wrangling free of his hold before slamming him to the grass. Staring down into his stunned grey eyes, I said, "Shall I slit your throat now or later?" Hayden smirked and exuded a defeated sigh. "One day I shall be victorious, but it is not this day." Lyanna laughed and came over to offer Hayden a hand. He accepted it, and once he was on his feet, he tugged her against his chest and kissed her softly on the lips. An excited squeal drew his attention. Leonidas had seen his father and had forgotten everything else as he hurried over toward him, his tiny legs moving quickly through the grass. "There's my boy!" Hayden picked up his son and blew on his belly. He then regarded me with a serious expression as Leonidas wiggled in his arms. "The men say envoys have come to Sparta. Have you heard news?" "No. I'm certain we will hear something soon." The smile fell from Lyanna's lips as she glanced between the two of us. "Do you believe they intend to ask for aid?" Unlike the women in Athens and other cities, women in Sparta often became involved in politics. I did not understand why the other cities excluded them. Then again, only Sparta had the finest, strongest, and most intelligent women the world had ever seen. Hayden looked at me for the answer. I nodded. His jaw tightened, and his gaze fell to his son. He brushed the dark hair off the boy's brow and said nothing further, but his expression said many things. He was determined to fight, yet he dreaded leaving his family. When the three of us returned to the barracks, men stood outside conversing. Amongst them were Quill, Theon, and Melias. Theon ran over to us. "The army is being sent to Macedonia," he said. "King Amyntas asked Olynthus to help against an invasion from Illyria earlier this year, but once the fighting came to a close, the Olynthians refused to leave and took the Macedonian capital for their own. The envoys bring word that Macedonia wishes for us to march on the capital." Axios was much too still at my side. Not even the pressing of my hand against his seemed to help. Hayden's hands balled into fists, and he looked as though he was about to leave the courtyard, perhaps to visit his family again before we were ordered to leave. "When do we leave?" I asked. Nikias, who had come to stand before us, shook his head. "Word has it that Phoebus and his men will go." Sparta never sent all men on the same campaign. Some had to remain to keep order among the Helots and to be available should another conflict arise. The Spartan commander called Phoebus had an army of the most experienced Spartiates, men who had seen battle before. "We will stay in Sparta?" Quill asked. "Yes," Nikias said, "for now." He moved a hand to his leg. His shaking hand and the bead of sweat on his temple told me he was in pain. The injury had long since healed, yet it still gave him trouble at times. "Excuse me." As he limped away, I couldn't help but pity him. He would never be sent to fight for our home again. His injury had been given to him during the war with Corinth. A warrior's mark, yet many of the men he passed sneered and mocked him.
The cripples will stay here with the boys, while the real men leave to fight,
one of them said, followed by the others laughing. Nikias halted in his step, his dark hair falling into his face as he looked at the stone beneath his feet. He then lifted his head and held it high as he continued down the footpath. Cripple or not, he is more of a man than you will ever be, Axios said to them. His behavior came as no surprise. Axios couldn't help but defend his friends.
You dare challenge me, boy?
The man growled before marching forward. Touch him and it will be the last thing you ever do, I said, meeting the man's gaze. He must have seen something in my eyes that made him change his mind, for he stopped his advance mid-step. But he still had courage enough to say,
Insolent child.
Mocking others was a sign of insecurity in oneself. Only men who felt like they had something to prove behaved that way. Hayden slapped a beefy hand on my shoulder, smiling at the man who still glowered at me. Meet us in the arena and we will test your words. Unless you are too afraid you'll be beaten by a child. No fighting will occur this night, I said, looking at Hayden. I have nothing to prove and nothing to gain by fighting him. Let us leave for evening meal. I turned from the older Spartan and began leaving the courtyard.
Cripples and cowards will stay in Sparta, it seems, the man said, chuckling. I stopped walking. Coward. The word hit me like a poisoned blade, an initial stab followed by the spreading of something vile. My life had been spent living with the shame of my father's cowardice, and once men knew I was his son, they believed I would follow in his path. The dishonor hung over me like a dark cloud, present everywhere I went. I slowly inhaled, held the breath, and then released it, sending away the anger with the exhale. I then continued walking. Axios grazed his fingers along my thigh as he treaded beside me. His presence further eased my mind. I knew in my heart I was no coward. That's all that mattered. Again, I exclaimed, pacing the edge of the field as I watched the boys train. Demetrius crooked a finger at Cassius, taunting him with a smile. They were 18 now, and both had grown into strong men. Cassius was still the largest in the herd, but Demetrius wasn't far behind. They had come far in their training, not only excelling in drills, but learning to challenge each other, instead of refusing to fight like they used to. Why do you hesitate, Cass? Demetrius asked, as they moved in slow circles. Afraid I will throw you to the dirt again? Cassius crouched low and gave a menacing smile. His eyes, though, shone with affection for the man before him. I only allowed it the first time so you wouldn't suffer such a crippling defeat, much like how a predator might play with his meal before eating it. Enough chatter, I said, even though I was amused by their taunts. Attack, or I shall make you both polish all the weapons in the armory. Demetrius dove forward, and I saw his defeat before Cassius even touched him. Cassius grabbed the back of Demetrius' dark hair and slammed him to the ground. He hovered over Demetrius a moment, softly brushing his lips across the other man's brow before releasing him. When Demetrius stood, a blush darkened his cheeks. I allowed you to take me down. Cassius grinned, clearly not believing the lie. After training, Axios waited for me by the fence. His usually cheerful expression was absent. I instantly knew something was amiss. Why do you frown? I asked. Phoebus has sent a messenger, Axios said, staring at the grass as we walked. I know not what news he brings. Theon and Quill were visiting the market when they saw the messenger enter the city. The army had left for Macedonia nearly a month ago. Perhaps the messenger would tell us news of the battle with Olynthus.
I shared this with Axios, and he shrugged before saying I was probably correct. As we reached the dining hall and joined a group of men standing outside the building, we learned the truth. While passing through Boeotia, Commander Phoebus became involved in Theban politics and ordered the army to stop their march on Olynthus. They seized control of the Acropolis and took over the city. Because of this, another army needed to be sent to aid the Macedonian king. "And we are that army?" Axios asked so only I could hear. I nodded and reached for his hand. The time of peace was at an end. No longer would we spend our mornings in the field training our youths. No more walks through the city or trips to our stream. When Axios and I embraced at night, it would be as we travelled with the army on campaign. The gods had blessed us with 4 years of peace, years I would forever hold dear to me. It was time to lock away those memories and prepare for battle. Chapter 20. "Why do you sit alone?" Hayden asked, after finding me sitting on the hill overlooking the valley. "Axios is visiting Liana," I responded, not taking my eyes off the grass as it swayed in the wind. "I came here to think." "What is it you're thinking?" I thought of travelling for battle and how I didn't know what the fates intended for me and my brothers. Would we all return safely? Yet I said none of these things. "We leave at dawn," Hayden said in a grave tone. When I glanced at him, he was looking at the sky. Perhaps he watched the sun's descent toward the horizon, knowing it would be our last sunset in Sparta for many moons. "You should be with your family," I spoke, standing from the grass. Hayden stared at his hands. "Liana fears for my safety. She has not said this to me, but I see the worry in her eyes." He heavily sighed and tilted his head back, letting the sun heat his face and chest. "We have often spoken of battle, and now here we stand on the eve of our departure, taking a moment to enjoy the Spartan sun once more." I felt heavy, as if, like Atlas, I'd been condemned to hold the weight of the sky on my shoulders. "When you find Axios, tell him I'm waiting for him," I said, patting Hayden's arm before turning to leave. "He'll know where to find me." With each step I took toward our secret place in the woods, the weight gradually lifted from me. The stream had become a solace from the harshness of our lives. While there, I was not Eryx, a warrior born to fight and die for Sparta. I was Eryx, a man who told stories to comfort those around him, a man who ever so secretly wished to have a quiet life with no threat of war. But I would never say this to anyone. As I walked through the field, I glided my hand along the tall grass, remembering 2 boys laughing as they chased each other through it. When I reached the woods, I recalled the memories of Axios and I hunting together. I could even remember the smell of his skin as I backed him up against a tree, running my nose along his throat before placing a kiss there. A sad smile touched my lips, and I kept walking. Once at our secret place, I sat beside the stream and brought my knees up to rest my arms on them. The sound of the water was peaceful in a way very few other things were. Minutes passed, an hour, and then I sensed him. Axios wasn't exactly quiet as he moved through the trees. Instead of finding humor in this, I felt only sadness. "I'm going to miss this," I said, staring at the water. I knew he could hear me. The sound of the stream as it rushes from place to place, the birds as they fly overhead, and the tranquility of being here with you, away from everyone. Axios sat beside me on the grass. "There will be other streams on our travels, other birds." "But they will not be the same," I said, finally looking at him. He regarded me with a kind smile. "I often tell you to be strong, to not be afraid.
And now I am the one who fears change. We have never gone beyond Sparta's borders, never left home. I grabbed a rock and threw it into the water as frustration boiled in my core. By the gods, I wish to be brave, yet my worrisome thoughts plague me, and here I sit, afraid. Perhaps I am my father's son after all, a coward. I felt his eyes on me, yet I couldn't meet his gaze. I was too ashamed. Eryx, look at me. I didn't. I couldn't. I had always been the confident one between us. When Axios was afraid or taken with doubt, I spoke encouraging words. I was the one he leaned on for support. And now I'm falling apart. Axios grabbed my chin and forced me to look at him. A man without fear is not brave. Bravery comes from being afraid but doing a thing anyway. To be courageous is to fear death and yet charge at the enemy anyhow. Fear does not make you a coward, but overcoming it makes you a man. Honey eyes, black hair, and lips made for mine. Doubt had crashed down on me again, like Atlas and the sky on his shoulders. But Axios helped me carry that weight. He was the one who gave me strength this time. You have always been troubled by the thought of war, I spoke, taking his hand. How is it you are so calm? Because I have you by my side, he said. I allowed his confidence to seep into me, taking my fear and sorrow at the thought of leaving our home. And I know, whatever we face together. I cut him off by pulling him in for a kiss. He gripped my bicep as he guided me to my back on the grass. I rolled on top of him and pinned his arms above his head. He smiled against my mouth in our small fight for dominance. Lips moved together, unrushed. I savored him, his taste, his scent, his warmth. I could never kiss him enough, and a gut feeling told me our kisses were numbered. The thought made me whimper against his mouth. He pulled back to gaze up at me with concerned eyes. Eri, what? I crashed my lips to his again. It took him a moment to ease back into the kiss, but then he started panting and moved his hands to where he wanted me to touch as the fires of lust consumed him. I squeezed his backside and he groaned in approval. As our bodies joined, I forgot about the approaching battle and focused only on him. Nothing else could reach us in that moment. I woke before anyone else. I lay with Axios nestled against my chest. He faced away from me, but there was no space between us. My arm was draped over his torso, and his arm rested atop it. His breaths were even, slow, and I made no move to wake him just yet. Men stirred outside the barracks. Doors slammed, and shouts filled the air as the commanding officers barked orders for the army to rise and prepare to march. Axios jolted in my arms and then relaxed when I kissed his shoulder. His arm tightened on mine. I pressed my face against his back. I shall never forget the way your skin smells in the morning, I whispered, moving my nose along his shoulder and to his nape. I kissed him there. Nor how warm you feel in my arms. We should get dressed, he said, turning his head to look at me. Dark hair fell into his eyes, and I brushed it aside before tightening my hold on his waist. Just a while longer. Please. Hayden was the first to stand from his mat. He had come to the barracks just before dawn, having spent the night with his wife and son. I wondered if he had even slept at all, or if he had held Liana in his arms just as I held Axios now, dreading the moment when he had to let her go and leave her side. The door burst open, bringing with it a blinding light that lit the once dark room. "Up!" a man shouted. "Time to gather our belongings and leave, you fools!"
As the men in our position obeyed, I remained still. I held Axios closer and leaned my head against his, delaying the inevitable. But then I sighed and pulled away. There was no time to mourn the loss of him in my arms. We had to pack for war. Each soldier carried his own provisions, food, water, weapons, and he wore his armor. 20 days' worth of food was packed for the campaign, with the knowledge that more would be gathered in towns along the way. We didn't speak as we left the barracks, had a quick meal in the dining hall, and gathered our supplies. An appropriate grimness hovered over us as we retrieved our armor and weapons. Even Theon and Quill fell short in their grins and quips. They walked side by side, silent and reserved. I grabbed a pair of greaves and placed them over my shins. They were made of metal and lined with a soft padding, not too heavy. Next, we were provided a helmet, along with cloaks. We had practiced in full armor on several occasions, but the sensation still took time to become accustomed to. Only a coward killed his enemy from a distance, and so we carried no bows or arrows. We fought with a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. In close-handed combat, when the enemy was too close for a javelin, we pulled the xiphus from our hip and used the double-edged sword to take them down. Axios stared at his shield as we left the armory. Shields were passed down from father to son. His father, from what I had heard, had been a true hero who had fallen in battle. He had faced the enemy as they charged toward him, knowing he was outnumbered and marked by the fates to fall that day. He had taken as many as he could with him. "I am honored to carry his shield," Axios said, "though I wonder if it will bring me the same fortune." "Better than the shield of a coward," I spoke, glancing at mine. The round shield was made of bronze and wood, and it was heavy in my left arm. The true weight came from what it represented, however. "If you are destined to share the fate of your father, that means I am destined to share the shame of mine, and I refuse for it to be true." "I propose we make our own destiny," he spoke as we reached the rest of the army. Can a man truly make his own path in life? Or were we all destined to follow in the steps of our fathers? I pondered this as our physician took their places in line. A mora consisted of roughly 600 men, and we had 3 gathered in the field, men who were born and bred to fight for Sparta. Periakoi had been ordered to join the campaign, and they stood farther behind us. They lived as free men in Laconia, and were not required to participate in the Agoge as youths, yet in times of war and conflict, they formed their own units in the army, each one commanded by a Spartan officer. Helots journeyed with each mora of men, helping with supplies and assisting with anything the men might need. They carried satchels of provisions, such as extra food and water. Some would even be forced to join the battle, disposable men to add to our numbers. Slaves were fated to be slaves just as their fathers were. They had no control over their destiny. As Spartan males, we had been predestined to strengthen our bodies and minds so that we may one day fight for our home. I failed to see how we could make our own destiny, as Axios had proposed. Yet I kept this to myself. Before the army departed, King Agacephalus approached. He would not be joining us on the campaign, and for that I was grateful. My loyalty to Sparta conflicted with my hatred of him. A Spartan should respect his king, yet I only held contempt for him.
"Greetings, Spartans," King Agacephalus said. His dark hair fell to the middle of his ears in soft waves, and he moved his gaze down the line of men. "I wish you good fortune in your endeavors. Under the command of Teleetius, I have no doubt as to the victory that awaits you." His tone of voice was deeper than I expected, but not too much so. The low tenor had a rich smoothness that made me clench my teeth.
This man had spoken softly to Axios in that infuriatingly pleasant tone. He had kissed him, desired him. My grip tightened on my spear as I fought the urge to throw it at his head. The king continued his speech. However, all I heard was the blood rushing through my veins. Several words reached me anyway: glory, strength, and honor. Strange that he spoke of honor, yet he dared to touch what wasn't his. I had always prided myself on keeping my emotions at bay, but seeing the man who had known Axios' kiss nearly shattered the barrier and released the fiery rage in my heart. The barrier shook even more after Agacephalus finished his speech and finally saw Axios in the line. Their gazes locked as the army marched forward. When I was a boy, I had climbed a tree behind our home. Higher and higher I went in the branches, confident I'd never lose my footing. But then I did. My foot slipped on the bark, and I fell to the earth below. The breath had been knocked from my lungs, and I gasped for air as I stared up at the rustling leaves and the blue sky beyond them. As I watched Axios and the king stare at each other, I felt like I was lying beneath that tree, still gasping for air. I moved closer to Axios in an almost possessive manner. I had no control over the response. When faced with a threat, I acted on impulse, and the king, with his obvious longing for Axios, was definitely a threat. Their connection broke, much like the strings keeping my heart in place. We walked farther, and with each step away from the king, it became easier to breathe. "Do you know how long the journey will be?" Axios asked. The sound of the men's steps upon the earth added to the clanks of spears against shields. "I heard Teleatius speaking to the officers yesterday. Another of our armies is in Potidea, under the command of Eudamidas. We are to stop in the city to gather them before marching on the capital. Should take a month, maybe less depending on our rate of travel." Axios nodded and looked ahead. We were nearly out of the city. Soon we wouldn't recognize the landscape around us. The olive trees we'd walked past countless times faded from sight. The woods we'd run through did the same. When we reached Sparta's borders and kept going, I found myself a bit excited. Was this the feeling Axios often spoke of? He desired to travel the world, to visit faraway lands, and for the first time, I shared his curiosity for what that might entail. I glanced over at him and felt the ache in my heart from earlier begin to heal. He stared in wonder at the rolling valley in the distance before casting his gaze upward. Neither of us wore our helmets and instead carried them, so I was able to see the joy in his expression. "Why do you smile?" I asked, tilting my head in wonder. "It just occurred to me that I might at last see the sea in our journey," he answered. The sea had been in nearly every dream he shared with me. He wished to sail its waters, to dive into the blue water and swim under the heat of the sun. All he had were stories of such things, never having been there himself. Laconia was surrounded by the sea. However, we Spartans lived inland and had no access to it. Mountains rose on all sides of us and made travel to the water much too difficult. It was one reason we had little use for naval fleets and trading ships. "I should not be surprised to see you finding the smallest glimmer of happiness in such an ominous expedition," I said, brushing my hand against his in a familiar way. "The man who finds joy in unraveling the mysteries of nature and questions everything. Of course you would seek the light when cast in shadow." He pressed his lips together, and I saw his mind at work as he considered my words. Then he responded. "Even in dark days, we must always seek the light. Once we surrender to darkness, we lose hope, and without hope, we have already lost." Staring into the honey pools of his eyes, love swelled in my chest. He had come so far since the day I'd seen him in the arena, covered in bruises and blood as Felix beat him. The Axios before me now thrived with confidence. "I love you," I wanted to say. Instead, I held my tongue and faced ahead. We had a long road ahead of us. As more hours passed, he grew tired of carrying his helmet and placed it on his head. I suppressed a smile when he wobbled a little. During the time we had trained with them on, he had detested them and said they were bulky, heavy things. I followed his lead and put mine on too. Only my eyes and mouth showed. The rest of my face was covered. As the sun shone down on us, the helmet became stifling. Sweat drenched my hair and coated my skin. Though the day was warm, it could have been much worse. Summer was clearly at an end, so as the sun made its way across the sky, a refreshing autumn breeze helped keep us from roasting alive. At dusk, the men several rows ahead stopped, followed by the men behind them. Axios moved his head to try and see around the man in front of him. "I believe we are stopping to camp for the night," I answered his unspoken question, removing my helmet. My hair was damp, and my muscles ached from the exertion of carrying the large shield all day. The soldiers broke formation and divided into groups to set up camp. The wide terrain allowed us to spread out enough to where we weren't shoulder to shoulder like we had been all day. No fires were made that night. Instead, we took a ration of rye bread and salted meat from our supplies and ate in silence. We were all much too exhausted to converse. Afterward, we lay on the ground to sleep. The years in the Agauge had prepared us well for the conditions of travelling for battle. The chill in the night air and the hard ground barely fazed me. My stomach growled its complaint, not having had nearly enough to eat, but I had been conditioned for hunger as well. Axios fell asleep almost instantly. I draped my cloak over both of us and rested my head against his before closing my eyes. It seemed I was being awoken by the sun minutes later. The march north continued. As the days passed, Axios lost his former excitement. He no longer smiled at things he'd once loved, such as singing birds and the wind in the trees. Our days became monotonous. Waking early, marching in formation until the sun set, a quick meal before sleeping, and then waking up the next morning to do it all over again. Theon and Quill attempted to lighten the mood, but their spirits fell soon too, and not even they could lift the crushing boredom. And then the sea came into view. We were passing through the outskirts of Corinth when it appeared in the distance. Axios gaped, and exhilaration sparked in his eyes once more. Seeing his joy triggered my own, albeit briefly. The moment faded much too soon. We marched away from the sea, and as it faded from sight, Axios sighed with disappointment and faced ahead. The march continued. Days turned into weeks. One evening, after we'd eaten our portions of bread, cheese, and dried meat, I caught Axios staring at a strand of grass he'd plucked from the ground. He moved it between his fingers before slowly tearing it to pieces and tossing it back down. "Why do you stare?" he asked, meeting my curious gaze. "Why do you take out your frustration on a helpless strand of grass?" A smile touched his lips at my teasing tone. "I cannot make sense of my thoughts, Ery." "Speak them to me," I said, placing my hand on his leg. "We carry the burden together, remember?" Axios released a sharp breath and laid his head on my shoulder. "I miss the way the wind moved through the olive trees. I miss our youths, and wonder how Demetrius and Cassius are faring under Nicaeus' instruction. Gods, Ery, I miss our home." He turned his face against my skin, and I felt warm tears fall down my arm. "For so many years, I dreamed of leaving Sparta. And now, I only wish to return home." I slid my fingers through his and gently squeezed his hand. "You will return to Sparta and see the olive trees again. I swear this to you." It was an oath I'd keep, no matter the cost. Chapter 21. Battle of Olynthus. By the time the army reached Potidæa, we were 10,000 men strong. General Teleatius had summoned soldiers from our allies, including Thebes and Macedon. We had also sent messengers to Durdus, the Thracian king, and insisted he also provide aid, for the rising power of Olynthus would threaten him as well. Durdus agreed and joined the cause with 400 cavalrymen. Once in Potidæa, we were joined by the Spartan commander Eudamidas and his unit of warriors. I was confident in our numbers. Olynthus did not stand a chance against us. Axios believed differently, and tossed and turned with worry the night before the battle. I was not arrogant enough to think we were invincible, yet I believed in our abilities as men of Sparta. There was no greater force in all of the Greek world. Axios turned yet again and blew out a shaky breath, his back to me. "Ax, I can sense you overthinking," I whispered at his nape. "Turn and face me." He hesitated before turning around. The dark room provided little light, but the moon streaming in through the window lit his face enough for me to see the worry creasing his brow. At first he only stared at me, as if his wandering gaze was memorizing every detail of my face. "I fear losing you," Axios admitted, tears surfacing in his eyes. "It is a thing I have said many times, but I fear it even more as we lay here, facing battle with the arrival of dawn." "You trust me, do you not?" I asked, gliding a hand across his stomach. "If so, hear these words and hold them close whenever you are in the clutches of doubt. You and I will never part, my warrior. In this life and the next, we will be just as we have forever been, side by side. There is not a thing that can take me from you. Neither the slashing of a sword nor the impalement of a spear, for I will always find you." "Swear it, Ery," he said in an intense stare. I leaned forward to nuzzle my nose against his before pulling back and taking his face into my hands, allowing myself to be vulnerable. "By the gods, I swear it." Our lips softly met, stealing the oath and strengthening the thread connecting us. "You must sleep," I said, breaking the kiss. "Morning comes early, and you need your rest." He softly smiled. "Will you stay beside me?" I wondered why he'd ask such a ridiculous question, but then a memory surfaced. On the first night I had ever spoken to him, I had brought him bread in the barracks and spoken those exact words to him. He had then asked me to stay with him. Little had I known at the time how much he'd come to mean to me. "Yes," I answered, before pressing my lips to his forehead. Even in death, I would be with him. At dawn, we woke, dressed in our armor, and gathered our weapons before marching on Olynthus. It was an 8-mile trek from Potidæa. We stopped our advance about a mile from the city's gates and waited for our next order. Breath filled the air, visible like puffs of smoke as the cold morning licked our flesh. And there was silence apart from the cavalrymen's horses hoofing the ground. The commanders spoke in private at the front of the lines before relaying their plan of attack. The units commanded by Teleatius and Durdus formed on the left side and faced the city gates. General Eudamidas moved his men to the right, along with the Theban and Macedonian troops. "Why is Teleatius shifting the formation?" Axios whispered, as the general instructed to alternate positions in the line. "Our flank is weakest on the right side," I said quietly. "We hold our shields with our left arm, protecting the man to our left. It leaves the man on the far right of the line vulnerable, for they have no one on their side to cover them." Axios paused as he thought. So he is moving our best fighters to the right to strengthen the line. Before I could answer, Polycarmus, one of our cavalry commanders, rode his horse up and down the line of battle-ready men. His dark hair blew behind him, matching the mane of the beast he rode upon, and his long black beard was braided and tied off at the ends.
"Spartans!"
he shouted, pulling on the reins to stop in front of us.
"Take a look at the cloak you wear upon your backs. Do you know why we choose red? It is so our enemies do not see us bleed. We are gods in their eyes. Powerful, invincible." "Hooah!"
the men in our ranks roared, hitting the ground with their spears. I joined them, feeling the adrenaline pumping through my veins. This is what I was born to be. I will make Sparta proud. Axios was positioned between me and Hayden, and I looked over his head to meet Hayden's gaze. I had spoken with him before we had set course for Olynthus, asking him to help me protect the man between us at all costs. Hayden nodded before facing forward as we began to march. Theon and Quill were 2 rows ahead, their short statures making them hard to see. Though small, they were quick and strong. I had faith they'd prevail. I knew the risks of war, but I refused to consider a scenario where any of my brothers fell. The gates loomed before us as we drew closer to the enemy lines, progressing at a slow pace. With lances raised and shields in position, we moved in unison. Some men began to chant the Song of Castor, a war song named in honor of a fallen Spartan hero. Others soon joined in before hitting their shields to the rhythm. Axios stared ahead, his body trembling. His grip tightened on his spear, and he looked over at me. The opening in the helmet allowed me to see his eyes, as well as the nerves shining in them. I nodded to him, hoping it gave him encouragement. I wished to speak with him again, to tell him all the things I so often kept locked inside, but the time for words had passed. Our army halted outside the city. When the gates opened, the chant stopped, as did the rumbling chorus of lances against shields. The Olynthean cavalry emerged from the gates and headed for our right flank, just as Teleetius had predicted. As the enemy reached the wall of shields, roars filled the air as they were impaled by Spartan spears. Orders were shouted for our unit to continue marching forward. More enemies attacked the hoplites on the right, and still we advanced forward. The phalanx gave us a tight formation. If one man fell, another stepped forward to take his place, to keep us from breaking the line. Once it was broken, there was no reforming it. Battle waged to the side of us, but being in the middle of the lines, we hadn't yet joined the fight. I knew it was only a matter of time before we did. Each row of hoplites had an officer who gave orders and helped keep the formation in sync.
"Halt!"
he shouted.
"Lances forward!"
The Olympians stormed our ranks, searching for a weakness in our defenses. Gaining momentum, we collided with them and pushed them back with our shields. The men in the front lines drew their swords and took down the enemy at close range. But the enemy kept coming. More and more of them emerged from the city, some on horses and others on foot. One row of Spartiates broke formation as too many of them were charged at once, and the men behind them stepped forward, using their shields to push the enemy back. The Spartan general Eudamidas and his hoplites defended the right side of the battlefield. Our allies fought alongside him, but they lacked the structure of the Spartan phalanx. Many fell, but many more held their ground, at least for a while. Polycarmus rode along the enemy lines, slicing off one of their heads. With the bloody blade, he continued hacking at them, grinning like a madman. His arrogance blinded him to the threat around him. Men swarmed him and pulled him from his horse. He shouted as he fell to the dirt. Swords plunged into his chest and stomach repeatedly, painting the ground red. The commander's blood splashed on the enemy as they continued stabbing him long after he had died. Absolute chaos followed his death. So much happened at once. My whole life had prepared me for battle, yet experiencing it was quite different. The line of the right flank finally broke. Spartan hoplites fought individually instead of as a single unit. We had been taught how to fight this way, but the Spartiates had been taken off guard by the breaking of the phalanx. They struggled to recover as the enemy stormed them. Then the hoplites began to fall. Spartans and allies alike met their ends with blades and arrows. We were told our men were the strongest and bravest in all of Greece, yet we all bled the same color as the Thebans and Macedonians. The Olynthians launched another attack, sending their infantry toward the weak point in the line. I couldn't believe my eyes when the right flank of our allies turned and fled. Some of the Spartans, now open to attack with not enough men to help them, also retreated.
"They're abandoning us!"
Axios exclaimed. The men in our ranks saw the turn of the battle and began to panic. Our line officer started to issue an order when an arrow pierced his eye and came out the other side of his head. As his body crumpled to the dirt, the panic increased. Men began to move from the line.
"Hold your ground!"
I commanded, taking charge on impulse.
"Do not break formation! Raise your shields and aim your spears! Prepare for impact!"
The enemy had reached us at last. They charged forward, and we pushed them back with our shields. Sweat trickled down my spine, and my arm shook with the force of shoving with all my strength against the enemy that was trying to break our line.
"Strike!"
I ordered. We struck them with our spears, killing them with a single blow. More took their place. Their numbers seemed never-ending. Since the right flank had abandoned us earlier, we were left vulnerable on that side. The Olynthians took advantage of this, and their commander shouted orders for them to charge. Even with my eyes on the approaching soldiers, I felt Axios start to panic.
"Stay strong, Ax!"
I yelled just as another wave of enemies reached us. Axios shouted as he put all of his weight against his shield, trying his best to keep the line from breaking. If it broke, I could not guarantee we'd survive. I had promised him he'd return to Sparta after the battle, and even if it killed me in the process, I would keep my word.
"Spartans!"
Teleutius roared above the noise of battle.
"Forward!"
I growled low in my throat as I struck a man in the chest. Teleutius and his army had stayed at the rear as we attacked first. They marched past us and met another enemy force. Their advance meant very little to us, however. Our defenses were weakened, and as more of our men fell, we became even more exposed. "Ares, god of war, keep us strong," I prayed. Blood spattered chests and helmets as the men in front of us were slain. A sword went through a Spartan's neck, while another had his head removed clean off his shoulders. And then the phalanx broke. With the breaking of our formation, the Olynthians stormed our ranks. I tossed aside my spear and pulled the sword from my right hip. Men fought all around me, their swords clashing. Some screamed as they dropped to the dirt, their stomachs sliced open and their insides spilling out. That was when I realized Axios was not at my side. Just as I turned to search for him, a man swung a sword at my head. I ducked beneath the swing before bringing mine up and slicing it across his chest. He fell, and another rushed forward. As much as my heart screamed for me to find Axios, I could not look for him while in the sea of enemies. One moment of distraction was all it'd take to lose my head. I deflected blows with my shield and struck them with my sword. Blood and sweat stuck to my skin, and my muscles screamed in protest as the battle waged on. As more of my men died, I began to panic. "Do not leave me," I begged of Axios. Then I saw him. He stood beside Hayden as they protected each other with their shields in between strikes. I made my way over, slicing men as I passed and dodging fatal hits. More foes gained on Axios and Hayden, and I ran faster through the cluster of dead bodies and battling men to reach them. Theon and Quill joined them, adding their shields to the defenses. Axios nodded to them before turning his head in all directions. Was he searching for me? Reaching him, I brushed a hand along his side. His body instantly relaxed without him even looking at me. He knew I was there. Once I took position at his right, the 5 of us fought as one. We couldn't reform the phalanx, but we could use what we'd learned and stand our ground. Chaos still ensued around us as men fell on both sides. I didn't know how long we could defend against the onslaught, but I refused to surrender. A sword breached the gap between us and struck Axios' shoulder. As blood pooled from the wound, his blood, it felt like I had jumped into a lake of fire. I had never been so angry in all my life. I growled and thrust my sword into the man's eye, glaring as he dropped to the dirt and was trampled by other soldiers. "Sleep with the worms, you filth!" More Spartans joined the fray, gathering around us to help. Even with them at our sides, the enemy had the advantage. I readied myself for death. With a portion of our army having retreated earlier and many more being slain, we were outnumbered. The only thing keeping the battle going now was pure determination and Spartan pride. "Retreat!" the Olynthian commander shouted. The force that had been charging our way halted and withdrew to the city gates. I made no sense of it. They had been moments from victory. Why were they retreating? "Eri, what's happening?" Axios regarded me with both fear and confusion. I had no answer to give him. Then I saw it. The Trajan king, Durdus, had charged with his cavalry directly at the gates. Teleutius had fallen in behind him with half a mora of infantrymen. A clever maneuver. It mattered not that the Olynthians had held the advantage on the battlefield. With our army blocking the gates, the enemy would be prevented from re-entering the city. It would also block further aid from inside the city. Durdus and his force killed many of them as they retreated to safety. Cheers erupted from our ranks as the gates closed and the battle ended. When I lowered my shield, I expected my arm to snap in two. It ached like it never had before. My brothers breathed heavily, all feeling the exertion of the fight. I glanced at them, checking for wounds. Hayden's cheek bled from a shallow cut, but he was mostly untouched. A spear had sliced across Theon's leg, but didn't appear to be deep. Quill had no visible wounds other than a few scrapes. All were safe. "Let us return to Potidea and celebrate our victory!" Teleutius exclaimed before ordering us to leave Olynthus. Axios scoffed, and I didn't need to ask what bothered him. The Spartan commander spoke of victory when so many of our men lay dead upon the ground, when we hadn't achieved our goal of invading Olynthus. My gaze fell to the wound in his shoulder, and my gut coiled upon seeing the amount of blood. It trickled down his bicep and gathered in the crease of his arm. I would tend to the wound when we returned to camp. With his eyes on the field of dead men, Axios grabbed my hand. He cared not if men mocked our show of affection. Neither did I. After such a grueling battle where I hadn't known if we'd live to see another day, I accepted the comfort of his touch and hoped it would give him solace in return. Before we left, I stared at the dead warriors upon the ground. I had taken many lives that day, more than I could possibly count. Yet I recalled nothing about the men apart from the need to kill them. I remembered what Paris told me years ago. "You will forget the color of their hair and the shade of their eyes. The only color you'll know is red." I glanced at my blood-stained hands. What unsettled me most wasn't that I had taken so many lives or that I was covered in my enemy's blood. No,
It was that I felt nothing at all. If Axios didn't behave, I was going to bite him, though I was sure he'd enjoy that. "Sit still and let me look at it," I growled as I grabbed him and forced him to sit down on the bed. "You've lost a lot of blood." "It is only a shallow cut, Eri, relax," he said. When he flashed a too innocent smile, trying to play me for a fool, I continued to glare. He then sighed and stopped fighting me. "Very well." After we had returned to camp and took off our armor, we'd washed in the stream and ridded ourselves of the dirt and dried blood. We'd had a quick meal, though none of us had had a real appetite. I had then procured cloth and a healing salve from the physician's chambers to doctor his wound. Our quarters were nicer compared to the barracks in Sparta. We sat upon a soft cushion and had a view of the city from the large window on the left side of the room. As I focused on cleaning the wound, I sensed him smiling. He thought me overbearing with my protectiveness of him, yet he failed to consider how many men died not from the battle injury itself, but from the festering of it. I knew he was hiding from me, though. When I glanced up, I saw the shadows in his eyes. He had fought against me and behaved like a stubborn ass as a distraction from the horrors of battle. The wound in his mind was one I couldn't clean and bandage, not if he refused to talk to me. "You do not have to hide your pain from me," I whispered, after applying the salve and tying the cloth around his arm. "Perhaps from the other men, but never from me." Axios rolled his eyes. "The cut does not pain me, Eri." "I'm not referring to the cut," I said, keeping my tone soft. "There is a shadow in your eyes, even now while you gaze upon me. We lost many men this day." A solemn expression crossed his face. "Do you think it ever becomes easier? War?" I studied him as I considered my answer. Every man viewed war differently. Some shook with nerves and others jumped into the fray with a smile on their face. There was no yes or no answer. "I'm not certain," I said, averting my eyes from his to stare at my hands. I'd scrubbed the blood off them, but they would forever be stained. I recalled the night I had killed the Helot boy and how I'd vomited as I scrubbed my hands raw. The color red would forever be a part of me now. "War is never easy, nor do I believe it ever will be," I continued. "However, our attitude towards it may alter as time passes, just like when killing the Helots." I met his gaze again. "It is never easy to take a life, Axios, but we can learn to desensitize ourselves to the act." He frowned, and I longed to kiss the crease that marred his brow. We had not surrendered to lust in many days, and my body craved him. The relief at being alive only increased that desire, but then I saw him sway a bit. "Lie down," I said. "You need to rest." Not only had he lost a lot of blood, but battle had taken much from him, physically and mentally. Before he could protest, I gently pushed him backward on the bed. He grumbled and narrowed his eyes at me. Exhaustion then slammed into me too. I had been so worried about his injury that I had forgotten about everything else. The day had finally caught up with me. I lay down behind him and pulled him into my arms. Other soldiers entered the quarters not long after, but none of them spoke. Theon curled into a ball on his bed and faced the wall while Quill sat up and stared out the window. Hayden flopped on his back and closed his eyes, but his brow was furrowed. The room was quiet. Even so, I still heard the sounds of men screaming as they lay dying on the battlefield. I could still hear swords clashing against swords. The stench of death was seared into me, and I pressed my face against Axios' nape to try and rid myself of it. When sleep finally came, I dreamed of a river of blood. Faceless men floated down the stream, their eyes nothing more than empty sockets. A scream woke me in the middle of the night, and I jolted up to see Theon thrashing in his bed.
Quill jumped up and ran over to him, pulling his companion into his arms. Theon quieted and stilled against Quill's chest before drifting back to sleep once more. None of us would ever be the same. Chapter 22. General Teleatius has decided to send some men back to Sparta, our unit commander said days later. The more experienced soldiers will remain here in Potidaea, but the younger men will return home. The news left a bitter taste in my mouth. I detested the thought of leaving men here to fight in my place. The conflict with Olynthus remains strong, I spoke, drawing the eyes of every man in the room. Speaking out of turn was uncommon for me, yet I refused to stand by and do nothing. Sparta needs every available man to— What Sparta needs is your obedience, he interjected, charging towards me. Or have you forgotten your place? No, sir. Until you earn the rank of officer, you hold your tongue and follow orders, he growled, grabbing my jaw before shoving my head back. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Pack your provisions and prepare to depart at dawn. Now leave my sight, all of you. Disobeying a direct order was unheard of, yet I couldn't help but grit my teeth as we left the room and walked to our sleeping quarters. I was no officer, I knew this. However, I also knew our army had been greatly weakened from the battle, and it was unwise to send men away when another conflict was on the horizon. Teleatius failed to see reason. It was a mistake I knew he'd come to regret. The next morning, we rose early and left the city with 100 men. The journey would be long and tedious, but spirits seemed to be higher than they'd been when we first set out over a month ago, perhaps because we were going home. What awaited at the end of the long journey was not blood and death, but rather the familiar fields we'd trained in as boys and the security of our own beds. The cool autumn air woke my senses and kept me alert as we travelled. The days weren't nearly as hot and made the journey more tolerable as we moved through the terrain in full armour carrying supplies. For the first several days, my companions said very little. I suspected their minds were still on the battlefield. The mood shifted one afternoon, however, when Quill stepped into a hole in the road and fell flat on his face in the dirt. It caused me and Axios, who walked in the line behind him, to come to a quick halt. The men behind us slammed into our backs, making us fall as well. As Spartans piled on top of each other on the road, grumbles transitioned to laughs. The commander yelled for us to shut our mouths and keep walking, but when we continued to march, it was with small smiles and mischievous glances at each other. We then passed the time with light conversation, and at night, once we'd made camp, we warmed ourselves by the fire and rested our sore muscles. The soles of my feet were blistered and caused me discomfort as the days turned to weeks. I had endured worse, and paid it little mind. Theon and Quill walked in front of us, their helmets nearly too big for their bodies. It was somewhat amusing. Hayden was to Axios' left and removed his helmet, carrying it in one arm while he held his shield with the other. "What's the first thing you intend to do when we return?" Theon asked, looking at us over his shoulder. The sun hung low in the sky, a sign we would make camp soon. "I will discard this damned armor and barricade myself in our quarters to sleep." "I don't know about you fools," Hayden said, smirking, "but I plan to bed my wife with so much vigor she will not be able to properly walk for days." Axios made a sound of disgust and glared at him. "Why do you scowl?" Hayden asked him, lifting his brows in mock innocence. "I was only answering Theon's question." Axios elbowed him in the gut, and Hayden hardly reacted to the hit.
If anything, it appeared as though Axios hurt himself more than doing any damage to our friend. I hid my smile as I turned my head towards the trees we passed. "I plan to find a woman and do the same," Quill said. "It's been too long since I've felt a woman's touch." I looked at Theon. The jealous rage I had witnessed over the years was present in his expression. The sense of betrayal in his eyes was a feeling I knew well. I imagined that's how I had looked when Axios told me of his kiss with the king. Could Quill not see that Theon felt more for him? That it hurt him to hear such things? Silence hung in the air as we continued the journey. Theon kept his eyes away from Quill, and Quill remained oblivious, as always. When we made camp that night, Hayden started the fire and cooked the rabbits he'd caught earlier. It wasn't much meat, but it was a nice change from the dried meat we'd eaten every day for weeks. "How is your shoulder?" I asked Axios, as we found a spot on the grass to lie down. "A bit sore," he answered, lifting a hand to touch the wrapping. "The armor has aggravated it, I'm sure. Don't worry your mind over it." "Let me see." I reached for his arm, and he sighed before allowing me to check the wound. I undid the wrapping, pleased to see it healing nicely. After the cloth was back in place, I softly kissed his shoulder and reclined on the grass. "Come here." Warmth filled his eyes as he joined me on the makeshift bed. "You are demanding. Have I ever told you this?" I stroked his unshaven jaw, admiring the short stubble that had grown during our travels. "Perhaps." "And perhaps I secretly enjoy it." He kissed my fingertips one by one, his honey eyes holding me captive. As he rested his head beside mine, he still didn't look away. "I prayed to the gods, you know, that day during the battle. I knew not if they existed, and if they could even hear me if they did, but I prayed to them anyway." "Did they answer?" I asked, linking our fingers. "We are alive, are we not?" Axios rolled to his back and stared at the sky. "When the enemy closed in around us, and we were moments from death, I accepted my fate. If we fell, we would go together. That's the way I wish for it to be, Ery. I do not want to live in the world where you do not exist." His lids fluttered closed, and his breathing slowed not long after. As he welcomed sleep, I played over his words. I felt the same. Living while he perished would be a fate much worse than death. The march continued for another fortnight. Though the days were long, I held no complaints, for each step we took brought us closer to Sparta. As Mount Taygetus appeared in the distance, Axios smiled and walked with more vigor. The unknown land around us shifted to the one we knew, a terrain I could walk with my eyes closed. When we entered the city, we were greeted by women who sought their husbands and friends who had stayed behind. Demetrius and Cassius mingled with the crowd, and they waved when they spotted us. None of us soldiers acknowledged the eager throng of people until our commander dismissed us. Once we were relieved of our duty, Nikias approached. His leg must have been bothering him more that day because he used a walking stick, or perhaps he had needed one all along and had been too proud to surrender to the need. "I am pleased by your return," he said, patting Axios on his injured shoulder. Axios winced before flashing a somewhat pained smile. Before I could stop myself, I lashed out. "Take your hand off him," I said, shoving Nikias away. Nikias stumbled before righting himself. Both he and Axios stared at me in shock. Pushing a cripple was beneath me, I admit, but seeing Axios in pain had overrode common decency. "I'm fine, Ery," Axios said in irritation. "Do not kill the man for simply greeting me as friends do." My eyes narrowed at him of their own accord. Then I turned to Nikias. He'd meant no harm. "My apologies. Travel has made me weary and placed me in a foul mood." I told the truth in part.
Travel had taken much from me. Worrying over my warrior had taken even more. "There is no offense," Nikias said, smiling. "Perhaps after a warm meal and a good night's rest, you'll find yourself in better spirits come morning." Dining with my physician that evening chipped away at the ice in my chest that had formed after the battle. Where I had been numb, I now felt warmth again. Hayden wasn't at the table. He had practically run to his family when the army was dismissed. However, Quill and Theon laughed and pestered each other, while Ian and Melias asked about the battle. They had stayed in Sparta at the command of Teleatius, who had wanted several soldiers to stay and protect the city in our absence. I spared them the horrors of what we experienced, and only said, "Battle changes men. I am not the same as I was when I left." It then occurred to me that I'd said to them what Nikias said to me upon his first return home from war. Axios nodded and stared at the bread in his hands, while the smile slipped from Theon's face. Quill also became somber. "To the fallen," Axios said, raising his goblet. The men echoed the phrase before taking drinks. As months passed, we settled into our daily routines, or at least tried to. Life in Sparta was not the same after we tasted battle. Axios and I trained our group of ephebes and practiced drills with other Spartiates. Each day, I anticipated word from the army still in Potidaea, wondering if they had been successful in their campaign. I received no answers. I should be with them, I told myself, as I led Xiphus around the arena at midday. Walking the horse helped calm the anger in my chest, a coping mechanism I'd need to break soon. A small force of men was being sent on another campaign, and the mare would accompany them, as would the other horses I had helped train throughout the years. After I led her back to the stables, I pressed my cheek to her face and ran my fingers through her dark mane. She breathed slow and even, trusting me fully. I would put the horse from my mind after this. Becoming attached to anything caused weakness to grow in a man's heart. And so I placed a kiss on her muzzle and said farewell before leaving to meet Axios. As I walked to the dining hall, I smiled at the memory of bedding Axios that morning. I had woken to him kissing my throat, and we joined bodies not long after. His moans had echoed in the barracks, making me chuckle and cover his mouth with my hand. I had taken him again after we finished in the arena. Covered in sweat and dirt, we had rolled around in the field, biting each other's skin as I'd moved inside him. Since our return from battle, we had made love more than ever before. Perhaps because we had faced our mortality and knew tomorrow was never guaranteed, not for us. At evening meal, Axios sat beside me and spoke of his visit with Liana and Leonidas. He said the child had stopped pulling the flowers from her garden and now gathered rocks and piled them in inconvenient places, such as right outside the front door. Hayden laughed as he recounted a time he'd tripped over them. "The boy laughed as I plummeted to the ground," Hayden said, shaking his head. "He's mischievous. I know not where he gets it." "Are you certain Leo is not Theon's son?" I asked as I scooped up broth with my bread and ate. Theon flashed an impish grin, and Hayden gently shoved him away. Talk then shifted to Quill, who boasted of a sexual conquest with a woman twice his age. As always, Theon glared and averted his eyes. In the barracks that night, Axios was restless. He tossed and turned on his bed, before rolling over and draping an arm across my chest. He then ran his hand down my abdomen and played with the dusting of hair below my navel. Lower his fingers travelled until I growled low in my throat. I'd had him twice that day, yet I needed him again. "Eri," Axios whispered against my neck, "make love to me beneath the stars." "The night is cold," I said, trying not to let my desire override common sense. "We will keep each other warm." He sucked my nipple into his hot mouth, and I groaned. Quietly, we rose from our beds, grabbed our cloaks along with our special vial, and rushed out of the barracks and into the field beyond them. I chuckled as Axios tackled me to the ground. His mouth captured mine in a heated kiss as he straddled my hips. I gave him the dominance he sought and submitted to his will. He rode me fast and hard, and when I sensed him on the brink of release, I stroked his length with my oil-slicked palm. The bump in his throat was even more prominent as he tilted his head to the sky and whimpered through his climax. I then followed, my toes curling as I spilled into him. The stars danced above him as I stared up at his beautiful neck and soft features. I pumped into him once more as the shudders slowly began to subside. Afterward, he collapsed on the cloak we had laid on the grass, and I rested my head on his inner bicep. True to his word, we had kept each other warm during the act, but now the winter air caused goosebumps to erupt on our skin. I wrapped my cloak around us and pulled him against me. He stared at the stars with an unreadable expression. "What is it that troubles you?" I asked, once I caught my breath. "And do not lie to me, Ax. I see the distant look in your eyes." "Does it bother you that we were sent away from war?" he asked, moving his eyes to me. His question took me by surprise. He had said very little about the battle since our return. Did he feel the same anger as me about us being sent away? "Yes," I answered. "We were provided a mission and did not complete it before leaving. It eats away at me like a festering wound refusing to heal." "It does me as well," he said, returning his attention to the stars. "While I am not fond of warfare, I feel it is my duty as a Spartan to fight when it is asked of us. And yet, here we are, protected by the borders of home, when we should be joining our army on the battlefield." All the years at his side, and he still found ways to leave me in awe. I had assumed he'd been pleased by our return. However, I had misjudged him. I grazed my fingers along his jaw. "There is my warrior." Confusion morphed his features as he regarded me. "Do you recall the words I spoke to you so long ago?" I asked. "A true warrior fights for what's in his heart. Do you remember?" Axios nodded. I pressed a light kiss to his mouth before laying my head back down. "Neither strength nor speed makes a warrior, for any man can train and excel in such skills," I said, sliding my finger from his jaw to his bottom lip. "No, a true warrior goes into battle not to slay the enemy because they enjoy bloodshed, but because they are protecting all that they hold sacred. That is you, Axios. You are grounded and brave, stronger than you believe you are, not just in a physical nature, but in strength of spirit." A pensive look crossed his face as we lay in silence. I watched the movement of his throat as he swallowed, fighting the urge to nibble it. I wondered where his thoughts took him, and how long it'd take for him to return to me. "I do not see what you see," he said at last. "The man you speak of is a stranger to me." "We never see ourselves how others see us," I responded, "but that does not make them wrong." I spoke to Axios, yet I felt the truth of my statement in myself as well. Other men saw me as a strong leader who never failed. They viewed me as the embodiment of what a warrior should be. Nikias had said before that I was the best Sparta had ever seen. However, I did not always see what they did. I had fears and anxieties, way more than I ever showed. One part of me worried over the idea of returning to battle, while the other seethed with anger that we weren't with the army. Sometimes when I saw my reflection, I saw my father, his eyes, his hair, and when fear gripped me, I saw his cowardice too. "Let us go inside," Axios said, as the cold breeze swept around us. Once back in our quarters, I pulled him to my chest. A low mumbling reached my ears, and I looked to see Theon roll away from Quill and turn his back to him. Were they fighting again? It was not my place to pry into their private affairs. I only wished they would come to an understanding, and soon. Axios nestled closer, pulling me from my thoughts. It was difficult to think of anything other than how perfectly his warm body fit against mine. I brushed the dark hair from his brow and kissed his forehead. Though I struggled with saying the words, I hoped the kiss would tell him all that I kept locked inside my chest, that he was treasured, that I loved him with every fibre of my being. As he began to softly snore, I closed my eyes and let sleep take me too. Chapter 23. The next morning, I woke to silence. Men in our position were never quiet. They snored in their sleep, belched, and tossed in their beds like pigs in the mud. I heard nothing as I opened my eyes and stared at the sun shining into the room. Axios nuzzled my neck and softly sighed. That's when I realized the reason for the silence. We were the only ones in our quarters. I jolted upward and looked around, finding all the beds empty. "Ax, you must wake up. We've overslept," he mumbled and rolled to his stomach. I leaned down to kiss his shoulder and nudged him with my head. When he didn't move, I bit him. He gasped and opened his eyes. "I'm not your breakfast," Axios said in a sleepy tone, "and it is much too early for games." I rose from the bed and gently kicked his side. "Unless you wish to be whipped for being late, you best wake up." He grabbed my foot and tried to trip me, and I batted him away before searching for my clothing. As if suddenly understanding my haste, he jumped up and started dressing as well. We grinned as we stepped into our bottoms and nearly toppled over. When we both ran toward the door, we collided, our bodies too large to go through it at the same time. "You're too slow and in my path," Axios said with a laugh, pushing me back so he could go through the doorway first. "I think not." I grabbed his sides and spun him around before running past him. He regained his balance and chased after me. The sound of his laugh warmed me from the inside out, and for a moment I remembered what it was like to be boys again. Boys who knew nothing of the reality of war. The shadows that had followed me since that day on the battlefield fled with our laughter and light-hearted game of chase. We ran through the grass, me ahead of him. Although I couldn't see him, I sensed him. I could even visualize the way the sun bounced off his black hair as he ran, and how it caused a beautiful glow on his bronzed skin. "Oof!" Axios exclaimed. When I slowed my pace and turned to him, I nearly fell to my knees with laughter. Axios lay on his stomach in the grass, limbs sprawled every which way, but his dumbfounded expression was what amused me most. "Ax, what have you done?" I asked through my laughs, and approached him. "Your mind must have been in the clouds once more. Consider this a lesson that you cannot think and run simultaneously." Reaching him, I looked down into his irritated expression and barely suppressed another snort. "Or perhaps it was only what you were thinking that sent you tumbling toward the earth. Go on, what was it?" Axios glared at me and rolled to his back. Dirt covered his chest. "If I admit the truth, I am certain you will laugh for days on end." Probably, I thought to myself. He never failed to amuse me. It was one reason why I loved him so. I grabbed his arm and helped him to his feet. My cheeks hurt from grinning so much. "Tell me." "I will after we eat," he said, glancing at me before facing ahead. "I'm starved." "Very well," I said, suspecting it would be worth the wait. Once we arrived at the dining hall, we sat with our physician. The men cast amused glances our way, and I covered my laugh with a cough when I noticed the sliver of grass jutting from Axios' hair. I slyly picked it out and tossed it to the floor. Theon sat beside me, and Quill sat on the other side of Axios. They always sat together during meals, so it was strange. "Why are you and Theon at odds?" Axios asked Quill before grabbing a handful of figs from the platter in front of him. He loved the fruit, and I admired his long fingers as he peeled one and pressed it to his lips. I had never envied something so much in my life. I shifted in my seat as my cock began to fill. Quill did not respond. "If you ignore my question," Axios said, wiping the juice from his mouth, "I will only continue asking until you answer me." Quill sharply exhaled and looked at Axios. "He is stubborn, foolish, and selfish, that is why. When I lay with a woman yesterday, he yelled at me for it, went absolutely mad with rage and slapped my chest. It is unfair. Just because he is jealous does not mean I must stop living my life." "Jealous?" Theon scoffed. "You flatter yourself." "Do you see?" Quill motioned to Theon with an exasperated look. "He is overbearing. If he wishes to bed a woman so badly, he needs to stop being a coward and do it. The man has fought in a war. Surely he can find the courage to wet his damn prick between a woman's legs." With a snarl, Theon stood from the table and stormed from the dining hall. I stared at Quill, amazed that someone could be so stupid. Every man at the table could see that Theon had no desire to be with a woman. He only had eyes for one very silly man. How Quill failed to see it baffled me. Axios eating another fig distracted me from Quill and Theon's quarrel. I would gladly be reborn in another life as a fig if Axios was the one who plucked me and devoured me so sweetly as he did the one he currently held. Once we'd eaten, we left the hall and walked toward the field to train our herd. Axios remained quiet as I eagerly awaited his explanation from earlier as to why he'd fallen. When he said nothing, I grew impatient. "Are you going to tell me now?" I asked, bumping his arm. "Very well." Axios sighed and met my stare. "As we ran, I imagined sucking your cock and lost my footing." The visual his words created caused heat to spread from my belly to my groin. I stared at his plump lips and had to force myself not to tackle him to the grass and take him right there. "After training, you can show me exactly what it was you imagined," I said, holding his gaze. "And perhaps we can make it a reality." The darkening of his eyes told me he wished for the same. As we approached the field, I was pleased to see the boys standing in a line, their eyes forward and their hands at their sides. A perfect display of obedience. Nikias stood beside them and started walking to meet us. When we'd been on campaign, he had instructed the herd in our absence, but since we'd returned, I had no need of him. Axios felt sympathy for him, though, and so I'd allowed him to stay and assist in the lessons. "Good morrow," Nikias greeted, smiling. "Greetings," Axios said, clasping his forearm. I nodded to Nikias before striding forward to stand in front of the group. The carefree attitude I carried with Axios vanished when I was around others. I narrowed my eyes at the boys, studying each of their faces. Demetrius and Cassius stood side by side, their eyes fixated on me as they awaited my orders. One boy in the line couldn't meet my gaze. When I looked at him, he slightly cringed and looked toward his feet. An army was only as strong as its weakest link, and I'd found the weakest. "Balin, step forward." Balin jolted before doing as I ordered. In battle, a man must be prepared for anything. Every sense had to be on alert. Most importantly, a man had to know how to act on impulse.
Attacks didn't always happen when you expected them to, and the time it took to recover from the surprise of one could be the difference between life and death. And so, I punched him. Balin stumbled backwards at the hit, taken off guard, and I reared back my arm to swing again. He recovered almost instantly and ducked beneath my swing before attempting a counterattack. I dodged his punch, but even so, I was proud of him. One day, I knew he'd make a great warrior, despite the nerves he carried. As I continued training him, I was aware of Axios and Nikias speaking at the edge of the field. They often spoke, and so I thought nothing of it at first. But then I looked over at them after knocking Balin to the dirt and saw the worry on Axios' face. Whatever Nikias was saying upset him. I dismissed Balin before addressing the group. You must never allow yourself to become distracted in battle. You must be prepared for anything. Then I said louder, Axios! Axios turned to me, surprise on his handsome face. Come here, I said, waving him over. Irritation prickled my skin at the thought of him being upset, and I wished to distance him from whatever foolishness Nikias shared with him. At my scowl, Nikias took a step back and lowered his gaze. When Axios stood in front of me, I studied him. Dark lashes framed his honey eyes, and not for the first time, his beauty left me a little breathless. My concern outweighed my desire, though, and I held his gaze, wishing I could read his mind to know what Nikias had told him. He nodded, as if to tell me he was fine. Good. I then grabbed his arm and flipped him to the dirt. Axios blinked up at me in surprise after he hit the ground. I smirked. See how easy it is for a distracted mind to give the enemy the advantage? I asked, glancing at the boys. An army is only as strong as its weakest man, for we all fight as one. If Axios quickly swept his leg behind mine and tripped me. Unable to catch my balance, I landed in the dirt beside him. I was both stunned by his attack and immensely aroused by it, too. Axios jumped to his feet and gave me a self-satisfied grin. What was it you were saying about distractions? He asked, arching a brow. Oh, he was playing with fire, and he knew it. Allow me to remind you, I said, smirking. You will have to catch me first, he taunted with a challenging gleam in his eyes. With calm determination, I stood from the dirt and faced him. A smile curved his lips as we moved in circles around each other, our gazes locked. I forgot about the boys watching us. I forgot about everything except for the gorgeous male in front of me and how I wished to have him on his back. He waited for me to attack first, but he wasn't fast enough to dodge me. I threw him to the dirt, then did it again before he'd even gotten to his feet. By the end of training, he had pink welts on his skin and bruises on his back and ribs. You brought it upon yourself for challenging me in front of the boys, I said to Axios once the field was cleared. Perhaps I did it on purpose. He tossed me a crooked smile. You are always more intense in our lovemaking when I challenge you for dominance. Is that why you enjoy being a thorn in my side? I asked, sliding my hands along his hips. Axios gently nipped my bottom lip before stepping away from me. We must meet Gaius for our drills. I growled and followed after him. My gaze lingered on the small dips in his lower back as he walked in front of me. I got the impression he was intentionally teasing me, especially when he stopped to run a hand down his muscled chest, complaining of the sun's heat. In winter, days could still be warm, but not hot. I narrowed my eyes at him, which he responded to with an innocent smile. Later that night, we snuck out of the barracks and went to the stables. For what I planned to do to him, we needed complete privacy, because I knew he wouldn't be able to contain his cries of pleasure, and I was right.
After I threw him to the hay and prepared his body, I crushed my mouth to his and slowly sunk into him. He gripped my biceps and moaned against my lips. Once he had relaxed more, I sat back on my knees and pulled him closer to me. The new angle had him panting as I quickened my pace, taking him wild and hard just as he wanted it. Axios slid his hand down my chest as I pumped into him, and when he touched where we connected, the sensations became too intense. I tilted my head back and groaned as his fingers wrapped around my base. Wishing to savor the feel of him for as long as possible, I slowed my movements and took him slower, deeper. "Harry," he moaned, laying his head back on the hay and staring up at me with half-shut eyes. "More." I thrust in all the way, hitting him as deep as I could before pulling back slowly. Too slow for his liking. I smiled as I met his sexually frustrated stare. He squirmed beneath me and tried to make me go deeper, and I denied him by gripping his hips and holding him in place. He had to be punished for his defiance earlier. The thought made my smile widen. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, I slammed forward, hard. He gasped and dug his nails into my shoulders. As our bodies slammed together again and again with each quick thrust, he cried out so loud that I knew anyone outside the stables could hear him. I failed to contain my groans too. Every day with the other men, I held my emotions at bay. I buried my feelings and remained indifferent most of the time. But there, with Axios, I was able to let go, to tear down my carefully structured wall and surrender myself to love and lust. My fingers dug into the top of his thighs as I anchored myself in place, driving into him with abandon. "God, Ax, you feel incredible," I said on a moan. "The way your body clings to mine." I needed something more, a different position so I could go even deeper. I stopped moving and withdrew from his body before flipping him on his stomach. "Get on your knees." Axios obeyed and lifted himself up. He didn't question my actions. Gripping my cock, I teasingly brushed it against his entrance before pressing it inside. My thighs shook from the tight heat of him. I smoothed a hand down his spine as I took him from behind, my heart pumping wildly as sweat coated my chest. His whimpers grew louder as he begged me to go faster. I took hold of his cock and stroked him in sync with my thrusts. "Eryx!" he shouted as his body began to shudder. "Please!" I refused to deny him. I stroked him faster and angled my hips, searching for the spot that would drive him mad with lust. I knew I'd found it when he began to whimper uncontrollably. He fisted the hay and arched his back as his cock pulsed in my hand and shot ribbons of white. The force of his orgasm had his whole body trembling and unintelligible words falling from his lips. My thrusts faltered in rhythm as warmth travelled down my spine. Sweat dripped from my brow and my muscles quaked, and then I joined him in ecstasy, gripping his hips as I released into him. "Remind me to defy you more often," Axios said with a tired smile. "That defeats the purpose of a punishment if you enjoy it," I said before kissing the hollow of his throat. I flipped to my back and pulled him to my side. He rested his head on my chest, where I was certain he heard the chaotic beating of my heart. I tucked one arm behind my head and held him with the other. As I traced outlines on his soft skin with my fingertips, my mind drifted to earlier that day. "What is it you and Nikias were discussing today during training?" I asked. "I did not favour the look upon your face. Your eyes were troubled. If he said something to upset you, I have no problem cutting out his tongue." "He did not upset me," Axios responded, sounding as sleepy as he looked. "Keep your blade away from the poor man. He..." Axios paused and scrunched his brow in concentration. One moment turned to two, and I became impatient. "He did what?" I asked, closing my eyes to pretend I wasn't overly interested in his response, even though I was. "He told me a story," Axios said. "One of his time in the war." I smiled as relief filled my chest. A tale of war, that was all. "You fancy stories?" Axios shifted on his stomach and rested his chin on my chest. "It was unlike the stories you tell me. It was unsettling, and he did not tell me all of it. He spoke of an oracle who gave him disturbing visions, ones of death and of a war not yet fought." Oracles? It sounded to me as though Nikias only wished to frighten him. "Enough," I said, looking at him. As expected, fear blazed in his eyes. "Do not worry your mind over it, Ax. I'm certain he was only trying to frighten you. Men who lose so much, as he has lost his purpose as a Spartan, look for ways to give themselves other advantages. And you, my warrior, scare too easily." "You are right," Axios said after a moment. "He was probably just weaving tales to unnerve me." His expression said otherwise. Whatever story Nikias had told him deeply troubled him. I had an urge to track the man down and demand an explanation. Axios shrugged off my hold and sat up to dress. I admired his lean muscles as he pulled on his bottoms. The sight made my cock start to fill again. A chill wrapped around me as I stood from the warm hay and found my clothing. I missed the heat of his body on mine. The promise of having him in my arms again once we reached the barracks was the only thing that kept me from tackling him back to the hay. I placed my hand at the small of his back as we left the stables and walked back to our quarters. Axios shivered as the cold air nipped at his skin, and on impulse I moved closer to help warm him. He gave me an appreciative smile. The smile faded when voices echoed from the courtyard. Quill and Theon stood close together beneath an archway, arguing. "It is not our place to eavesdrop," I said, as Axios stopped to listen. He rolled his eyes at me and hid behind one of the pillars to watch them. I suppressed a sigh and followed him. "What do you wish me to say?" Theon asked, leaning against the column as if bored. "Speak the truth!" Quill stepped closer to him. "That is what I wish for you to say! Why do you become so enraged when I am intimate with others?" When Theon tried to leave, Quill grabbed his arm and shoved him back in place. "By the gods, answer me!" "Because they aren't me, Quill!" Theon's casual composure broke, as did his voice. His shoulders sagged as he hung his head. Softer, he said, "They aren't me." Finally, he admits the truth. Quill went still. I didn't have to see his face to know the confession shocked him. "It is like a dagger in my heart when you are with them," Theon continued. "It twists my insides to know that you pleasure them, that your lips touch theirs." I shakily inhaled upon hearing his words. The feeling he described was one I knew well. Years later, and it still felt like a sword to the gut to remember Axios had kissed the king. I did not know that's how you felt." Quill stepped backward, shaking his head in disbelief. "Why did you keep this from me?" My gaze moved to Axios. He stared at them with wide eyes, and his lips were parted. Such a curious bird he was. And also, like a bird, he could spread his wings and fly away any moment. If he did, would he fly to King Agasepolis? Guilt clawed at me for the thought. Axios would never do that to me, not again. "I hoped you would realize you felt the same," Theon said, his voice shaking. "But I can see now that that will not happen. You will never feel as I do, so leave me be." As Theon pushed away from the pillar and left the courtyard, Quill remained frozen. His hands shook at the sides as anger rippled through him. And then he punched the column. Holding his fist, he slid down the marble and slumped to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. Axios started to move forward. "We should go," I said, grabbing his arm. "Give him this moment alone. It is not for us to see." He glanced at Quill with sorrow in his eyes before slowly nodding and walking with me toward the barracks. No words were spoken as we found our bed. They weren't spoken as Axios draped an arm across my torso and nestled into his favorite spot at my side. They didn't need to be. I felt his love through the pressing of his lips on my collarbone, and I hoped he felt mine when I held him tighter. And then we slept. "Sneaking off to roll in the hay again?" Theon asked the next day after morning meal. Quill, who was walking in front of us on the path, turned around and grinned. "Those poor horses. Must be torture seeing your naked asses all the time." Both he and Quill behaved like their old playful selves, acting as though their argument from the night before never happened. When I had awoken that morning, I had even seen them lying in each other's arms, as if they'd spoken again when Axios and I had gone to sleep and had reached an understanding. Or maybe fate connected them, much like it connected me to Axios. It was stronger than anything else in this world. Nothing, not even a heated quarrel, could tear them apart. "My business is not for you to know," Axios said as a blush coloured his cheeks. Quill exchanged a look with Theon before both men started laughing. They challenged each other to a race and took off running toward the training arena, while Axios and I stayed on the path we were on. "Should I say anything to them?" Axios asked, watching them until they faded from sight. "Do not pressure them," I said. "If they are meant to be together, they will. You cannot force a man to love another. It is a decision made by the heart and nothing else." He sighed and gazed upward. Clouds covered the sun, but streams of light still found a way to burst through, sending golden rays throughout the valley. "Eryx! Axios!" We turned at the female voice to see Rhea walking towards us. Paris and Jaclyn were not with her. She held the hand of a small boy while her daughter moved at her side, tall enough now that she reached her mother's chest. "Rhea," I greeted, nodding once she was in front of us. "How are you?" she asked, beaming with a smile. "We are well," Axios said, clasping her hand before releasing it. I hadn't visited her or her two men in quite some time. Life had kept us apart. Her son reached to touch my hand and gave me a toothy grin when I knelt down to greet him. He greatly resembled Jaclyn with his dark hair and even darker eyes. "Greetings, Archimus," I said, letting him squeeze my fingers. He was nearing 3 years of age and had a mighty grip. I doubted he remembered me, but his smile never faltered. "Paris and Jaclyn are training," Rhea said with an edge of trepidation in her voice. "I barely see them these days. Word has it that another war is coming." Every soldier felt it, the calm before the storm. Envoys from other cities had not arrived, but each day I anticipated them. The conflict with Olynthus had only been the beginning. The Spartan army continued the war efforts outside of Potidaea, and it was only a matter of time before tensions rose even more. I stood and met her worried gaze. "If it does, we'll be ready." We had to be. Chapter 24. 381 BC. Nearly 1 year later. The colours of autumn could be seen all throughout Sparta. Leaves had changed from green to yellow and orange. Some had even turned red. Fitting for our home in Laconia, I supposed. Red-blooded males with blood staining their hands long after they'd washed them clean.
Axios brushed his hand along my thigh as we walked to visit Liana. "I have a question for you," I said, glancing over at him. He had been staring up at the tree we passed with a soft smile. "What do you see when you think of the color red?" "Red?" He pursed his lips as he pondered the question. "Clay can be red at times. It's also the color of our cloaks." As he scrunched up his face, I found the crease between his brows endearing. "Red reminds me of a rose, which reminds me of love." "Love?" I stopped on the path and turned to him. "Yes." He stopped walking and faced me. "A red rose is lovely, yet the thorns on the stem can make you bleed if you aren't careful. Same as love. It can be both beautiful and painful, depending on how you treat it." "You amaze me, Axios," I said, moving my hands to his waist. "The feeling is mutual." His breath tickled my neck as he stepped into my embrace. "Why did you ask?" I wanted to spare him from the dark direction my thoughts had led me earlier, and so I said, "Only curiosity." "Curiosity," he repeated, pulling back to look at me. "Do you wish to know what I see when I think of the color green?" "Grass?" I guessed. "No." Axios touched my jaw. "I think of home. Each time I look into your eyes, Eri, I know I'm where I'm meant to be." His confession caused a lump to form in my throat, and I did my best to swallow it down. "We should continue to your sister's. She's expecting us." When we reached the house, Hayden exited the front door holding Leonidas, who was almost 4 years of age now. Leonidas squirmed in his father's arms upon seeing Axios, and once his feet hit the ground, he ran toward us. Axios picked him up and spun him around, both of them grinning ear to ear. The boy squealed when Axios tickled his belly before setting him on the grass. The toddler then ran in circles around us. When he tripped and fell, he stood up and continued running. "You're growing strong, like your father," Hayden said, sweeping him back up. Leo slapped at his father's face and giggled. Hayden frowned. "Yet you have your mother's spirit." Axios laughed, and his joy sparked my own. Leonidas, once being set down, wandered through the grass chasing insects. "He's beautiful, Hayden," I said. Then I smiled and added, "I do not see how someone so ugly could have helped make him." "Says you," Hayden said, shoving me back a few steps. "My beautiful wife believes me to be handsome, so your opinion matters not." "What is it you speak of?" Liana asked, approaching us with a wooden platter of fruits and nuts. Hayden pulled her to his side. "Only that your opinion is all I care to hear." An autumn wind blew through the trees, bringing with it crisp air and the smell of meat cooking over a fire. Liana nipped at Hayden's nose, and he ran his fingers through her long dark hair. Axios smiled at them and stepped closer to me. I kissed his temple, letting my lips linger on his skin. I very rarely allowed myself to fully enjoy moments such as these. The threat of war was constantly in the back of my mind. However, as Axios slipped an arm around me and cuddled close to my chest, I let happiness bloom in my heart. A happiness that was crushed when we returned to the barracks. Our brothers sat around the fire pit, staring into the flames. Quill sat close to Theon, and Ian and Malias were on the other side of them. Nikias stood behind them and limped over when he saw us. "Have you heard?" he asked. "Another army is being sent north under the command of King Agacephalus." "What of the army that is already there?" I asked. "Teleatius led a raid into Olynthian territory without waiting for assistance from our allies," Nikias explained. "He sent his army to destroy the fruit trees and fields outside the city. I can only imagine as a way to anger the enemy and abolish a food source at the same time. The Olynthians sent a cavalry to meet them. Much fighting ensued afterward, and men from both armies perished." My chest tightened at the grim look on his face. "Messengers have said that Teleatius was doing well, but then the tides changed, and the enemy gained the advantage," Nikias continued.
Our army was hit with the enemy's heavy infantry, and were then charged from the opposite side by more cavalry soldiers. Teleetius and over 1,000 of his men were killed. I looked at Axios as my gut churned. If we hadn't been sent back to Sparta, he might have been among the men who died on the battlefield. For nearly a year, I'd been so angry that we'd been sent home, and now I felt ill. "When do we leave?" Axios asked, assuming we'd be the ones to answer the call. "The king wishes to choose the men who are to accompany him, along with his 10 advisors," Nikias responded, putting more of his weight on the walking stick he carried. "Word has it that once he makes his decision, the army should be departing in 3 to 4 days' time. That is all I know." Less than a week before our lives were uprooted once more, Nikias had said the king would choose the men to go with him, and I knew he would choose Axios to accompany him without a doubt in my mind. And he couldn't take Axios without also taking the rest of our position. The flames crackled in the pit as we stood in silence. Melias put an arm around Ian's slender frame and pulled him closer. Ian was much smaller than him and seemed to take comfort in Melias' large body as he turned his face against Melias' chest. They no longer hid their affection for each other. Ever since Axios and I had become more public with our relationship, more men had done the same, as if we'd given them the courage to do so. "My advice to you lot," Nikias said, meeting my gaze before looking at the others. "Find a warm body to sink into for the night and forget about the war for now."
"I have all I need right here," Quill said. "Sit with me, brothers, and let us speak of only the good things in this life."
Theon smiled and gently nudged Quill's shoulder with his. Over the past year, I had witnessed them holding each other in secret and sharing the occasional kiss on the forehead. Neither had admitted their feelings aloud, but Quill no longer sought women to warm his bed. "Shall I recite a new ode?" Hayden asked, once we gathered around the fire. And with that, we all laughed. Days later, Axios and I sat on a hill at sunset. Mount Tagetus loomed mightily in the distance, casting a massive shadow on the land as the sun inched closer to the peak. Helots worked the field a ways away, and Spartan males paced the area with whips, a warning for the slaves to do as they were told. Axios averted his eyes from them and looked at the mountain. As expected, we had been chosen to accompany the king on campaign in the north. For our last evening in Sparta, we had come to our favorite hill. "Do you wish to hear a story?" I asked, wanting to distract his anxious mind. "Yes," he answered, leaning his head onto my shoulder. I pressed my face into his hair, finding peace within his earthly scent. There were many stories I could tell him, tales of the gods and ones about mortal men performing courageous acts. However, only one story came to me in that moment, the one of us. "There once was a boy who questioned all things," I said, gliding my fingers along his side. "Our purpose for being in this life and why the sky is blue. The question he asked most, though, was what formed the stars. Are they gods?" he'd ask as he lay in the meadow at night, pointing up at them. Another boy, who had taken a liking to him, followed him everywhere he went and tried his best to answer the boy's many questions. "The stars are heroes, men who died and are now commemorated for their bravery in battle," he'd answer the boy he adored. I felt Axios smile against my arm. "What happened next?" he asked, closing his eyes. "While each day challenged them, they only grew closer," I responded, remembering all the hardships we had faced and overcome. "And against all odds, and the toughest training any man could ever endure, they fell in love." I tucked a finger beneath his chin and tilted his face up to mine, kissing him. Our story was far from over. 200 Spartans, 10 advisors to the king, and several hundred Periakoi travelled with us to Olynthus. Helots accompanied us as well, some carrying supplies, while others were ordered to fight with the army. At the break of first light, we had risen from our beds and gathered the provisions, armor, shields, and satchels of food and water. Then we'd started the march north.
"Look around you, men,"
Felix said, nodding to the valley we passed and the mountain beyond it.
"This will be the last glimpse of home for many moons."
He had been assigned our unit commander for the duration of the campaign. After so many years of being trained under his iron fist, it was an honor to walk at his side as an equal. Gaius had stayed in Sparta, and I wondered if the separation troubled Felix. The two men could never be found without the other in close range. Axios put on his helmet and regarded me through the opening in the front. He said not a word, but I saw the faraway look in his eyes. His body walked beside me, but where was his mind? Was it soaring above us, traveling to our secret stream one final time? Or was he still on our favorite hill, smiling as I told him a story? I ached to hold him, but the shield and spear made it impossible. And so I held his gaze a moment before looking away. King Agasepolis walked at the front of the line directly in front of our unit. He had specifically asked for our physician to march behind him, and my blood boiled as to the reason why. As if feeling my hostility, he glanced over his shoulder at me. His expression remained indifferent, that is, until he saw Axios. His eyes sparked with recognition, and he nodded. Axios smiled at him and returned the gesture. I gripped the spear tighter in my hand and gripped my teeth. Jealousy was unbecoming of me, yet I couldn't control it. "What's the matter?" Axios asked. I focused on him. "Is it wrong of me to fantasize about bashing his head into the ground?" Axios puffed out a breath and shook his forehead in disapproval. "If you are referring to the king, our king, then yes," he said. "You are in the wrong." "Well, he was in the wrong for touching something that was not his to touch," I snapped, tearing my gaze from his. "I must admit, Ery, seeing you so jealous is very appealing and pleasing." Hearing the smile in his voice, I turned back to him. The smile was present in his eyes, too. How could he find pleasure in breaking my heart? "I'm happy my behavior is giving you such joy, truly," I said with a biting tone. "Although, if the situation were reversed, I'm certain you would not find it so amusing." The humor instantly vanished from his face. "You will never know how sorry I am," he softly said. "There is no other I want more than you." Taking a deep breath, I calmed the rage coursing through my veins. I knew Axios only wanted me. I suppose I only needed to hear him say it again. "It is in the past," I responded. "Put it from your mind, and I shall try to do the same." He nodded and faced ahead. Axios and I weren't the only ones in a somber mood. Theon, who was on the other side of me, looked miserable as the hours went by. Hayden hadn't spoken since we'd left home, and Quill kept sighing as he struggled with the weight of his shield. To lift our spirits, I started whistling. As the sound rang in the air, Axios snapped his head toward me. I grinned at him and continued the song. He tried to join in, but he had never been good at whistling. I broke off the tune as I started to laugh at his failed attempts. It made the time we spent marching enjoyable. Later that evening, we made camp. The army separated into groups and built fires to battle the chill in the air. A different type of battle brewed in my chest, though, when the king broke free of his advisors and approached our physician. I placed another log on the fire and stood, unable to stop the growl from leaving my throat. Axios cast me a warning stare and shook his head. "Good evening," King Agasepolis greeted us, warming his hands over the fire. "My king," Axios said, bowing. Something passed between them when their eyes met, an unspoken thing that only they shared.
I only come to see how you are faring, the king said, focusing only on Axios. The walk was long and tiresome this day. We are well, I answered, moving closer to Axios and putting an arm around his waist. If the king thought he could continue their affair from years earlier, he had another thing coming to him, such as my blade across his throat. King Agasepolis finally looked at me, and I hoped he saw the hatred in my stare. His gaze dropped to where I held Axios. There was an instant shift in his behavior, and his gaze hardened. Get your rest, he said in a more authoritative tone. We leave at first light. He looked at Axios again, the yearning in his eyes unmistakable, before turning his back to us and returning to his advisors. One of them approached him, probably to discuss strategy once we reached our destination, but the king held up his hand to silence him before continuing towards his mat on the ground. Axios stared at him before lying with me by the fire. I wanted to ask him about his time with the king. I wished to know what it was about the other man that had captured my raven's interest all those years ago. Instead, I wrapped an arm around him and buried my face in the back of his hair as the men quieted around us. The truth would be more than I could bear. Some things were better left unsaid. Chapter 25. We have too few men to face the Olynthian army, Axios said as we moved through the foreign terrain in a seemingly endless march north. Worry not, I told him. Her cavalry from Thessaly and other allies are joining us later. Unlike Teleatius, we will not be foolish and will wait for them to arrive before attacking Olynthus. How do you know this? He asked. Have you been spying on the king? Spying? I scoffed. I am not to blame for their inability to speak in private. I overheard them speaking of it days ago while we made camp. Axios smiled and clanked his spear on the ground. I was worried about him. There were moments when he smiled, like now, but he often seemed so distant. Long ago, I had told him I dreaded the day when the light in his eyes went out once he saw how dark the world could be. Had he finally seen it? You are distant, I said, trying to hide my concern behind a mask of indifference. He shrugged and kept walking. Over 2 fortnights had passed since we'd left home. We had said farewell to autumn and welcomed winter. Trees stood barren and the grass had lost its green hue. The smell of snow lingered in the air, but none had fallen yet. In Sparta, it very rarely snowed. However, the journey north had exposed us to the harshness of winter. The cold wind pierced my skin and turned my insides to ice. An hour passed, maybe more, before I caught Axios staring at the slave to his right. The helot shivered and pulled an animal pelt tighter around his shoulders. What was it about him that intrigued Axios? The slave looked no older than 18 and had pale hair that was jutting out from the bottom of his leather cap. What are you called? Axios asked him. Shock flashed across the slave's face. Pyrrhus, he stuttered. I am called Pyrrhus. The name of fire. I noticed the hard set of the helot's jaw. He might have sounded timid when he'd spoken, but his anger towards us was evident. That is a strong name, Axios said, observing him closer. Tell me, did you have a brother? Brother? I was as stunned as the slave by the question. However, upon further examination, I realized I recognized where I'd seen hair like his before. It was neither golden nor white, but somewhere in between, much like the helot I had slain at the dining mess. Yes, Pyrrhus responded, narrowing his blue eyes. He was called Theros. Spartans killed him when I was only 7. I killed him. And for a second, my sorrow was too great to hide. I glanced at Pyrrhus, wishing I could bring his brother back before turning my attention forward. Nothing good came from living in regret. What's done was done. Why'd you ask? Pyrrhus cocked his head at Axios. You said did, as if you already knew his fate.
I knew him for a short time, Axios said. You greatly resemble him. I'm saddened by his loss. Though I did not know him well, I am certain he was a great boy, and would have grown into an even greater man.
There was no mistaking his sincerity. It reflected in his voice and showed in his eyes. You are different from the others, Pyrrhus spoke, scrutinizing him. Curiosity had replaced his earlier resentment. I wonder why that is. Halt! Felix ordered as the men in front of us stopped marching. We will make camp here for the night. You, he pointed to Pyrrhus, help the others unpack the provisions. The helot bowed his head before rushing off to do as he was ordered. As the army dispersed into groups and helped make camp, we found little time to talk. Wood needed to be gathered for the fires, and the horses needed to be fed and watered. Each man was given a small portion of dried meat and bread, enough to sustain us, but not enough to satiate the hunger derived from another full day of trekking through the terrain in full armor. It wasn't until we settled down beside the fire that evening that I found a chance to speak with Axios. I lay on the grass and he curled up beside me, resting his head on my arm as the fire heated our chilled flesh. I worry over you, I whispered, touching his cheek. Your mind has been ever so distant as the days have passed.
There is no need to worry, Axios said, leaning into my touch. I am here with you, always.
Gods, how I wanted to believe him, but the shadows in his eyes frightened me. Perhaps he kept his worries to himself because he didn't want to burden me with them, or perhaps he feared that speaking them aloud would cause them to come to pass. When he closed his eyes, so did I. I fought to stay awake, to comfort him, but the warmth of his body and the sound of the crackling fire soothed my mind and eased me into a relaxed state. I dreamed of fields of tall grass and red flowers springing from a hill. Axios and I lay under the sun's rays and spoke of the house we wished to build together someday. The arrival of dawn pulled me from sleep, and I mourned the loss of the dream. I longed for that life with Axios, to build a home and live our days in Sparta, not as soldiers, but as free men who could do as we pleased. I shook my head to rid myself of the thought and rose from the ground to dress and prepare to leave. Axios slept soundly by my side, and I decided to let him rest for a while longer before I woke him. After I packed our provisions and returned to him, his brow was furrowed and his body was restless.
Ery,
he said on a sigh, turning over. Then he whimpered.
No, no.
I knelt beside him and turned him to face me. That's when he cried out in his sleep and thrashed around, hitting his chest as he cried my name in a broken voice. My heart seized and my stomach twisted. A nightmare had hold of him. Axios. I pulled him closer and gently patted his face. Suddenly, his eyes flew open and he gasped at the sight of me. He gripped my arm and stared at me as if afraid I'd disappear. Trembling, he then touched his chest and stared at the spot as if he couldn't determine if this was reality or dream. It is time for us to leave, I said, using a softer tone than usual. What did you dream? You were whimpering in your sleep. His chin quivered and his mouth opened, but no words followed. Haunted eyes stared back at me. He shook his head and sat up, scrubbing his hands over his face. After he stood, he gathered his supplies in silence. I gave him space and didn't pressure him to talk to me, but I watched him carefully for the rest of the day. Later that evening, after we'd eaten our portion of food and rested our sore muscles, Axios gripped my nape and pulled me to him, burying his face against my throat. I cannot lose you, Ery. Had that been his dream? Me dying? The reason for his distance during our march so far became clear. After the last battle with Olynthus, where we'd all nearly died, he was afraid we wouldn't survive this time. I kissed his temple and wound my arms around him.
Nothing can take me from you.
Do you swear it?
I swear. There was no doubt in my mind.
As the days passed, the terrain changed from flat land to more rolling hills and even glimpses of the sea in the distance. Olynthus was located only miles from the coast, so the closer we marched, the more harbour cities we travelled through. Unlike the past weeks where we marched in formation from dawn to dusk, something changed that day. King Agasepolis held up a hand to stop the army before speaking with his advisors. Since our physician was directly behind him, I watched him speak with the older men, detesting the curls in his brown hair and the manly set of his jaw.
Did Axios still fancy him?
"What do you believe they're saying?" Hayden asked.
"Strategizing, I suppose," I answered, seeing the hard set of the king's features and recognizing it as a look of deep contemplation.
Only a fool would march into enemy territory with no plan of action, and I assume word has spread to Olynthus of our approach, so they will be expecting us.
Axios smiled at me, though I didn't know why.
The king nodded at something one of the men said before dismissing them and focusing on us. As he approached, I braced myself for the surge of anger.
Holding on to such bitterness served no purpose, yet I couldn't rid myself of it.
"There has been a change of plan," the king said to me before glancing at Axios. "Olynthus is awaiting our attack with heavy forces, so I do not wish to give them the satisfaction of our defeat. We will head south to the city of Aphetes to wait out the rest of the winter. Tell the men."
A wise plan. I might detest the man, but I couldn't fault his war strategy.
Once the element of surprise was lost, the chance of victory lessened, and an army was strongest when fighting on their own land. Waiting to attack Olynthus would provide us more time to prepare and formulate another plan of attack. I nodded to the king before finding Felix and relaying the order. The army then changed course and headed south to the city of Aphetes. Both the scenery and the weather altered. Mountains that stretched toward the blue sky, and trees with thin trunks and green leaves I had never seen before. Though it was winter, the southern air took away the chill and instead allowed me to feel the warmth of the sun above us. The city was in the western part of the Chalcidius Peninsula, and when we neared its borders, the sea came into view. And oh, how Axios smiled. A breeze circled around us, carrying with it the scent of salt, and he practically vibrated with excitement. I touched his hand. When he looked at me, the elation in his eyes took away every bit of cold in my chest. "You have made it to the sea at last," I said.
"I have."
His smile widened. King Agasepolis sent messengers to our allies to inform them of the altered plans before we continued on. As we went through the gates and entered the city, I sensed the tension in the air. People stared at us with wary eyes, and women ushered their children inside. The stone path beneath our feet echoed with the sounds of hundreds of marching men. Yet it was quiet in the city. Even those in the marketplace who fussed over selling chickens and bargained prices on perfumes stopped to watch us pass. Spartans were known all throughout Greece for being elite warriors. Some even called us war-hungry mongrels. The people in Aphetes knew of our reputation and feared our wrath should we turn against them. After the king made arrangements, we housed our armor and weapons in an armory, keeping only swords in case of an attack, and the army was divided. Felix and the other Spartan commanders were led to a building farther up the hill, while the Periakoi and Helots went to another. I had expected us to camp outside, but the people provided nice accommodations and a roof over our heads, more than likely out of fear. Our unit was led to a building near the shore. The white rock formation was a stark contrast to the blue and green water beyond it. The setting sun caused some areas of the water to darken while lighting other areas in an orange glow. Axios began to wander towards the water's edge, and I gripped his wrist to stop him. Now was not the time to explore. Theon and Quill entered the chamber first, running over and placing their supplies down where they planned to make their beds. Hayden followed and took a spot near the wall. The room was big enough to house our entire position of 15 men. Axios approached the windows on the far side of the room, staring out at the sea. Waves gently crashed against the rocks. I neared him, ignoring the sapphire water and tropical terrain, for he was more breathtaking than anything I could ever see outside the window. I stepped up behind him and kissed his shoulder. "Come to bed," I whispered against the back of his neck, right below his ear. "The sea will still be waiting for you on the morrow." "I'm not tired," he said, and then the truth betrayed him when he yawned. When I pulled him away from the window, he uttered no complaints, and when we lay on our mat, my chest against his back and my arms secured around his torso, he drifted to sleep. The next day, we woke and dressed before being told where to go for morning meal. The walk to the dining hall was slowed each time Axios saw something he wanted to investigate further. His curious mind reminded me of a child sometimes, easily distracted. "At this rate, the food will be gone," Quill muttered, rubbing his belly as he frowned. Axios flashed an apologetic smile and didn't stop again until we reached our destination. The hall was simple in design, but still far more lavish than the one back home. Sconces flickered on the walls, and decorative tapestries were hung. This was only the soldiers' dining quarter. I could only imagine what the grand hall looked like. Platters of fruit, cheese, and bread were brought for us, and even though there was plenty of food, every man at the table only ate enough to satisfy his hunger and no more. After we ate, we returned outside. The blue sky stretched above us, and there were no clouds in sight. Felix advanced toward us, wearing arm guards, greaves, and a cape. His bare chest gleamed with sweat, as if he'd just returned from training. "Retrieve your armor and meet me down by the water," he said, his dark hair blowing behind him, free of the leather strap he normally kept it secured with. "Our king has ordered us to remain in the city through the winter, but we must not remain idle. We must keep up our strength." "Yes, sir." Once we'd grabbed our shields and spears from the armory, we met Felix on the beach. My feet sunk into the sand as we walked, and I smiled at the challenge of practicing drills in it, but we had all endured worse than sand in our training. "Eri, look!" Axios pointed toward the crystalline water. "It's glistening, like sapphires." "The sea is nice," I said, shrugging. "Only nice?" he asked, before scoffing. "What could possibly be more beautiful?" I turned to him, seeing the way the sun reflected in his honey eyes, bringing out other hues of orange and lighter brown. His skin had lost its former dark complexion because of the colder days, but it remained smooth to the touch and slightly golden. A breeze came off the sea and ruffled his black hair. Everything paled in comparison to him. The sea, heavens, and earth. Yet I said none of this. Instead, I softly smiled and looked to where Felix stood waiting for us. Felix ordered us to get in formation, placing his hands behind his back. We obeyed and raised our shields, spears resting between them. There was no time to be distracted by romantic whims, no matter how much my heart craved it. We were soldiers of Sparta, and fighting for our home was our one obligation in this life. Chapter 26. 380 BC. Spring. "General Eudamidas and his men arrived this morning," I said, as we walked along the shore at midday. He was the Spartan commander we had met during our first campaign in Potidaea. "And the allies arrived days ago," Axios added, scrunching his brow. "We are only waiting on Thessaly." His voice rang of sadness. He didn't need to speak his thoughts aloud for me to understand his sorrow. Once the army from Thessaly arrived, our time in Ephetes would come to a close. For over a month, we had been in a city by the sea, finding time to enjoy the sights and each other's bodies in between drills and other duties. I hid it well, but I had greatly enjoyed our time there too. However, unlike Axios, I refused to let myself become too attached. The sights, the smells, they were only temporary. "I spoke to a woman at the market earlier while you were sharpening your sword," Axios said, glancing at me before returning his gaze to the water. "She says the summers here are even more beautiful than the spring." "We will not be here in summer," I reminded him. He fell silent and stopped in front of a tree, running his fingers along the pale bark. "She also said that ships from all over the world make port here, bringing goods from across the sea." "Many cities have ports," I said. "They also have ships and foreign goods."
"Yes, but Ephetes is special, is it not?"
I inwardly sighed. He was wading in dangerous waters by indulging in his dreams. "We must not forget our purpose for being here, Ax," I said, trying to bring him back from the clouds. "This is not our home."
"Imagine it, Ery," Axios said, becoming more enthused, becoming more lost in his head. "We could build a house right there." He pointed to a spot of land to the right of us. "We'd have a view of the sea and hear the crashing of waves as we slept, as we made love." He grinned and bumped my shoulder. "You could become a fisherman, and I do not know, but I could learn some trade."
Me? A fisherman? I would have laughed had it not been for the excitement in his eyes. And although I would not admit it, I craved the life he spoke of. A home with him by the sea, a life far from war. "That can never be," I responded, saying the words to him but also convincing myself. "Our only home is Sparta. Your fantasies have often hindered you and given you hope when there was none to have." I grabbed his hand. "Push these dreams from your mind, for they will only remind you of what cannot come to pass. When the king orders it of us, we will leave this place and do what needs to be done. We're at war." Disappointment shone in his eyes, and he pulled his hand from mine. He approached the water and sat in the sand. Slowly, I walked toward him, hating myself for upsetting him. "Even after all these years by your side, it still pains me to see that look upon your face," I said, sitting beside him. The sand was warmed from the sun and soft like powder. "If I could give you that home by the sea, I would, and I'd kill any man who tried to get in my way." I gripped his chin and forced him to look at me. "But alas, that is a life we will never have and is not ours to covet. You must accept it, Axios, or you will go mad with despair." He sharply exhaled and moved his gaze back to the water. It pained me that I could not give him that life he desired, and now I had upset him by speaking the truth. Giggles sounded around me, and I looked to see Theon and Quill walking in the sand, shoving each other and looking more like mischievous imps than grown men. Hayden walked with them, shaking his head at their behavior. "I knew you two would be here," Hayden said, spotting us. "The people wish to have a feast for us, a farewell to our stay with them. The king has asked us to gather the men and join him in the dining hall." "We best not keep him waiting then," Axios said and stood. At the mention of the king, his mood had shifted, as if the man he had once spent a day with had more to offer him than I did. "Of course, anything to please the king," I said with a growl as I got to my feet. "I thought you said you would put that in the past." Axios shook his head at me, which only irritated me more. I snarled, and he laughed. I failed to understand how my jealousy pleased him. It was almost cruel. "Why is he jealous?" Theon asked Axios, dusting the sand from his chest from where Quill had knocked him down. "What did we miss?" "Perhaps it is a story I will tell you one day," Axios answered as he blushed. From embarrassment or guilt, I couldn't be sure. "One day before I die, I hope," Theon said. "You are too impatient," Quill told him as he walked along the shore toward the hill. A stone path then wound up toward the great hall where the feast would be held. "Impatient?" Theon scoffed and hastily brushed his dark bangs from his eyes, as his hair had grown longer during our time in the city. "I believe I have been most patient, in certain regards." Quill shot him a look before lowering his gaze. Conversation ceased when we entered the hall. A large feasting table was placed in the center of the room, and the king sat at the head of it. His dark eyes instantly landed on Axios, and it took all my self-control not to take the blade from my hip and jab it into his neck. Felix waved us over, and the contents of his goblet sloshed over the rim as he plopped back down on his seat. We joined him, and very soon were introduced to the extravagance of a Fetes feasts. Music, dance, platters overflowing with food, and a seemingly endless supply of wine. It was a celebration unlike any I'd ever seen. Axios accepted another goblet of wine when the serving girl offered it. I shook my head and asked for water instead. The wine wasn't as potent as that in Sparta, yet I preferred to keep a sound mind, to stay on alert. The people of Aphetes had shown us nothing but kindness. However, enemies could be lurking anywhere. Some might even be in plain sight. As the thought went through my head, I glanced at King Agasepolis. He was no enemy of the state, but he was one of my heart. I trusted Axios when he said he felt nothing for the king, but the sense of rivalry refused to die. Careful not to overindulge, I ate fish and bread before having my fill of fruit. Axios sat close to me, often touching my thigh before continuing his meal. I breathed out, sending away my anger, and attempting to relax. The effort was wasted when I caught Axios looking at the king. The look was not filled with desire, only curiosity, as if he was recalling a memory. I followed his gaze, trying to see what he saw. It was then I noticed that the king appeared a bit pale, as if he hadn't been exposed to the sun in weeks. It had no bearing on his sexual appetites, however. Once the food was taken away and only wine remained, Agasepolis called over 2 serving boys, one with dark hair and one blonde. The brunette sat in his lap and sucked on his earlobe as the blonde sat on his other side, rubbing his chest and kissing his throat. The king smirked and put his arms around them, spreading his legs wider as one of their hands wandered down his stomach. Axios sucked in a breath and averted his eyes. "Now see who is jealous," I said bitterly. His behavior stung me deep, more than he'd ever know. "I am not jealous," he snapped. I tilted my head at him, seeing the color in his cheeks and the twitching tendon in his neck. His breaths came quicker and his body sat rigid. That's when I realized he wasn't jealous. He was aroused. I growled low and placed a hand on his thigh, desiring nothing more than to appease his lust. But the feast wasn't over. The sound of drums filled the air, followed by the strumming of lutes. Women entered the hall and neared the center of the room, where they began to dance to music. The dance was sensual, erotic. They caressed their bare stomachs and shook their hips, causing their jewelry on their bodies to jingle. Soldiers at our table gave them lustful smiles, but not all the men did. Felix watched them a moment before returning to his wine. Hayden turned his back to them, and both Quill and Theon seemed more interested in each other than the scantily clad women. My pulse pounded in my veins as a deep ache formed in my groin. Still with my hand on Axios' thigh, I trailed it higher and traced the outline of his cock through the thin material of his clothing. He breathed heavily, but seemed otherwise unaffected. A challenge I would certainly overcome. I moved my fingers down the length of his twitching cock, resting them at the tip. He lifted a hand and bit the side of his fist, tightly closing his eyes before opening them again. I smiled. After the dance, men approached the women, speaking softly in their ears and caressing their curves. Axios surprised me by standing from the table and tugging me to my feet. We moved toward the exit, but before we reached it, he glanced over his shoulder at the king. And the king was watching him too. The servants continued touching his body, yet he only had eyes for the one man he couldn't have. Mad with both lust and rage, I pulled Axios from the room and led him down the corridor before slamming him against the stone wall and kissing him. I put everything into the kiss, my hurt, my love, and my lust. I rolled my hips forward, grinding my hard cock against his. He moaned and tore away from my lips, leaning his head back and exposing his beautiful throat. I dug my fingers into his side and lipped at his neck, feeling as though I would burst apart if I didn't claim him as mine. I softly blew on his neck and reveled in the way he shuddered. While I would take great pleasure in taking him right there in the corridor, I had another idea. Axios grumbled as I pulled away from him. "Do not pout your lip at me, my warrior," I said before leaning in to bite his bottom lip. He sighed and gripped my lower back, holding me close. "The things I wish to do to you are not things I wish others to see or hear, and I wish to make you scream with pleasure in ways you never have before." He stared at me with lustful eyes as I grabbed his hand and led him toward the patio. Once we were outside, the moon greeted us with its pale light and lit our path through the garden. All types of flowers sprang from the ground, and I had stories for most of them: the iris and the rose and the white lily. The shoreline came into view, and I led him toward the water's edge. Waves rippled to the shore before drawing back. The sound of the feast faded in the night, and all that was left was our steps in the sand. Axios lightly chuckled as he moved his gaze from the sea to my face. I lifted a brow. "You wished to make love by the sea, did you not?" Even in the darkness, I saw tears shining in his eyes. I could not give him the home by the sea like he wanted, but I could give him this: my devotion, my loyalty, and my body. They were all his. Gentle waves lapped at our feet as I laid Axios down in the wet sand. I captured his lips in a soft kiss as I lay on top of him, our bare chests sliding together. I pulled my fingers through his dark hair and used my other hand to remove the clothing separating us. Nothing, no one, was more precious to me than him. He wrapped his arms around my back, smiling against my mouth as he kissed me. A vile thought entered my mind. Axios had become aroused while watching the king with the serving boys. As he lay beneath me, heart to heart, was his mind still in the grand hall? Was he imagining another set of lips against his? "Do you wish I was him?" I asked, breaking from the kiss as pain lacerated my chest. My voice shook, and it was hard to breathe. "Never," Axios growled, grabbing my face. "For as long as there is breath in my lungs, I will love you. Only you. And even when I leave this world, I will still belong to you. For my soul will forever seek yours, in both this life and the next, remember?" The words of our oath. I could never forget them. In that moment, I let go of my insecurity, but more importantly, my anger. I couldn't keep blaming Axios for something he did years ago, especially when I was the one who had pushed him to do it. Any feelings he had for King Agasepolis was nothing compared to what he felt for me. The rivalry between me and the king was one of my own making. And so I kissed Axios, asking for forgiveness with the soft pressing of my lips. Pressure built inside my body, and I kissed him deeper, but it wasn't enough. I licked down his neck and kissed his chest as I slid down his body. His hands tangled in my hair once I reached the place between his legs, and when I slipped his swollen cock between my lips,
A beautiful sound left his mouth, a cross between a grunt and a whimpering sigh. He lifted his hips, trying to sink deeper, and I denied him by pressing him back to the wet sand. With a frustrated chuckle, he dropped his head back. I met his gaze as I took him deeper into my mouth. He gasped and tightened his grip on my golden locks. Each whimper and every grunt was sweeter than any music I'd ever heard. I enjoyed being the one to pleasure him, to cloud his mind with lust. With my lips still firmly around his cock, I brushed a finger across his backside. He nibbled his bottom lip as I pushed my finger inside him. It mattered not how driven with desire I was. I made sure to first prepare him. My hands had performed many acts, driving swords into enemies' throats and punching flesh. Yet the hands that had been so rough to others were now gentle as I slowly pumped my fingers inside him. He gasped and grunted as he soared higher with pleasure. Unable to ignore the ache in my cock, I slid a hand down my body and gripped it as I continued preparing Axios. I moaned as I stroked myself, and his eyes darted to mine. "Harry," he whimpered, knotting his fingers tighter in my hair. "I need you closer, inside me." I stopped sucking him and moved back up his body, pecking kisses against his heated skin on my way to his mouth. Positioning my cock at his entrance, I slowly pushed inside. He winced at first, but once his body welcomed me and pulled me deeper, the crease between his brows smoothed. I kissed the spot before slamming into him hard. Axios groaned and clutched onto my shoulders. The tide rolled in around us as I pumped into him, hard and deep. His skin glowed in the moonlight, the muscles in his abdomen tightening and releasing as he sighed and peered up at me through heavy-lidded eyes. The sight nearly broke me. He was no mortal. It was impossible. The blood of Aphrodite must have run through his veins. Only then would it explain the power he held over me. Gripping the side of his neck, I stared at him as my body moved inside his. My warrior. My heart. When I adjusted my position, hitting him at a different angle, Axios whimpered and dug his nails into my back. His orgasm slammed into him without warning, and the words flying from his lips were unintelligible as he trembled and spent between our bodies. "I love you," I murmured as I started to quake. Axios wrapped his legs around mine and raised his hips to meet my thrusts, drawing out my orgasm until my voice cracked from the force of my groans. Once he'd milked my cock dry, I collapsed on him and nuzzled my face into his neck. "I love you as well," Axios said, gliding his fingertips down my spine. "I wish we could stay like this forever." The sea continued lapping at us as we lay together in the sand, and it was all so peaceful. I didn't have the energy or the heart to speak a lie. "Me too," I whispered, nuzzling in closer. His arms tightened around me, and he cast his gaze upward. The quick beating of his heart began to slow as we caught our breaths. "What are you thinking of?" I asked, rolling off him to lie at his side. "The stars." Of course he was. I smiled and moved my thumb across his jaw. Then I looked up at the sky, wondering what it was about the stars that fascinated him. "So infatuated you are with them. Tell me, what do you see?" He searched the sky, deep in contemplation. Many times we had lain beneath the stars, and he'd told me of the images he'd seen in them, both men and creatures. I wondered what he'd see this time. "I see a man holding a sword," he pointed to a cluster of stars. "There, do you see him?" All I saw were specks of light twinkling in the sky, no shapes of any sort. But then... "Yes, I do," I said, spotting the group of stars he was referring to. "What do you believe he did to earn his place in the sky?" "Perhaps he sacrificed himself," Axios said, after thinking on his answer. "For his home. Or for the one he loved." Both were honorable. I would give my life for yours, I spoke, tucking one arm behind my head. My muscles ached from the intensity of our lovemaking, but I had never felt more relaxed. I wasn't ready for the night to end. Peering over at him, I smirked. You want to take a swim? Bet I can beat you, he said with a grin. I leapt up from the sand and ran toward the water. He called me a cheater before standing and joining me in the sea. I tugged him to my chest as we stood waist deep and seized his lips. I had tasted him countless times that day and still sought more. We kissed for a while before rinsing off our bodies. Then we swam farther out and our lips met again. Axios wanted this moment to last forever, and while I couldn't grant him his wish, I could make the night one we'd always remember. Returning to our quarters later that night, many of the men were already sleeping in their bunks. The men who weren't asleep spoke quietly to each other so as not to disturb the others. Quill and Theon sat against the far wall, their faces close together as they whispered. They weren't open about their relationship, not even to the men in our position, but I was no fool. Their affection gleamed in their eyes and was shown in the way they looked after each other. Hayden sat upright on his bed and waved us over. By his serious expression, I braced myself for bad news. Axios and I sat on the edge of the bed, facing him.
Since you two fools disappeared after dinner, you missed the news from the king, Hayden said. The cavalry from Thessaly will be here on the morrow. Then we will set out the day after.
So we will arrive in Olynthus in 2 days' time, Axios said under his breath. The distant look reappeared in his eyes.
That is what appears to be so, Hayden responded.
Axios stood and went over to his bed, saying nothing more.
Some men say the gods are angry with Sparta, Hayden said, drawing my attention. We have faced Olynthus twice, suffering a heavy loss the first time and losing even more the second. I wonder what will become of us the third time.
It was a thing I had no answer for. Perhaps the gods were angry. Spartans like General Teleatius and the cavalry commander Polycarmus had believed themselves to be gods. Their arrogance had been their downfall. Perhaps Ares, the god of war, wished to teach Sparta a lesson, that we must fight with all our might, but never forget that we are only men. I nodded to Hayden before standing and approaching Axios. He lay facing the wall, and I settled in behind him, sliding my arm across his stomach. Tension poured off him, and I kissed his nape to try and rid him of it. After a moment, he relaxed and held onto my arm. I waited for him to fall asleep before I closed my eyes and allowed myself to do the same. Only one more day in Ephetes, and then our time in the city by the sea would end.
Chapter 27. Axios had been trapped in his head since we learned of our departure. When I pressed him for answers, he said he'd had another nightmare but refused to say more. However, the pain in his eyes when he looked at me led me to believe the nightmare was of my death. On the morning of the battle, we woke early and prepared the army before setting a course for Olynthus. The sun blazed down on our armored bodies as we marched, but the spring breeze helped lessen the oppressive heat. Axios inhaled the crisp air as if to steady his nerves. I was so focused on him that I nearly didn't see the row of men in front of me stop walking. Neither did he. It was too abrupt. Once we were halted, he stared at the men before looking at me in confusion.
I do not know why we've stopped, I said.
King Agacephalus turned from his advisors and drew nearer to us. Like the rest of the Spartan army, he wore a bronze helmet, ankle guards, a breastplate, and a red cloak that drifted behind him. His shield was battered from previous battles, proving he was a fighter as well as a king. He didn't stand in safety while his men fought his war.
There are plans I have kept secret,
the king said in a clear voice, eloquent, even.
I do not wish the enemy to catch word of my strategy and ruin the element of surprise. The only people who know of the plan are the commanders and me.
Axios tensed at my side and took a deep breath, anticipating the worst.
I'm dividing the army, Agacephalus continued. One force will be sent to Olynthus as planned. The other will storm the Gulf of Torone and take the city. Torone has provided aid to Olynthus in this fight and remains a strong ally. Without their essential aid, Olynthus will eventually fall.
He's brilliant, I thought to myself. It was a tactic I would have used. The commanders then spread word to the men at the rear who'd been too far back to have heard the plan. The army travelling to Olynthus would be led under General Eudamidas and would consist of both Spartan and allied forces. The king would lead the one set for Torone, taking a small group of Spartans and Periacoi units with him. Our Sizician was chosen to accompany him. The army was then separated, the larger force continuing north, while the rest of us changed course for Torone. From the corner of my eye, I saw Axios turn his head toward me. "Do you believe this plan will work?" he asked. I understood his fear. Our unit had fewer men, only 200 or so, maybe more, not nearly enough to conquer a city. However, he failed to realize our advantage in this strategy. Even though the words will taste like venom on my tongue when I speak them, the king has a keen intellect concerning battle, and is a true leader to be feared, I said in a rigid tone. The city of Torone is not prepared for an army at its gates, and will fall with very few of our soldiers' lives taken. I know this in my heart. Agacephalus is a commander unlike any I've seen before. Axios grinned, and I narrowed my eyes at him. "It sounds to me as if you fancy him," he said, his grin widening.
"This is not an implication that I like him," I denied with a scowl, "only that I respect him."
He pressed his lips into a line, saying nothing further even though I suspected he wanted to. What irritated me was not Axios taunting me. It was that I feared a part of him was right. For years I had failed to see what had drawn Axios to the king. Now I had a better understanding. Agacephalus was soft-spoken, but authoritative when he had to be. As he walked in front of us, he radiated confidence, but not arrogance. His mind was sharp and his body was strong, a true Spartan. It infuriated me because I didn't want to like him. Hating him was easier. Hours passed as we walked. The other army should have already reached Olynthus, since we'd only been 2 miles outside of the city when the king announced his plan. I said a silent prayer to the gods for our men to claim victory. The scenery shifted from countryside to glimpses of the sea again as we neared Torone. Before we reached the city, the king halted us. Once he turned to address us, he removed his helmet, and I noticed the paleness of his skin. We had been walking for a while, but his exhaustion seemed to go deeper than that. However, he then stood tall and observed us with determination.
"The left flank will seize control of the Acropolis,"
King Agacephalus said, motioning toward the men. His dark eyes flickered to me.
"The rest of you will storm the harbor and capture the ships. Prevent any of them from fleeing."
Again, I admired his keen mind. The Acropolis contained supplies for the military, as well as acting as a place of refuge. The city would fall once it was seized. Taking control of the fleet would not only prevent Torone from sending word to their allies about the raid, but it would also cut off supplies to Olynthus. The king then gave the order for us to advance. He'd be joining the force set for the temple, along with Theon, Quill, and Hayden. Axios and I would go to the harbour with Ian and Malleus and the others. We crouched low through the grass and entered the woods that led down to the water. As we hid ourselves in the trees, moving with stealth, I brushed my hand to Axios, our sign that no matter what happened, we'd be together. He nodded to me and faced ahead. The men shifted behind me, as if choosing me as their leader. The action was unexpected, but I held no complaints. I only hoped I'd warrant their respect. I held up a hand to halt our unit once we reached the edge of the woods. The beach stretched before us, and I counted a dozen men walking the shore. Many more were hidden elsewhere, probably checking cargo on the ships. While we waited for the signal to attack, I quickly developed a strategy. Our group would need to attack the men along the shore and also storm the docked ships. If any of the ships left the harbour, the raid would fail. I quickly explained my plan of attack, and the order was passed along the lines behind me. Cries of war sounded from atop the hill. The battle had begun. "Now!" I roared, charging toward the dock with my sword drawn. The men on the beach flipped around in surprise and clumsily reached for their weapons. I sliced one of them across the chest before knocking another to the sand with my shield. One man leapt at me, and I thrust my blade into his throat before withdrawing it and driving it into another man's gut. Spartans raided the ships, taking control of the fleet in little time. The element of surprise aided in our victory. Torine hadn't been prepared in the slightest. After many men fell at the harbour, their blood staining the sand, the rest fell to their knees and begged us to spare their lives. Ignoring their pleas, I approached one of them and raised my sword. Axios placed a hand on my bicep. "They have surrendered, Eryx. Show mercy." "Very well," I said to him. "My mercy shall be giving them a quick death." "What honour is there in slaying a man begging for his life?" Axios challenged me. Enemy or companion, he believed all life was precious. "Enough blood has been shed this day." The men crouched on their knees, with Spartans holding blades to their throats. The soldiers watched me and awaited my command. One nod of my head, and every enemy would be killed. However, Axios implored me to show mercy. Curse his tender heart. "Restrain them," I said. "But if any of them try to flee, slit their throats." One of the commanders walked down the hill from the temple and neared the beach. Blood covered his chest, though it wasn't his. He gave a cold smile as he greeted me. "King Agacephalus has control of the Acropolis. You and your men are to rejoin our forces there." When we reached the temple, I searched the men's faces for 3 in particular. During the raid, I had kept a focused mind, knowing the men relied on me. Worrying over my companions was a distraction I couldn't afford, but now I looked for them and hoped they had fared well. Hayden nodded to me, showing no injuries, and Theon appeared the same apart from welts on his chest. A deep cut marked Quill's cheek. "Do not worry over me," Quill said to Theon, smiling. "It is only a small cut." Theon cupped Quill's face and pressed their lips together. Quill gripped the back of Theon's head and returned the kiss. It was the first time they'd kissed openly. Axios gaped at them, and I had to force myself not to laugh. For someone so curious, he had failed to see the signs of their relationship until now. He quickly lost interest in them, as his attention pulled him elsewhere. Without asking, I knew who he searched for, and while it would always cause a pang of jealousy, I was learning to accept it. When he stilled, I followed his gaze. King Agacephalus had a shoulder wound that bled down his arm, and his hair was matted with sweat, but otherwise looked unharmed. However, his skin had become paler since before the attack. He leaned against a column and seemed disorientated as his advisors spoke to him. Axios frowned. "He is not well," I said. "He is wounded," Axios spoke defensively, though it seemed like he was more trying to convince himself. "Such a minor wound as that would not weaken a man of his spirit," I responded, shaking my head. "We Spartans have suffered far worse than a cut on the shoulder, and he is a man who has fought many battles. No, it is something else." The king's gaze landed on Axios, and for the briefest of moments he appeared to regain his strength. The corners of his eyes creased with a warm smile. But then he fell back against the column, grabbing onto it to hold himself upright.
his closest advisor rushed forward to help him, and he held up his hand before saying he was fine. Then, he grabbed the side of his head and collapsed. Instantly, Axios ran over to him, with me following close behind. He dropped to his knees on the tile floor beside the king and touched his sweaty brow. His concern deeply affected me. It was more than a mere attraction between them. Does Axios love him? It would explain why he had held onto his affection for him for so long. I went to the king's other side and placed my palm on his forehead. His skin was like fire. I looked up at the men who had gathered around us and said, "He is fevered." Agacephalus groaned and regarded Axios, his eyes having difficulty focusing. His speech was incoherent as he tried to speak, and more sweat beaded on his brow. He trembled and grabbed Axios' arm. An ache burrowed itself inside my chest. Sickly pale, sweating but also shaking with chills, and disorientated. All symptoms of a fever that needed to be broken quickly. Axios looked at me, his expression desperate. A silent plea for help. It was then I truly knew how much he cared for the king. His love for me was greater, I knew this, yet part of his heart also belonged to Agacephalus. With that thought, I stood from the king's side and approached his advisors. "Gather the commanders for an announcement."
"Pardon me," the oldest of them scoffed. "You are nothing more than a mere soldier. You make no demands to me or my council."
Already in a foul mood, his insolent tongue only made it worse. I strode forward and stared him down. "I just did. Now gather the commanders." The advisor stepped backward, showing his lack of a spine, before glancing at the others and rushing away to do as I'd ordered. When I looked back at Axios, the area in the very center of my chest constricted. The king was staring up at him, his body still being racked with chills, and he clung onto Axios' hand as if it was the only thing keeping him grounded. "What is the news?" Felix asked as he and the other unit commanders approached. I explained the situation, telling them of the king's fever. "What do you propose?" another commander asked. "The army shall remain here in Torone to hold the city, while a smaller unit transports the king back to Aphetes," I said. One of the advisors curled his lip and stepped forward.
"Do you think it wise to carry him for travel when he is so ill?"
"He is in need of a physician, and there are none within our ranks," I responded, squaring my jaw. "Only a fool would trust a healer from the city we just captured to aid the king of the army that conquered them." The commanders nodded their agreement. Since I wasn't an officer, they had to ultimately approve my plan before we could act on it. Fortunately, they saw it was the best option, and allowed me to gather a small force of men. After making the arrangements, I returned to the king's side. "Thank you," Axios said, not meeting my gaze, as if ashamed. The king had fallen asleep, still holding his hand. "I know this isn't easy for you, but you have my gratitude." I thought of Paris and Jaclyn then, of how they had been in love, were torn apart, and then came back together but in a new way. My actions years ago had pushed Axios away from me and into another man's arms. The king adored him as well, their connection not weakening although years had passed. The thought of sharing Axios with anyone filled me with a deadly rage. Yet, my love for him conflicted with that anger. Perhaps, like Jaclyn, I had to embrace the change and learn to live with it. "We have a long journey," I said, standing from the tile floor. Axios nodded, a tear falling from his eye. During the journey, Axios cared for the king. He doctored his shoulder wound and placed wet cloths on the king's forehead in an attempt to battle his fever. When Agacephalus shook with chills, Axios removed his cloak and tucked it around him. Questions burned inside me. I had vowed to never ask of their time together, but witnessing Axios care for the king with such tenderness had weakened my resolve. By the time we reached Aphetes, the king's condition had not improved. He was taken to the physician's chamber and with nothing more we could do, we went to our quarters to rest.
"May I be so bold as to ask you a question?" I said, lying beside Axios on the bed we shared. I smoothed my fingers across his bare stomach. He turned his head toward me and nodded. "What is it about him that captures your affection? You've reassured me that you did not lie with him during the day you spent in his presence. Yet, instead of easing my mind, it only makes me more curious, only makes me wonder what occurred between you two if you still think of him with such fondness, even all these years later." "Is this a thing you truly wish to know?" he asked, hesitance showing in his eyes. His behavior made me second-guess myself. If he was worried about me knowing, then the truth would definitely hurt me. "I'd rather shove blades into my ears to keep from hearing it. But I need to," I said, feeling as though my heart would burst from my chest any moment. I had never dreaded something so much. I've been able to push it from my mind over the years, but seeing you care for him with such tenderness during our travels, I cannot rest until I know the truth. All of it. Axios carefully studied me, still unsure. Then he began his story of the day they'd met. "I had just finished fighting with Gaius when I saw Agacephalus watching me from the edge of the training arena. He greeted me and commended me for my fortitude on the field." "Then he asked you to walk with him?" I asked. "Yes," he said, tracing designs on the top of my hand. "Agus told me of his life as we strolled along the path, and I did the same. Talking to him was effortless, and the conversation never dulled. Many of his philosophies about life and war resembled mine, and he made me feel—" He trailed off as he searched for the right word. "Valid. Being with him was the first time I ever felt like I belonged, Ery." The breath left my lungs as an invisible dagger plunged into my heart. "You never felt you belonged with me?" His honey eyes flashed to mine. "No, that's not what I meant. I only meant to say that you've always had a warrior's mindset, ever since we were boys, and while you did your best to understand me, there were times when you couldn't. I never felt like I belonged in Sparta. I was too weak, too tender-hearted, but hearing Agus, a king of Sparta, share my same views validated my beliefs. He made me feel worthy of being a Spartan." Gods, how the truth hurt. The king had given Axios what I never could, a sense of belonging. "What happened next?" I asked, trailing my hand along his chest. "He took me to his home," Axios answered, and he grew suddenly awkward. "The courtyard was stunning. He had a beautiful garden and many types of trees. When he caught me staring at the fig tree, he plucked one and offered it to me." I smiled. My warrior could never refuse the fruit. However, that didn't explain his blush. I pressed him for more information. "Agus didn't only give me the fig," Axios said as his cheeks darkened even more. "He fed it to me." Despite the erotic image his words painted, I smiled. It was the first time I'd ever seen Axios discuss eating a fig with so much horror. "Why do you grin?" he asked, shocked. I shrugged and caressed his lower stomach, playing with the dusting of hair below his navel. "Ery, tell me." His impatience only made me smile more. I met his gaze and answered. "The act of him feeding it to you nearly upset me because of the intimacy that detail evoked in my mind. But then I saw your expression. It clearly made you uncomfortable." "And this brings you joy?" he asked with a scoff. There was no real irritation in his eyes, though, only relief. I laughed and kissed his shoulder. "No, you foolish man. It is not humor it brings me, but satisfaction. You adore it when I feed you, so it is a hold over you I have that he does not." "There is no competition, Ery." Axios shook his head. "I am yours,
and forever will be. Caring for another does not change that, for I do not love him. And if I do love him, it is not in the same way."
"I know," I said, having no doubt in my mind. I brought him closer to me and slid my hands through his silky hair. My next question made me tense. I dreaded the answer, but needed to hear it. "What happened after he kissed you?"
"I denied his request for more. We said our goodbyes, and then I left."
I knew he was withholding details, and I was thankful for it. I prided myself on my self-control, but hearing specifics about their kiss would have pushed me over the edge. Axios continued.
"One reason I believe that day meant so much to me was because, and you may think this silly, but he told me I was extraordinary. Yet it was more than that. You had just informed me that morning that you planned to eventually marry a woman, to cast me aside, and I was hurt."
"And he made you feel wanted," I whispered, understanding at last. My heart felt heavy, with grief, with regret. Reluctantly, Axios nodded. "I find it difficult to be angry with him now," I said, turning onto my back and staring at the ceiling. "You were in a fragile state, and he took care of you when I did not. When I was blinded by future possibilities and hurt you. Made you believe I no longer wanted you." Tears sprang to my eyes as I looked at him. My pain was too great to hide behind indifference. How was it possible to hurt so much and feel numb at the same time? "It is no surprise he fell for you too," I said, sinking deeper into self-loathing. "You are everything that is beautiful and right in this world. I do not deserve you." "Enough," Axios demanded in a stern tone I rarely heard him use. "I forgave you long ago. It is time for you to do the same." His words freed me from the guilt I had carried for so long. We weren't perfect men. We had both made mistakes and learned from them. I closed the gap between our mouths and pushed my fingers through his hair, pulling him on top of me. We kissed and yanked off each other's clothes as he straddled my hips. More than sex, I needed the intimacy, the closeness of him. My soul purred once we joined our bodies, Axios gliding on me nice and slow at first, before moving faster. He threw his head back and moaned as he rode me, our skins slapping together as he came down hard each time. The sensation was nearly overwhelming, and my head spun as I panted and traced the muscles of his abdomen. It was intense and all-consuming, feeling like our first time all over again. Maybe because we had finally confronted our demons. There were no more secrets between us, no more insecurities, bitterness, or regret, only love. Gripping his lean waist, I sat up and bit his neck, lifting my hips from the bed to drive into him faster. "Harry!" Axios clawed my back. "More, please!" I loved it when he begged me for more. A growl tore from my throat as I flipped him onto his back and settled between his legs, thrusting into him. The position allowed me greater control. He gasped and his muscles tightened right before he came apart. The tightness of him and how his body squeezed around my cock was too much. I buried my face against his neck as my entire being quaked. "At it again?" Hayden asked from the doorway. Theon and Quill were with him. All three of them grinned. Axios seemed embarrassed that we'd been caught, but it mattered little to me. We'd all seen each other naked plenty of times. My cock slipped from Axios as I rolled to my side and draped an arm across his stomach. I returned Hayden's smirk. "Just because your wife is miles away and you cannot stick your prick in anyone, does not mean you should be so jealous, my friend." Hayden snarled and went to his bed. His hand would be the only thing to bring him relief that night. As Theon and Quill went toward the same bed, Axios raised his brows in interest. "Why do you stare?" Quill asked, rolling his eyes as he removed his cloak and slid onto the cushion.
You should be all too familiar with boys bedding each other by now.
So you two are bedding? Axios asked. Theon grinned while Quill scowled. Neither gave an answer, but it was no longer a mystery. The two of them lay down together. Any news on our king? Theon asked, resting his head on Quill's chest. Not as of yet, I answered, closing my eyes. Perhaps we will know more on the morrow. Chapter 28. I will miss this when we return to Sparta, Hayden said the next morning, holding a piece of fish. The food is decent, Theon agreed, picking at the fruit on his plate. But the view is even better. I never imagined a place so beautiful. A head of pale hair caught my eye as a man entered the dining hall. The helot who had travelled with us to Aphetes. I had forgotten his name, but remembered his face. The city had treated him and the other slaves well since our arrival in winter, giving them their own accommodations and finding work for them during our stay. He held his head higher and smiled more, as if the time there had brought him a sliver of happiness. Pardon my intrusion, he said as he reached our table, lowering his gaze. I was sent to retrieve you. For what purpose? I asked. To see the king, sir, the helot responded in a steady tone. His condition has turned for the worse. Thank you, Pyrrhus, Axios said, promptly standing from the table. Pyrrhus lifted his gaze to him in shock. I had not recalled his name, but Axios had. My warrior treated every man with respect, regardless of their standing in society. Axios stepped away from the table and headed for the door. His eagerness to see the king outweighed all else. You are dismissed, I said to the helot before following Axios. Hayden, Quill, and Theon sprinted after me as I caught up to him. The five of us then walked down the corridor toward the king's chamber. Every structure in Aphetes had a multitude of windows and open archways that let in the light of day. The sun streamed through the large windows as we walked, and a warm breeze tickled my skin. Normally, such things would make Axios smile, but he only frowned. A woman exited the room as we neared it. She had a blood-stained cloth in her hands and a grim set to her face. Axios stared at her, his lips parting as though he wanted to speak but was afraid to do so. How does he fare? I asked. We have done all we can to ease his pain, she answered, folding her hands in front of her, the cloth scrunched between them. Yet, I am afraid that is all we can do. His burning fever will not break, even after making him elixirs from bark of the healing trees and having him drink. With each word she spoke, I saw Axios lose more and more of his light. His expression shifted from concern to sorrow, and his breaths became quicker. He continues to perspire and shake with chills, and his mind is slipping, the woman continued. There are moments where he speaks nonsense, and there are others where he is himself once more. With fortune on our side and mercy from the gods, his condition may improve, but it is my belief his time with us is nearly at an end. You are certain? Hayden asked. Axios regarded the woman, a tiny speck of hope still alive in his eyes. When she nodded, confirming that the king would pass from this life, that hope crumbled into dust. That's when I knew Axios loved King Agasepolis, or Agis as he called him. Not in the way he loved me, no, but he loved him. Which of you is Axios? She then asked. He keeps saying the name in his sleep, and when he wakes, that is all I can decipher from his incoherent mumblings. Axios stared at the door with tears in his eyes. I squeezed his hand, and he looked at me. It took him a second to focus on my face. Go, I said, giving his hand one last squeeze before releasing it. We will wait here. He stepped forward as the woman opened the door for him. Once he was inside, she closed it and gave us a sad smile. Thank you for all you've done, I told her. My pleasure, she said. I only wish I could have done more. He truly is a kind man. I have not met another one like him. She cast a sad glance at the door. And I doubt
I ever shall again."
She excused herself and went down the corridor before disappearing inside another room. "I didn't know our king and Axios were so familiar," Hayden said, moving his grey-eyed stare to me. That one look held so much weight behind it. "There's nothing more for us to do here," I said, glancing at the door before turning and walking the other way. The three of them spoke quietly behind me, and I heard the word lover leave their lips. My fist clenched at my side, and I kept walking. Axios stayed with the king all day and late into the evening. When he returned to our quarters, he was withdrawn. He said very little as he lay at my side and pressed his face against my neck. Warm tears fell on his skin. "How is he?" I asked, although I knew the question to be silly. If the king was well, Axios would not be so somber.
"He's so weak, Ery," he whimpered, holding me tighter. "It pains my heart to see him reduced to this."
And it pained mine to see Axios so upset over it. The next morning, Axios asked me to accompany him to the king's chamber. He clung to my hand as we entered the room, and I knew he needed my closeness to keep himself from falling apart. King Agasepolis rested in a large bed surrounded by pillows. An archway on one side of the room led to a small atrium filled with plants, a fountain, and an opening to let in the sun. The peacefulness of it only added to the tragedy.
"Axios,"
the king croaked, his eyelids fluttering open before closing again. Axios approached the bed, with me a few steps behind him.
"I'm here."
"I ask a favor,"
he whispered before violently coughing into the soiled cloth in his shaking hand. Blood trickled from his lips as he settled back on the bed.
"The shrine of Dionysius. I wish to rest in the shade of the trees."
His eyes closed and his breathing slowed.
"To feel the cool water on my skin."
A dying man's final request. The sanctuary he spoke of was indeed a remarkable place. Axios had mentioned enjoying strolling through the shrine on several occasions, commenting on the beauty of the trees and the sparkling pools of crystal-clear water. "I will help you carry him," I said, nodding to Axios. The king was lighter than expected as we moved him to the sanctuary. The signs of his ailing health had all been present over the weeks, now that I reflected on the times he'd sat at the dining table, picking at his food instead of eating it, how his skin had lost its glow.
"You aren't staying?"
Axios asked after we laid the king beneath the shade of the largest tree. I shook my head.
"I wish to give you privacy."
To say goodbye, I thought, though didn't say it aloud. I bowed my head before leaving the sanctuary. Once I was out of the line of sight, I turned back. Axios sat in the grass and rested the king's head in his lap, his expression consumed with grief. Agasepolis mumbled incoherently and stared up at him. "The king should be in his chamber," a voice said from behind me. I met the gaze of one of the advisors. Two of them had travelled with us to Aphetes, while the others had stayed in Torone with the army. "You will leave them in peace," I said, stepping closer to him. "The king wished to be here, and so he is." I voiced no threats, but the warning was clear in my tone. I cared little for the king's final wish, yet Axios needed this time alone with him. I would kill any man who dared interfere. The advisor left then, their robes swishing behind them as they stormed in the other direction. As for me, I looked back at Axios and the king. They spoke to each other, too quiet for me to hear. Agasepolis lifted a shaking hand to touch Axios' jaw before dropping it to his chest. His eyes closed. Axios smoothed his hand through the king's hair, his chin trembling with suppressed cries. The moment was not for me to see, and so I left the shrine. I should have been angry or hurt by their show of affection, but I felt nothing but sorrow for the loss of a great man, a leader. Alone, I walked the beach. A boat drifted in the distance, probably a fisherman. It reminded me of the dream Axios had had for us, of how he'd wanted us to have a simple life in Aphetes, one of us a fisherman, while the other did another trade. An impossible dream. I constantly disappointed him by crushing those dreams. Giving him a day with the other man who held part of his heart was the least I could do. Hours passed before I returned to the soldiers' quarters. My companions had just come from evening meal and were discussing the conflict with Olynthus. We still hadn't received word concerning the forces led under General Eudamidas. We knew not of their victory or failure. It was amidst these ramblings that Axios entered the room. He is gone, Axios said, his shoulders stiff. Arrangements are to be made for his transport back home. His fists were clenched at his sides, and he swallowed repeatedly, as if forcing down his emotion. He was moments from breaking, both anger and sorrow building inside his chest. When he excused himself from the room, I jumped up to go after him. Axios strode down the corridor a ways before stopping and punching the wall. He then punched it again. I'd never seen him this way. I wrapped my arms around him from behind, kissing his nape. That's when he finally shattered. Axios choked out a sob before turning and burying his face against my neck. As he cried, I kissed the side of his head and did my best to soothe him. 16 years by my side, and he still hated crying in front of me. I held him close and told him with actions that it was okay to grieve, that I was with him. After a while, he slid down the wall and stared ahead at the open archway where the moon shone onto the patio. I joined him on the ground and rested my hand on his leg. He said nothing at first as we looked outside. His cheeks glistened with tears and his eyes were a bit swollen. I apologize, Axios said in a raspy tone. It must not be easy to see me mourning him. There is no need to apologize, I responded. You cared for him, and now he's gone. Grief is not a thing we choose, and we cannot run from the pain of it. I put an arm around his shoulders and pulled him closer to my side. He leaned his head against mine. Remember the story of the sisterhood of nymphs who mourned their brother? They did not choose to grieve so heavily that they died, and yet they did. Axios smiled as another tear slipped free. If I die, do not allow Zeus to turn me into a star. But you love the stars, I said before kissing his temple. Well, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to live in the sky and have such beauty around me, he said, grinning. But only if you are there too. The smile then slipped from his face as more tears welled in his eyes. Do you think he is amongst the stars now? He stared at the sky through the archway. I observed the line of his nose and the soft parting of his lips. Yes, I answered, resting my head on his shoulder. And when the sun sets and the stars reappear each night, he will be with you once more. The following morning, news arrived from Olynthus. Because of the king's wise strategy, the Olympians were barricaded behind their city walls, without supplies and with no aid from their allies. It was only a matter of time before the city fell. Some men said the supposed curse against Sparta had been lifted. Agis will never know his accomplishment, Axios spoke as we gathered our provisions to begin the march home. Our physician had been assigned to escort the king's body back to Sparta. I believe he knows, I said, offering a tight smile, and his soul is at peace. You cannot know such a thing, Axios responded. I pressed my lips into a line, saying nothing further. We dressed in our armor and met the other men outside. The king's body had been submerged in honey and wrapped for burial, and Axios refused to look at him. The half of his heart that belonged to the king had withered away, leaving Axios grappling for something to fill the void. Anger seemed to be the answer. Just as we were about to leave Aphetes, Pyrrhus approached. Do you wish for me to travel with you? He asked Axios, concern marking his brow. You may need my help. For a slave to ask such a question baffled me. Even more bewildering was that he no longer wore the attire of a helot. He instead dressed in a simple tunic and wore sandals, appearing more as a citizen of Ephetes than a Spartan slave. He had forgotten his place.
"No,"
Axios said, clapping him on the shoulder.
"Stay here and live your life. You can be happy here."
"I've never felt such happiness," Pyrrhus said, his eyes watering. "If there is ever a time you return to Ephetes, find me. And if you never return, and this is the last time I shall see you, I wish you great fortune."
We departed then, leaving the city by the sea behind. After we'd travelled a mile or so, I finally peered at Axios. "You set the helot free," I said, confused by this.
"Yes."
Axios exhaled and lifted his eyes to mine.
"It was the least I could do after being the cause of his brother's death."
"I killed his brother, not you."
"But it was due to my actions," Axios argued, facing ahead. "Because of my weak heart."
"I do not think it weak," I countered. "Passionate and stubborn, yes, but never weak." His lips twitched with a smile, the first one I'd seen in far too long. "You think me stubborn?" I returned his smile and shifted my attention to the road before us. He lightly chuckled and called me an ass. And then we continued the long walk home. Chapter 29. The journey to Sparta took far less time since we were travelling with so few men. Upon our return, the people did not cheer or celebrate. Their gazes fell to the man we carried with us, and they bowed their heads in respect. The king's advisors informed the other king, Agesilaus, about the younger king's death, and the city mourned. Axios insisted that King Agesilaus be buried in his favourite orchard, the one they had walked through on the day they'd met. The council agreed, and so the king was then laid to rest.
"His final request was to rest beneath the shade of a tree,"
Axios said with a slight tremble in his voice as he stared at the freshly dug grave.
"It's only fitting that he be buried beneath one as well, so that he may forever be surrounded by beauty."
"It pains me to see you this way," I spoke, placing a hand at the small of his back. His heartache seemed as if it would never ease. "Death is a thing we must become desensitized to. He will not be the last man you care for to die."
"I know."
Axios glanced at Agesilaus' grave one last time before turning towards me.
"Shall we leave for evening meal?" I missed the light in his eyes, the warmth.
The sun shone down on us, but its warmth failed to reach him. He could fool the world with his indifferent stare, but he could not fool me. "I have a better idea," I said, taking his hand. "Follow me." There was only one way I could think of to break through the wall he'd built around himself. I led him down a hill and into the valley.
"Where are you taking me?" he asked.
We jumped over a small stream and kept going.
"Ery?"
I peered at him from the corner of my eye and smirked. The mystery had intrigued him, distracted, and finally glimpses of the man I loved returned. He smiled as we entered a section of the woods we didn't travel through often. Each time our eyes met, I saw his curiosity, but also his excitement. I heard the river before we reached it.
"Why'd we come here?"
Axios asked, once we had stepped from the coverage of the trees and walked out into the sun again. The mountain stood to the right, its peaks stretching toward the heavens, and he gazed up at it. "I wanted to show this to you," I said, leading him to the water's edge. The sand on the riverbank was soft beneath the soles of my feet. His brows drew deeper together as he focused on the water, searching. And then I pushed him in. Axios gasped as he fell into the river. He went all the way under before shooting back up, flinging water with his hair. Once he gained his footing on the slippery riverbed, he glared at me. I admired his rippling abs and toned chest, now wet and even more mouth-watering, as he stood waist-deep in the water. "You being wet is an improvement." He grabbed my arm and pulled me in with him.
As the cool water hit my skin, I flung around and cursed. The day was hot, but the sun had only heated the surface of the water, leaving the depths cold. Chills spread down my arm and prickled down my spine. Axios laughed, and when I turned to him, he flashed a mischievous grin. I pushed down on his shoulders and dunked him. A light-hearted brawl followed as we wrestled in the river, shoving each other beneath the surface and laughing as we did. Soon, my competitive nature left me. As Axios hitched a leg around my waist and tried to twist me to the side, I gripped his sides and pressed our lips together. He stopped his attack and melted against my mouth. With him in my arms, I guided him toward a rock jutting from the river. He moaned when I pressed his back against it and grinded my body against his. Everything I felt but couldn't say was put into the way I kissed him. That I yearned to mend his fractured heart, that I wasn't angry he had loved the king, and that I would forever be by his side, just as I hoped he'd be by mine. I skimmed my fingers down his chest as they travelled to his backside. As he tilted his head, I kissed down his neck. When he begged me to slip another finger inside him, I did. I took my time opening him, ensuring the muscles were relaxed. He panted, and his stiff cock nudged mine as I slid against him chest to chest. When I entered him, we both groaned. Being in the water made it more difficult, but we managed well enough. His body welcomed me in deeper, and I pressed my forehead to his, rocking into him. My feelings became too much for me to hold back. I needed him to know how much he meant to me, how much I needed him. "Do not ever leave me, Ax," I said, gripping the side of his neck as I moved inside of him. "By the gods, I could not bear it. My whole world is right here in my hands. Without you, I am nothing." "I shall not leave you," he vowed, his breaths ragged as he regarded me with watery eyes. He trembled as his orgasm reared, little by little. "I swear it." My rhythm faltered as pleasure crept down my spine, but I refused to surrender to it until he joined me there. Capturing his lips again, I slid my hand between our bodies and took hold of his cock, stroking him beneath the water. Axios groaned as he unraveled in my arms, moaning through his release. I kissed along his jaw, thrusting in and out of him faster as he shuddered around me. He dropped his head back against the rock and stared at me through long, dark lashes, his body still trembling. The waves of pleasure crashed down on me then, and I slapped a hand against the rock for leverage as I came undone. Afterwards, I laid my head on his shoulder, slipping my arms around his waist and holding him as close as I could. His heart wasn't the only one that needed mending. Having him against me helped my fractured pieces weld back together, as if he was the metalsmith and I was the blade. "Does Axios still mourn our king?" Hayden asked days later. He had just finished training his herd, while Axios and I had done the same. My lover had gone to see Gaius while I'd come to the barracks. Felix still fought with the forces in Olynthus, and Axios worried that Gaius was upset over his companion's absence. Gaius had been nothing but cruel to us as children, and yet my warrior still found compassion for him. "He does," I finally answered, sharpening my dagger. "Though he seems like his old self again." "Will you ever tell me what transpired between them?" Hayden sat beside me, holding a worn leather ball in his hands, the same one we'd played with countless times when we were younger. "No." I placed the dagger back on my hip and stared at the tree before us, watching the branches sway with the summer breeze. Hayden tossed the ball in the air before catching it. "I say we play a game." "Are we not too old for such things?" I asked. "I think not." He cocked his head at me. "We might be men, Eryx, but we will always be brothers. It is my wish that Leonidas find companions such as the ones I found in you, Axios, and the two imps." "Imps?" I said with a light laugh. "Suits them." Hayden then stood and faced me, tossing the ball up again. "Come, let us remind the men how unstoppable we are." They will not like that we are on the same team again, I said, rising to my feet. Playing ball was childish, perhaps, but it had a way of reminding us what mattered most in this life: each other. Hayden smirked before saying he was going to find Axios and leaving the courtyard. Theon and Quill joined me as I walked behind him. Quill had a mark on his neck, the kind I had become very familiar with because I left them on Axios, and Theon walked in a strange way, also familiar. I hid my smile behind my hand as I faked a yawn. When Hayden reached Axios, I saw Axios steal the ball from him and take off running with it. I was still too far away to hear what they were saying, but the sight of his playfulness pleased me. The veil of his grief was lifting more and more each day. As Hayden got closer to him, Axios looked over his shoulder and slammed into Theon, knocking them both to the ground. Hayden, running too fast to stop in time, tripped and piled on top of them. Axios pushed Hayden's large body off and rolled to his back to stare up at the blue sky. And then he laughed. The sound was broken at first, as he hadn't laughed so hard in a while, but then it reached my ears, light and carefree. I stopped when I reached him, looking down into his smiling face. He tilted his head to me, and I offered a hand to help him stand. He accepted it, and once he was to his feet, I pressed our lips together. He grinned against my mouth. "So, can we play?" Hayden asked, grabbing the ball from the grass and standing. "Eryx is on my team." Axios narrowed his eyes at me. "Remember that I adore you," I said, my hand sliding from his as I stepped away from him to stand beside Hayden. "Especially when my team beats yours." "So confident you are," Axios retorted, taking his place beside Theon and Quill. "Let us see how long that confidence lasts." Spending the afternoon playing ball was a distraction we all needed. My team won, but Axios and the others put up a good fight. As we headed towards the dining hall that evening, the five of us discussed the game and laughed as we recalled the times Theon had tripped over nothing and lost the ball. The laughter died away, though, once we sat at the table to eat and Quill asked the question that had been on all our minds. "When do you believe we'll be sent back to battle?" Our physician had only been tasked with returning the king's body to Sparta. The rest of the army we had left with on campaign continued to fight in Olynthus and secure the city of Torine. My brothers were quiet after that. "When we are asked to return, we shall," I said, before grabbing my goblet and lifting it in the air. "For now, let us drink and enjoy each day as it comes." The men raised their glasses, and we drank. Axios placed a hand on my thigh, and I scooted closer to him. No words were spoken between us, but they didn't need to be. I saw everything I needed to know in his eyes. Joy and love, and that was enough. Chapter 30. The heat of summer faded as the humid air turned crisp and cool. Bursts of color painted Sparta's landscape as leaves transitioned from green to an assortment of yellows and oranges. Autumn then shifted to winter as the colorful leaves turned brown and fell to the ground, leaving the branches bare. The nights grew cooler and the days shorter. Months had passed since our return from Aphetes. Each day we anticipated news that we were being sent back to battle, but it never came. Then, on one cold winter's day, it did. An envoy arrived while Axios and I strolled through the agora. The sight of the men stopped us in our tracks, and we stared in silence as their horses rode past us. Their arrival was the sign we'd been awaiting, the moment when we'd have to once again leave our home. There was a light pressure on my hand, and I looked at Axios with a tight smile. His fingers were entwined with mine as we continued through the market and up the hill that led to the soldiers' housing. Word did not reach us that night. We made love in the stables before returning to the barracks and falling asleep shortly thereafter. At dawn, we woke and readied ourselves for the day.
Soldiers stood in the square, speaking in loud voices.
"Olynthus has fallen," one told me, "and has sworn to become our ally."
But, like everything else in life, there was a balance of good and bad. Fortune was in our favor with Olynthus, but on the other side of the coin lay the news we'd been expecting. Tensions with Thebes had risen once more. Years earlier, when Sparta had sent the army north to aid the Macedonian king, the army had become involved with Theban politics while in Boeotia and had taken the citadel. The city had become placed under Spartan control and given a new government. A Theban general called Pelopidas had been exiled at the time, along with dozens of others. It was the reason why a second army had been sent to aid Macedonia. Gaius approached, a scowl on his weathered face. Apart from streaks of grey in his dark hair and beard, he appeared as he always had. Time had barely touched him. He then explained what had happened. The exiled general Pelopidas had gathered the other exiles and returned to Cadmea with the aid of Theban loyalists. They had assassinated the Theban oligarchs and attacked the Spartan garrison, retaking the citadel. Pelopidas was promoted to Boeotarch and now held the highest position in the government as he worked to expand the territory of the Boeotian League.
"Thebes has incited war,"
Gaius spit on the ground and snarled.
"And it is a war they shall get."
We were then told we'd be leaving in 2 days to invade Boeotia. Axios, Hayden and I visited Liana for a while, and Axios held his nephew close to his chest, placing feather-light kisses to the child's dark hair. Leo giggled and spoke all the words he knew, most of them obscenities he'd learned from his father. Each time he spoke them, Liana glared at Hayden and lightly punched his arm. Afterward, we visited Paris. He and Jaclyn would be marching with us to Boeotia. Rhea clutched my hand and smiled, telling me to watch over her men and bring them home safely. Their son, Acamas, threw his arms around my right leg and refused to let go. When I walked, he came with me.
"I never thought the boy I'd handed a blade to all those years ago at the dining mess would come to mean as much to me as you do,"
Paris said as we stood back a bit from Axios and Jaclyn, who were playing with Acamas while Rhea and her daughter tended the garden.
"Back then you had such a defiant look in your eyes. You still do."
"Our paths crossed for a reason," I said.
"I have learned much from you and your family. You gave me hope when I thought it to be lost."
Paris moved his gaze to Axios. I did too. His black hair was tousled from him rolling on the ground, pretending to be wounded as Acamas held a stick and swatted at him. It was so rare that I said I loved him, but I thought the words every time I looked at him. My raven. My heart. As night descended on us, we built a fire outside of the courtyard and sat with our companions. Nikias joined us, as did Demetrius and Cassius. Quill had stolen bread and cheese for us, and we ate it as the logs crackled in the pit. "Remember the story I once told you about the 300 Spartans who fought and died at Thermopylae?" Nikias asked, breaking the long silence. "It was a night much like this one when we all sat around the fire, staring into the burning embers." Hayden nodded. Theon and Quill glanced at each other and shifted closer together. Axios looked at me and grabbed my hand. "I said you'd one day leave boyhood behind and grow into men," he continued, gently running his fingers over the deep scar on his face. "Sacrificing yourself for your home is something that had to be instilled in each of you." His blue eyes lifted and studied each of our faces. "As you prepare for the battles ahead, remember your brotherhood, your loyalty. Nothing can break you." "Do you wish you were going with them?" Demetrius asked, earning an elbow in the gut from Cassius. "Yes." Nikias stared at his hands before dropping one to his injured leg. "The gods have chosen me to live out my days this way. Since I can no longer fight, it's my duty to teach the men who can." As they talked, Axios and I snuck away.
We were no strangers to leaving for campaign, therefore we knew our time to enjoy each other was limited. Apart from sleeping in each other's arms and sharing the occasional kiss, there was neither the time nor the privacy to do anything more. After marching all day and wielding a shield and javelin, there wasn't the energy either. So we slipped inside the barracks and came together in a tangle of limbs and heated kisses. Hands stroked hard muscle, and mouths trailed along sensitive flesh, biting, licking, and sucking. It was aggressive and passionate all at once. Afterward, he lay at my side with disheveled hair and flushed cheeks. "Are you nervous?" I asked. "No," Axios answered, knowing my meaning. "I'm only saddened, for now we have to leave home again. Leave our life here while we go fight a war I do not believe in." I glided my fingers along his bare chest, thinking on his statement. Thebes had challenged Sparta by attacking its men. It was the best reason for war, yet Axios believed differently, as always. "What do you believe in, then, if not war?" "You," he answered, gazing at me with a tender expression as he brushed aside a strand of my hair. "Us." "I believe in us as well," I said, leaning into his hand, "and that is why we must go. If we do not, our enemies will think us weak, and the fighting will never come to a close. The home you wish for us to share someday, the one near a stream and surrounded by fruit trees, will never be unless we win the war. Only then will we find the peace we seek." We were 26 years of age now, but in 4 years we'd be able to leave the barracks and have our own home. Once he'd realized he could never have his home by the sea, Axios had said he wanted a simple one there in Sparta. "As long as you are by my side, we can live in a tree for all I care," Axios had said when we discussed it days ago. "How about a house with an orchard of trees?" I had then suggested. "Trees and a garden. And a stream? If you wish it. But if we did not fight this war with Thebes, the life we desired would be threatened. Madmen such as Pelopidas were driven by the need for power, and he would never stop until he expanded his territory as far as he could." "Let us speak of something else," Axios said with a sigh, cuddling against my chest. "What do you wish to discuss?" I put an arm around him, finding comfort in his warm skin and earthy scent. "Tell me a story?" he asked, peering at me with eager eyes. "It's been too long, and I miss them." I saw not how he had so much energy after the sex we'd just had. My eyelids weighed heavily, and my voice had started to rasp from being so tired, but I would not deny him his request. "Many tales I have told you," I said, drawing circles in his back with my fingers. "Yet there is one that comes to mind, one of a city by the sea." "What made this city so special?" he asked. I feigned shock at his ignorance, mimicking a travelling storyteller we had seen in the market in days past. "The water glistened like sapphires, you see," I said in a wondrous tone. "Beautiful, and unlike anything ever before seen. But if one looked closer, deeper, they would see the treasures that waited beneath the waves, a forgotten underwater kingdom." Axios closed his eyes, a soft smile on his lips. "They say creatures lived beneath the surface," I continued, making the story up as I went. "Men and women with fins instead of legs. They guarded the treasure of their people, for men who dwelled on the land coveted it." A light snore reached my ears. "Are you listening?" I asked, amused. "Of course," he said, cracking open his eyelids. "What happened next?" He fell asleep before I finished telling him. 4 years of war. We'd spent more time on the battlefield and travelling than we had in Sparta during that time. The first invasion of Boeotia had been commanded under King Cleon Brutus, who had ascended after Agassipolis died. The Theban border guards had been defeated, and all seemed to be in our favour, until it wasn't. As we'd advanced to the southwest of Thebes, our army was hit, and the king withdrew back to Sparta. The second invasion was led by King Agesilaus.
but once again we were unable to take the city. Athenians had allied with Thebes and helped fortify their defences, making the city impenetrable. When the king witnessed the Athenian leader, Chabrias, command his men to kneel behind their shields in a defensive position, he knew we were outnumbered and ordered us to fall back. We raided areas around the city, destroying their grain supply before fully withdrawing. Word spread throughout Greece of Sparta's failed invasions, and more forces began to join sides with Athens. Lesbos, Byzantium, and Rhodes all abandoned our cause to side with our enemy. Men from Laconia used to be feared and revered by all, and now we were a laughingstock. 2 more invasions followed, and both proved unsuccessful. Many of our men fell in the conflict, losing their lives in a seemingly endless campaign. Among them had been men we knew, Menexenos from our Cyzician, and the ones we only knew from afar, men who'd trained with us in the Agoge but had been in different herds. After so much bloodshed and death, I became desensitized to it. So did Axios. Following the last failed invasion, Thebes had eradicated the Spartan stronghold still at Thespia and had taken control of most of Boeotia. We were sent home once more, but for how long, I didn't know. Maybe we'd stay for a week or a month, perhaps even a year. "What will you do when we're home?" Theon asked during the journey back to Sparta, limping from a recent battle injury but putting his mind above the pain. The wound wasn't deep, and he would heal with time. "See my wife and son," Hayden said with a strong yearning in his voice. "Leonidas was sent to the Agoge in my absence, though I have no doubt Liana prepared him well." "I know she did," Axios responded. "She has always been an athlete, and she would have instilled those values in Leo as well, teaching him javelin throwing and stamina building." Hayden smiled. He had started growing a beard earlier that year, though he kept it close cut. It suited him. "What about you, Eryx?" he asked. "Request that the state allow us to build a home," I answered, adjusting my grip on my shield. "We are men of 30 now, and can leave the barracks." Axios briefly smiled before reverting to a somber expression. "Will they approve us living together?" Paris scoffed from behind us. "With the war and political concerns, Sparta has enough to handle. 2 men living together is no concern to anyone." He spoke the truth. When we returned to Sparta and made the request, the state provided us with supplies and gave us property on the outskirts of the city. We continued living in the barracks until the house was built, and on the day we were able to move in, Axios never stopped smiling. Neither did I. The privacy was strange at first. We were able to embrace and make love at any time without the worry of anyone seeing. We no longer had to sneak away to the stables and return to the barracks late at night. "The gods have smiled down upon us," I said to Axios one summer day, placing a hand on his lower back as we walked along our property. In the distance, running water from the stream could be heard. I had never been so happy. After 4 years of ongoing conflict with Thebes, we were finally able to live in peace, at least for a while. "The gods," he responded with an inquisitive stare. "Can we not be the reason for our happiness? Must credit always be given to them?" Little did he know that I had prayed to the gods many times during the last 4 years. Before each battle, I'd prayed for strength, for courage, and when the fighting had turned in the enemy's favor, I had looked to Axios on the battlefield, seeing him covered in sweat and blood, and prayed he'd live to see another day. "Grant me one more day with him," I had asked of them. "Always one more day, one more kiss." "Let us visit Nikias," I said, facing Axios as we stood beneath the shade of a tall oak tree. "He should be training his herd." Nikias had been given the position of teaching boys in the Agoge, and Leonidas, as well as Acamas, were among the ones in his group. He didn't need the use of his leg in order to teach combat techniques and prepare the youths for life as Spartiates. "Very well," Axios said, turning to walk the path toward the training field.
It'll be nice to see Leo. He becomes stronger each time I see him.
When we reached the field, Nikias was shouting orders to the boys, who were fighting one-on-one. Leo and Akamas fought each other, both boys nearly equal in size. As Axios watched them train, a faraway look appeared in his eyes. I wondered if he was remembering our time in the Agauge. We've come far since then.
"Do not surrender!"
Hayden yelled, pacing the edge of the field, his gaze fixated on his son.
"Good! Stand strong!"
He came to watch their training as often as he could, and had even helped Nikias with some of the drills. Though Leonidas was his son, Hayden never went easy on him. Our closest companion knew the horrors of war, and that only the strongest men survived. If anything, he pushed Leo harder because of it.
King Cleon Brutus and his army have returned,
Theon said after nearing us. His leg had healed over the months, leaving nothing but a scar. Quill closely followed him, appearing uneasy.
Do you believe we'll be sent to war again soon?
I know not, I said, stepping away from the fence and facing the city. The other king had led another Spartan force while we'd been on campaign with King Agesilaus earlier that year. Their prompt return did not bode well. A gut feeling told me they'd been unsuccessful. When we heard the news later that afternoon, it was even worse than I'd imagined. King Cleon Brutus and his army had been stopped while trying to cross the Zitharon range. The pass had normally been kept open when Sparta had control of Thespia, but since Thebes eliminated the Spartan garrison there, the range had been defended by Theban and Athenian soldiers who had sprung an attack. Over 40 Spartans were killed before the king retreated.
We are losing this war,
Axios said as we moved along the dirt path the following midday.
How many more of our men need to die before it ends?
As many as it takes. He snapped his head toward me.
You do not mean that.
I do. I avoided his gaze, knowing that my mind and heart battled each other. My heart said the war was fruitless, that a treaty of peace needed to be signed, but my mind refused to budge from a warrior's conviction. Fighting and dying for our home is the greatest honor.
And what of love?
He stopped to stare at me, forcing me to finally look at him.
Brotherhood. Why must we die to be honorable? What good is honor to the dead?
Before I could respond, a hoarse neighing broke through the quiet, and I glanced at the field to our left. A brown mare ran along the fence, her dark mane drifting behind her.
Xyphus?
I whispered in disbelief. A white scar marked her flank, probably caused by a sword during battle, but she appeared healthy and strong. Axios grabbed my hand and gave it a gentle squeeze.
She must have returned with the army. Shall we go and see her?
I nodded, and we walked over. At first, she refused to let me near her. It had been over 4 years since I'd seen her, as she had travelled with several armies, and she didn't remember me. But after a minute or so, she approached and nudged my shoulder with her head. I tangled my fingers in her mane and pressed my face against her neck. We had both been to war and survived it. Like me, I was certain she had scars no one else could see. Scars that lingered in the mind and only surfaced in nightmares. Later, Axios and I walked home. The summer air clung to my chest, and the heaviness of it made me long for cool autumn breezes. Once inside, we lit a candle and lay down on our bed, holding each other closely.
"Eri,"
Axios asked, his voice raspy from the sleep trying to take hold of him. His eyes were closed.
"Is honor worth your life?"
"Yes," I said without hesitation. "A man's honor is everything."
"Is it worth mine?"
he asked softer. The question gave me pause. He was asking whether I'd choose his life over my loyalty to Sparta. I studied him in the faint candlelight, watching the shadows dance across his bare skin. I ran my hand up his torso before resting it over his beating heart, feeling the soft thumps beneath my palm. Each beat was more precious to me than anything on this earth, more than duty or honor, more than my own life.
"Sleep,"
I said, before kissing him lightly on the mouth. You didn't answer my question.
It was a silly question.
He opened his eyes, staring at me in silence. He traced the edge of my jaw before moving to my lips, and then he kissed me. We could reach each other with a single glance. I knew he saw the answer in my eyes, that I would always choose him first. Chapter 31. 375 BC, 1 year later. The sacred band? Axios asked on our way to the dining hall. A newly formed Theban unit, I responded, relaying to him what I had heard earlier that morning while gathering food from the market. Rumor has it they will match us Spartans in discipline and skill. Unlike other Greek hoplites, being a soldier is their only profession. Clever. The Theban general who'd formed the sacred band unit couldn't have Spartan men, so he created the closest thing he could to them. How many are there? Axios said, thoroughly intrigued. 300, all male couples. They are like us? He asked, bewildered. Yes. It is said that a man will fight harder to protect the lover at his side. I met his stunned gaze. They aren't wrong. I am strongest when by your side, Ax. As I am yours. I breathed in the cold air and peered at the grey sky. Winter had fallen on Sparta, and with it came a certain quiet not found during any other time of the year. Spring would come upon us before too long, but for now the trees remained bare and the quiet remained. When we reached the dining hall, we escaped the frosty nip in the air and slipped inside the building. We lived in our own house, but still had evening meal with our physician. It helped keep our bonds strong. Laughs echoed around the corridor as we approached, and loudest of all was Hayden, whose boisterous laugh was highly distinguishable. Once we reached the table, a helot brought our meal and left the room. Quill consumed all of his food before glancing at Theon's plate. Theon smacked his hand, while making Quill drop the piece of bread he'd tried to steal. The two bickered before Theon leaned forward and brushed his lips across Quill's neck, silencing the other man who'd been in the midst of arguing about his ravenous hunger. "Silence!" a voice came from behind us. All men turned their heads. Gaius stood there, stern-faced as always. "I have news to report." All allies had turned against Sparta, apart from Orchomenus and the city of Plataea. Only their loyalty remained. Several Spartan forces were already in 2 places, but reinforcements had been requested, and once again we were told of our imminent departure. "You're heading for Orchomenus to join the men garrisoned there," Gaius said. "Your orders are to defend it if necessary, though an attack is unlikely. More as a precaution, but you should still remain on alert." Axios had been correct. We were losing the war. Protecting our only allies was of grave importance. The men at the table nodded and stared at their food. Hayden wiped his mouth with the back of his hand before standing and leaving the hall, all traces of his earlier merry mood gone. I knew he was going home to his family, to spend as much time with them as he could before we left for another campaign. I planned to do the same. Later that evening, Axios and I returned home and built a fire to fight the chilly winter night. Axios stared at the flames before moving to the window and peering outside. "Everything must end eventually," he said, not taking his eyes off the large oak tree. "The leaves fall and the grass dies. If a wound doesn't kill you, it'll heal. The pain will not last forever." Sighing, he looked over at me. "I wonder when this will end, Ery. The fighting. The inability to live in peace. I try to hold on to hope, but I feel it slipping away." "Hold on to it a little tighter then," I said, offering him a kind of smile. "One day you and I will be just as we are right now, only perhaps a little older, and we will recall our times in battle as we sit by the fire. They will be nothing but a memory." Axios turned away and peered outside again. "I wish I could see it." I stood and approached him at the window, wrapping my arms around him. Bumps formed on his skin. "You are chilled." I closed the wooden shutters before rubbing up and down his arms, trying to put warmth back into his skin. "Move away from the window and join me where it's warm." He walked over to the cushion on the floor and lay on his back, staring at me. The fire lit him in a golden glow, and as I neared him, my blood moved quicker through my veins at the sight of his muscled body. Finding him too alluring, I lay on top of him and captured his lips. Axios gripped my sides and tilted his head up to meet for another kiss, then another. I rolled my hips into him, groaning as our erections slid together. "I wish to spend the time we have left sheathed inside of you," I whispered before nipping at his ear. "Being joined with you is the only bliss I have ever known." Axios peered up at me, seductively biting his bottom lip. His breaths came quickly, and his eyes appeared to darken. "Beautiful." I remembered when the word had first come to me. As I stared at him, it entered my mind once again, as did another. Mine. A growl left my throat as our lips slammed together and I pushed my tongue into his mouth. He moaned and tangled his hand in my hair, gliding his tongue along mine. My heart pounded in my chest and my body heated as it moved against his. When I took him, it was tender and unrushed. I cherished Axios in the way he deserved to be cherished, showing him I loved him with every gentle kiss and thrust. Once we were sated, he fell asleep in my arms, and I stayed awake, storing every detail of him to memory. The slight furrow of his brow when he slept, and the soft pout of his lips. Worries plagued my mind, an ominous feeling that something dark was chasing us, that when we left Sparta this time, we would not be the same when we returned. A senior-level military officer by the name of Gorgolian was leading the campaign. On the morning of our departure, he scowled at all who even looked his way. Provisions had been packed, and the more I stood ready to leave, but not without a final farewell from those who loved us. Liana grabbed Hayden by his beard and tugged his face down to hers. Their kiss was quick, but the affection in their eyes when they pulled apart drew on. Much like every other woman in Sparta, she believed not in sappy goodbyes, at least not in public. The marks on Hayden's neck and chest told me she had taken her time with him the night before, however, saying farewell in private before having to send him away. After Hayden kissed the side of Liana's head, he then clapped his son on the shoulder. Leo, a youth of 8, kept a brave face even though his chin quivered. Liana then approached Axios and me. "Dearest brother," she said, taking his hands in hers. "I hardly recognize the man you've become. Where is the young boy I once chased around the courtyard and tackled to the ground? The one who giggled when I tickled his sides?" She caressed his cheek. "He is a grown man now, a true warrior of Sparta. If our father could see you, I'm certain you would make him proud." "And what of our mother?" Axios asked. "She did not come today to see me off." As Liana answered him, cursing their mother much like I desired to do, I glanced around at the soldiers. Would we all return? Theon and Quill spoke with Nikias while Ian and Melias nodded to an older man who had to be Ian's father. "Farewell, dear Eryx," Liana said, drawing my attention again. She touched my arm, and beside her smile I saw her unease. "Bring my brother home." "I will," I answered, stepping closer to Axios. "I'd protect him with my life." "You have my word." Gorgolian then shouted for us to get into formation, and after a brief pause for King Agesilaus to wish us well, we began to trek to Orchomenus. The journey would only take 8 or 9 days if we moved at a steady pace through the terrain. We had travelled enough over the years to be accustomed to the aching muscles and sore feet that came with a campaign. Days passed, and on we marched. A week into the journey, we made camp a little before sunset and built a fire. As the stars appeared in the night sky, the army settled down to sleep. Our physicians stayed awake, though, enjoying the warmth of the fire a while longer.
"Do you believe it will be like a Thetis?"
Quill asked, keeping his voice low so as not to disturb the sleeping men around us.
"I'm aware we are going to reinforce the city for possible attack, but there is a chance there will not be any combat. It is only a precaution, and I do not believe Thebes is foolish enough to make any advances when our army outnumbers theirs."
That mindset would only get us all killed. I would not dismiss the possibility of a fight, I said, tossing a stick into the fire. Flames soared higher, crackling, before quieting again. This campaign is not for us to relax and be merry. We're at war. We must not allow ourselves to forget that. Be on guard. Do not lose focus, and certainly do not be distracted by hopes of peace in Orchomenus, for you will find none. A distracted Spartan is a dead Spartan. We had to always be prepared for an attack. "Do you ever enjoy yourself, Eryx?" Theon asked, tossing a pebble at me.
"Relax? Other than the times you are balls deep in Axios?"
Axios made a choking sound before quietly clearing his throat. I smirked at the embarrassment before composing myself. My brothers needed to realize the seriousness of my words. It's what has kept us all alive for these many years.
"You betting Axios?"
Quill asked, poking his head up to look at me.
"That has kept us alive."
Seconds passed as we all stared at each other, and then the five of us all started laughing. "I meant me being on my guard has kept us alive," I responded once the laughs quieted. "Yet you can thank Axios for ensuring I do not kill you all when you annoy me." That made them burst into more laughs, causing some of the sleeping men to wake and grumble at us. "Instead of war, let us speak of the future," Theon said, wrapping his cloak tighter around his slender frame as a cool breeze swept through the trees. "When we return to Sparta, I wish for Quill and I to build a home together like Eryx and Axios have." Quill softly smiled and grabbed Theon's hand. He still struggled with showing affection for the man he loved, but he had gradually become more comfortable with it. The fire dimmed, and once it had, we said goodnight and lay down to sleep. I closed my eyes as I lay behind Axios, and then I breathed in the scent of smoke and pine from his hair and focused on his warm body against mine. Trailing my hands down his back and around his stomach, I sucked his earlobe into my mouth. He whimpered and leaned into me, seeking more. When he reached back to stroke my cock, I had to bite his shoulder to keep from moaning aloud. He smiled before doing it again. However, after I prepared him for sex and entered him, I was the one who had to keep him from being too loud. I covered his mouth with my hand as I took him from behind, slow but hard. Knowing we could be caught at any moment by the surrounding army only added to the excitement. I felt like a youth again, sneaking around with Axios in secret and rolling around with him in the hay. Axios panted against my palm as he chased his orgasm, and when it hit him, he shuddered and pressed his lips together to keep from crying out. I joined him in that bliss, my muscles quaking before I went slack and rested my head on the top of his shoulder. I wasn't sure who fell asleep first, but it was the most relaxed I'd been since we left Sparta. Morning came too soon, just like it always did when we were on campaign. The army woke, repacked the supplies, and began walking. Another day passed in a repetitive loop of walking, camping, and rising at dawn to do it all over again. "We're expected to reach our destination by nightfall," I said, after overhearing the officers speaking. The news lifted the men's spirits. Hours later, we arrived. "It's stunning," Axios said in admiration. My attention had been on the army camped inside the city, as well as scoping out high lookout points, rather than admiring the scenery, but at his statement, I surveyed the area. rolling hills, mountains, and a multitude of trees and marble structures. The sun glistened off the water of Lake Copius, and I trailed my gaze upward to the Acropolis sitting atop the tallest hill in the city. It was decent, but nothing compared to Sparta. Theopompus, the Spartan commander in charge of the army stationed there, approached upon our arrival. I tilted my head in respect as he passed by, though I held little respect for such a warmonger. When it came to protecting my home, I would fight and kill, yet the commander craved power and was known for raiding cities and taking what wasn't his to take. A vast difference compared to my own beliefs. "Join the men on the western shore of the lake to make camp," Gorgolian told us, before stepping toward the other commander and speaking with him out of earshot. They walked in the other direction toward a large tent, probably to strategize. Our unit followed his order and joined the rest of the army. As we entered the camp, the men glanced up from their tasks and nodded in greeting. Some sat sharpening their swords, while others cooked meat over a fire. However, despite the casual mood, Axios remained tense. He looked towards the hills, as if he expected the sacred band themselves to come barreling toward us. "What is plaguing your mind?" I asked, tossing my weapons on the ground before removing my helmet. "And do not lie, for I will know." "In truth, I am not certain," Axios answered, looking around the camp. "But my stomach twists and my heart races, and there feels to be a weight settled on my chest, a burden I cannot lift." I knew the feeling he spoke of, yet admitting as much to him while he was already worried would only make the situation worse. I stepped toward him and grabbed his chin, lifting his face to mine. "You are weary from travel," I said, stroking his jaw. "Once you eat and rest, you will feel better." He studied my face, searching for the truth in my eyes. After finding nothing more than my concern for him, he released a long exhale. "I suppose you are right," he said, resting his forehead on my cheek. "You too," Theon interrupted, running toward us and beaming with an amused smile. "Come see what Hayden is doing. He's balancing shields on that thick head of his and seeing how many he can do before they fall." I smoothed my hand down Axios' side as I stepped from his embrace. "Well, it would be a shame to miss that," I said, the sarcasm in my tone impossible to miss. "Truly." "Let us go watch, you too serious man," Axios said, laughing as he pushed my shoulder. "We can mock him later when he makes a fool of himself." "Now that is an excellent plan." I lifted a brow and turned to Theon, who stood with his hands on his lean hips. "Lead the way." I did not regret the decision. Hayden proved to be highly amusing as he performed his silly tricks. Other men had gathered around him, elbowing each other and smirking. The amazement came from Hayden's neck not snapping in two with the weight of the shields. When they all came crashing to the ground, the men roared with laughter and slapped our friend on the back. Our physician was then invited to eat with the other soldiers, and the evening passed with nothing but relaxation. Axios, however, had slowly slipped back into his mind, his eyes searching the shadows of camp as the moon shone above us. "Tell me what it is you fear," I said, grabbing his hand. The contact startled him before he relaxed again. "Do you remember the day Nikias told me a story? It was so many years ago, yet I cannot forget his words." The memory was vague, but I remembered. "He told you a war story, did he not?" Axios nodded and took a seat on a tree stump, folding his hands in his lap. "Nikias said that when he went on campaign with Agis, they visited the oracle at Delphi. A girl with pale hair and white eyes grabbed him, and he saw images in his mind's eye." "What images?" Axios hesitated, before whispering, "Of death." "We are no strangers to seeing death," I said, sitting on the grass beside him and leaning against his leg. "Nikias was pale as he told me of the visions," Axios continued. "And these were his words. I saw Spartans fighting Thebans, and within the enemy lines there was a unit of 300 men. They fought fiercely,
protecting the men at their sides as if they cared deeply for them. Does that not sound familiar?
The sacred band, I whispered, looking at the Acropolis on top of the hill. But Nicaeus could not have known of them, for this was years before their formation, years before conflict rose with Thebes.
Axios nodded. So you see why I worry. What he said is coming to pass. There will be a battle between us, and many men will fall.
Come. I stood and held out my hand to him. Worrying your mind over a thing you cannot control will only drive you mad. We should sleep. His hand slid into mine, and together we walked to our mat on the ground and lay down to rest. Chapter 32. Battle of Tegera. The commanders led the army north to the city of Locris. We raided the area for most of the morning and into the afternoon before we were ordered to return south. With the steps of 1,000 men, we marched down the path toward Orchomenus. At Tegera, a narrow passage located on the northern shores of Lake Copius, our army collided with an equally surprised Theban force. Both armies halted, and we raised our shields in defense. I assessed the situation as quickly as possible. They were coming from the direction of Orchomenus, which told me they had attempted to attack the city in our absence, but had probably retreated when they noticed the Spartan garrison still guarding it. Theban soldiers stepped backward, clearly intimidated by our much larger force. We had 1,000 men, while they appeared to only have half that number.
"We've fallen into our enemy's hands!"
one of their soldiers cried out. My gaze settled on Pelopidas, the Theban general whose attack on the Cadmea 5 years earlier had been the spark that ignited the war. He raised his chin at us and gave a cold smile. I surveyed his army, noting both cavalrymen and hoplites. I stilled when seeing the foot soldiers. Their men held their shields forward and rested their swords between them. They didn't move as they awaited orders. All men disciplined and prepared to fight. The sacred band. Axios sucked in a sharp breath as he noticed them too. Then he turned to me. Our conversation flashed through my mind. A battle between Spartan and Thebes, one with 300 male lovers, one that ended in death.
"Eryx!"
he shouted, but his voice was drowned out. That was when Pelopidas gave the order to attack. The Theban cavalry charged, their horses kicking up dirt as they galloped toward us. My pulse raced faster, and my breathing quickened as I gripped my shield tighter in my left hand, but there was no time for me to be taken with nerves. Our Mora advanced forward, while the men commanded by Theopompus formed a line behind us. We stopped and created a wall with our shields, readying our spears for the impact. 3 rows of men were in front of us, and when the cavalry reached their lines, we helped push the enemy back, stabbing at them as we did. Men fell from their horses as they were impaled with our spears, but when they fell, more took their place. While we were engaged with the cavalry, the enemy targeted our commanders. A clever strategy for an outnumbered army, and one we could have anticipated. If you cannot kill the thousands of arms and legs of the beast, chop off the head. Without the head, chaos followed. Gorgolian roared and swung his sword as 2 cavalry soldiers circled him. One of them stabbed him in the back, while the other pierced his chest. He swayed as he still tried to fight, blood pooling from his lips. The men withdrew their swords, and the commander dropped to his knees before collapsing. Horses trampled over his dead body.
"Forward!"
the line officer shouted, taking control of our unit in light of the commander's death. Theopompus, seeing his comrade fall, released a battle cry before charging toward Pelopidas. But he never reached the Theban leader. A man near Pelopidas saw the attack and threw his spear, burying it in Theopompus's side. The Spartan fell to the dirt, and when he rose to his knees in an attempt to stand, a cavalry soldier rode past and decapitated him.
His head flew into the air before landing a foot from his twitching body. With both commanders dead, the army began to panic. Our line officer had been stabbed through the neck, and the sacred band had killed several of the captains. We were left without a leader. "Do not lose focus," I shouted above the noise of battle. "Keep your positions!" Axios met my gaze through the opening in his helmet and nodded, and my heart ached upon looking at him. What if this is the last time I see his face? The thought shook me to my core, and I chased it away before focusing on the approaching cavalry. "When they hit our wall of shields, shove with every muscle in your body and parry them," I said, keeping my tone steady despite the nerves in my chest. "Men in front, use your swords for quick stabbing. Men behind them, use your spears. Do not let them break our line." We held our ground as we defended against another onslaught. Something felt wrong to me as the fight drew on. The cavalry didn't seem to be attacking as they should have been. They clashed into our shields and then pulled back before doing it again. Some of them never came into striking distance. "They're distracting us," I realized a moment too late. The men of the sacred band suddenly appeared, forming into a dense phalanx as they charged the middle of our line. I had never seen or heard of such a formation. They moved with speed and strength, hitting our barrier with so much force that they broke through it. Once inside our ranks, they attacked the flank and the rear. With our phalanx broken, we weren't nearly as strong, and too many men were left vulnerable. Then, Spartans began to fall. The Theban cavalry charged again, hacking away at the men at the front of our lines, while the sacred band attacked from within. Blood spurted into the air as one man had his throat slit open, and mixed with the blood and sweat was also the scent of vomit and the sounds of men crying out as they were slain. "Retreat!" a Spartan yelled before running toward the mountain passage towards Orchomenus. "No!" I yelled. "Stand your ground!" But the men saw their escape and took it. "Cowards!" Axios bellowed, watching our men abandon us. "Do not leave my side," I said, meeting his gaze through our helmets. Honey eyes filled my vision, eyes I had spent so many years staring into. I touched his hand like I always did, wondering if it would be the last time. "No matter what happens, stay with me." Until the end. Axios nodded as tears glistened in his eyes. His lips were parted, as if he wished to say something, but no words came out. Then, the enemy was upon us. Together, we tossed aside our spears and unsheathed our swords. The short, double-edged blades were lightweight and were more useful than spears for close-range combat. As one man ran toward Axios, two others came at me. They attacked me at once from two sides. One swung his sword, and I ducked beneath it before twisting around to dodge the other man's attack. As I avoided their blows and struck ones of my own, I moved on pure impulse, tapping into all of my training. I honed in on their movements, predicting the direction of their attack before they even made a move. Axios was sliced across the shoulder before he shoved the Theban back with his shield. The sight of his blood made me grit my teeth and fight even harder. He was too distracted. He kept searching the battlefield, and I knew he was looking for our companions. I worried over their safety as well, but we couldn't afford to have our attentions divided, not when half our Mora had retreated and the rest still fighting were falling fast. "Theon!" Axios shouted, slashing the man in front of him before running forward. I focused on the direction he ran, seeing Quill surrounded by soldiers and Theon staring at him. Theon was so fixated on Quill that he didn't see the Theban approaching him from behind. After killing the man charging at me, I sprung forward, trying to reach Theon. "Theon!" Axios yelled again, cutting through one enemy before being stopped by another. He was desperate to reach our friend just like I was. "No!" We were too late. Theon was stabbed from behind, the sword going all the way through his small body and protruding from the center of his chest. Shocked, he looked at the blade, lifting a shaking hand to touch the tip.
and then a man drove a spear through his stomach. The breath left my lungs. No! With a roar, I stabbed one man before using my shield to hit another in the face. Through the blur of bodies and fighting men, I saw Axios run to Theon. He dropped to his knees and held our friend close to him, completely oblivious to the Theban nearing him with his sword drawn. Faster than my legs had ever carried me, I ran toward Axios, blood squirting my helmet as I sliced at passing enemies. The soldier raised his sword and brought it down toward Axios' head just as I reached them. I stopped the blow with my sword. As the blades clashed in mid-air, Axios glanced up at me. Theon lay in his arms, blood dripping from his mouth, and his eyes glazed over. He was dead. My heart thrashed against my ribs and cracked at the sight of my dead brother, a man who always smiled and enjoyed pestering everyone. There was no time to grieve. Not yet. "Stand, Axe!" I raised my shield to block another hit, while Axios just sat there, staring at me with a distant expression. Losing Theon had pulled him into a state of shock. "By the gods, do as I say!" Snapping out of his daze, Axios gently laid Theon on the ground before standing on shaking legs. He struck down a soldier while I defended him. More soldiers approached us, and we faced them while fighting side by side. As Axios fought them, he cried out, releasing his sorrow and rage. It reminded me of the day when he'd killed Darius in the training arena. The wild look in his eyes and the heart-wrenching way he yelled. It was raw and agonizing, filled with his pain and anger. "More are leaving us," he said as more of our men fled the battlefield. "Eri, what should we do?" My first instinct was to take Axios and flee, to protect him at all costs, my honor be damned. But then I saw many of our men still fighting, Hayden and Quill amongst them. I refused to be a coward like my father and abandon my brothers. Hayden appeared to the left of Axios and Quill on the other side of me. "Where's Theon?" Quill asked, glancing around. He couldn't see Theon's body several feet away, and I dreaded the moment when he did. Axios and I exchanged a look, and he shook his head. Quill mustn't know until after the battle. If he learned the truth now, he'd be too devastated to fight, and we'd lose him too. "Stand back to back," I said as more hoplites swarmed us. The four of us then fought together, each facing a different direction and protecting the man to our left with the shield. The formation was successful for a while, but then we were overwhelmed by another onslaught of men and forced to separate. Quill was knocked to one side, while Axios was shoved away from me. Our gazes locked, a single moment suspended in time, and then he was gone. "Axios!" I broke a man's nose with my shield and struck another in the gut. 4 men surrounded me, gripping their bloody swords as they moved in closer. Inhale, exhale. Felix and Gaius had prepared us for when we were outnumbered in battle, and I recalled the training. As the men lunged toward me, I spun on my heels, slashing one across the chest before kicking another and sending him flying backward. I let my senses guide me and dodged their strikes before landing killing blows to each of them. Their blood spattered on my chest, warm at first before becoming cold. When I washed it off later, I would not spare them a single thought. Years of battle had desensitized me to pitying the dead. No longer engaged in the fight, I searched for Axios. He had been searching for me too. Our gazes met from yards away as the battle waged around us. A relieved smile crossed his face. A soldier charged at him from behind. "Axe!" I yelled, running toward him. Axios stared at me in confusion before turning around, and when he did, he was stabbed in the stomach. "No!" I cried, sprinting faster. Another soldier then bashed him in the face with a shield, sending my warrior to the dirt. I choked out a sob, tears blurring my vision as I reached him. After stabbing one of the men in the gut, the other used his shield to knock away my sword.
I then snapped his neck with my bare hands, glaring into his young face before tossing his body aside. Pulling Axios into my arms and seeing the severity of his wound, another sob tore from my throat. His helmet had been knocked off, and his eyes had fallen closed. There was so much blood. "Do not leave me!" I demanded, as tears fell from my eyes and landed on his cheek. I crushed him closer to my chest. "Axios, I beg of you!" His breathing slowed, and he stopped moving. "Ax?" I brushed the dark hair from his face, a whimper escaping my lips. "Open your eyes!" But he didn't obey. He didn't move, barely even breathed. He was slipping away from me. "Give me one more day with him," I prayed to any god that would listen. "And if I cannot have that one day, then take me instead." Men were still engaged in battle, swords clanking against shields and shouts filling the air. I gazed at Axios, caressing his jaw. If he was to die on this battlefield, then I would too. My life was nothing without him in it. "Eryx!" Hayden dropped beside me and gripped my shoulder. "You must stand and fight!" "I cannot." I didn't recognize my own voice. "I cannot leave him." Hayden regarded Axios, and his grey eyes were pained. "He still lives, does he not?" Just then, members of the sacred band attacked us. Hayden blocked one of their swords with his shield before jumping up and hitting them with the edge of it. Bringing Axios closer, I placed a soft kiss to his unmoving lips. "I love you." Memories flitted through my head of us laughing as we ran through the valley, me in front of him. He said he'd follow me anywhere, but he was the one who'd gone somewhere now. I touched his chest, feeling the beating of his heart, slow but steady. "Eryx, to your right!" I grabbed my sword from the dirt just in time, raising it as one had been coming down on my head. And then something snapped inside me. I rose to my feet and faced the enemy hoplites. The one nearest to me attacked, and I sliced through them with ease. Blood. So much blood. I saw nothing but red as I killed countless men. One would meet the end of my sword before I kicked their body off my blade and stabbed another. Yet no matter how many I killed, the battle was lost. My eyes landed on Quill and Hayden, both of them fighting with every bit of strength they had, though they were tiring. The other Spartans who still fought by my side were also weakening. Axios lay at my feet, his chest slowly rising and falling with his rasping breaths. His skin was pale. "Bring my brother home," Liana had told me. And so I did the one thing I had sworn to never do. "Fall back!" I shouted before kneeling down to grab Axios. Hayden and Quill approached and fended off the enemy as we ran toward the mountain passage. The rest of our men followed. The Theban force pursued us for a distance, but then Pelopidas ordered them to return to the battlefield. The sound of their cheers echoed behind us as they celebrated their victory. "Have you seen Theon?" Quill asked before we reached Orchomenus. I had taken Axios to the tent for the wounded and was watching as the physician treated his wound. At the mention of Theon, I released a shaky breath and faced Quill. His big brown eyes returned my stare. There was no easy way to tell him. I paused, struggling for words. Quill's mouth popped open, and he shook his head, understanding what my hesitation meant. "No. Theon's here somewhere. Probably went in search of food the moment we returned." Even as he spoke, tears fell from his eyes. "He's alive." "I saw him, Quill," I said, wishing to spare him heartache, but knowing I couldn't. "Theon fell in battle." "You lie!" Quill rushed forward and slammed the palms of his hands against my chest, and then he did it again, but harder. I let him hit me, and when he emitted an agonized howl and slumped to the grass, I pulled him close and held him as tight as I could.
I rarely embraced anyone other than Axios, but he needed the comfort. He punched my stomach, a quick jab followed by another, before burying his face against my shoulder and crying. Hayden exited the tent, his arms wrapped from his various injuries. He dropped to his knees beside us and placed a hand on Quill's back. The three of us didn't speak as we mourned the loss of our brother. "We're returning to gather the fallen," one of the officers said. I would never forget the sight of Tajira after the battle, a graveyard for all the fallen soldiers. The Theban army had erected a victory trophy in the center of the field, composed of Spartan swords, shields, and helmets. I tasted blood as I grinded my teeth. They had stripped many of our men of their cloaks and tossed some of their bodies into piles. Quill lost his footing when he found Theon, and his legs gave out. He sunk to the dirt and pulled Theon into his arms. Theon's eyes were open, and Quill lightly traced the shape of his face. He whispered to him, too low for me to hear, but I could imagine what he said. All of the things he wished he could have told him one last time. "Let me carry him," Hayden said, squatting down. "No," Quill said, more tears streaming down his dirt-stained cheeks as he held Theon closer. "You're wounded. I'll carry him." Many of the men were buried on the battlefield, as there were too many to transport to the city. The commanders, Gorgolian and Theopompus, would be taken back to Sparta, but the rest would remain in Orchomenus. When Quill asked the new commander to transport Theon's body back to Sparta too, his request was denied. So, Theon was carried back to Orchomenus, and we buried him in a field beside the lake. Emotionally drained, I returned to the physician's tent. A man tended to Axios, placing a wet cloth over his head. Was he fevered? I neared the mat where he lay and grabbed his hand. My heart shattered a little more at the dead weight of his arm, how he didn't respond to my touch. "Will he live?" I asked. The physician looked at me. "It is much too early to be certain. I stopped the bleeding and did all I could. He is in the hands of the gods now." Chapter 33. 2 days later, Axios had still not awoken, not coherently anyway. There'd been moments when he'd tossed in his sleep and whimpered as sweat beaded on his brow. Only once had he opened his eyes, and I hadn't seen him at all in the beautiful depths. Only emptiness, and then he had closed them again. "Can I move him into the sun?" I asked the physician, holding Axios' hand as he lay unmoving on the mat. "Only for a short while." After moving Axios outside, I brushed the hair from his face. The day was warm, but had a cool breeze, and I hoped he'd find comfort in it, somehow. Even after the devastating defeat at Tajira, life went on. The men in our camp performed their daily duties of gathering wood for the fire, and others practiced drills in the field to the left of the camp. Meat was slow cooked over the fire as the battle was discussed. "Perhaps the gods are angry with us," one man said, using his blade to sharpen a stick. "For Spartans to be defeated at the hands of an army half our size, what will all of Greece have to say?" When I turned back to Axios, his eyes were open. "Ax," I moved closer, feeling my heart soar. "Thank the gods you're awake." I smoothed my hand along his forehead as he glanced around in confusion. A dark bruise lay beneath his eye, from where the enemy had bashed a shield against his face. His helmet had blocked the brunt of the hit, otherwise it probably would have killed him. As if suddenly remembering, his eyes went wide and he tried to sit up. "Stop," I said, touching his chest to push him back down. "You need to... Theon, he is dead," I responded, swallowing my own grief so I could be there for him in his. "He and many others fell in battle, and I feared you'd be amongst them. The physician cleaned and spread healing herbs upon your wound, and gave you grains of the poppy plant and fennel to keep you resting. I've not seen your eyes staring back at me for days, and I feared I never would again. They had been the hardest days of my life,
waiting for him to wake, praying he would.
"How is Quill?"
Axios asked. Not well. I looked over at Quill. He sat by the lake with his arms around his knees, just staring. He has not spoken to any of us since that day. We were able to retrieve the bodies of our fallen, and Quill wanted to carry Theon back to Sparta for a proper burial, but the new commander denied his wishes and demanded he bury him here with the others.
"And what of the cowards who abandoned us on the field?"
Hearing the disgust in his tone, my gut tightened. What would he think when I told him I had been one of those cowards, that I had retreated from battle? Would he look at me with such revulsion too? They were reprieved from any punishment, I answered. Sparta needs all the men we have, and in such dire situations, laws can be altered.
"How are we alive?" he asked, touching my hand. "What happened after I fell?"
Staring into his eyes, I felt ashamed. Ever since the day my father abandoned his brothers on the battlefield, a stain had been placed on our family name. I had spent my whole life trying to prove everyone wrong, proving I would never follow in his footsteps, that I'd never surrender. And now I am just like him. Axios! Hayden ran over and kneeled on the grass beside us. The minor cuts on his face had scabbed over, and his arms remained wrapped, the cloth bleeding through in some areas. "I'm delighted to see you awake at last. I worried we were going to lose you."
"I thought the same,"
Axios answered. "You must be starved," I said, letting go of his hand and standing. "I will bring you something to eat." I felt his gaze on me as I walked away. He needed to eat, but the true reason for my leaving had been I needed a moment to myself to process all that had happened. I'd stayed by his side since the battle, not sleeping and constantly worrying. Now that I knew he would be fine, exhaustion was taking over. And so were all the emotions I'd kept at bay. Grief, anger, and fear. Fear because the future for Sparta was unknown. Men glanced at me and bowed their heads as I passed. Others clapped me on the shoulder before continuing their tasks. Their behavior intrigued me, though no explanation for it was given. After finding fresh meat and bread, I returned to Axios' side. Hayden snapped his mouth closed, and Axios gave me a thin smile. There was no doubt that Hayden had told him the truth, and I prepared myself for the disgust. But it never came. Axios picked at his food, eating as much as he could before pushing it away. He had no appetite, not that I could blame him. I had barely eaten as well. He stared up at the blue sky and closed his eyes at the soft breeze, but then he sat up taller and winced. "You need to rest in the shade," I said, seeing his skin glisten and the ends of his hair dampen. "The sun is at its highest and you will start to sweat."
"Ery,"
he shook his head. That was not a request," I said in a firm tone. I wrapped an arm around his waist and lifted him up before guiding him back into the tent. Wounded men rested in the shade, some asleep while others quietly groaned in pain. One Spartan was missing the lower half of his right leg, having had it amputated shortly after the battle to save his life. Another had his head wrapped from where he'd been impaled in the eye. Axios lay down and was asleep within minutes. "You told him," I stated. "Yes," Hayden answered from behind me. "Do not forget you are not the only one who fled the battlefield, Eryx. We all did. We were always told Spartans never surrender. Tell me something, brother." Hayden stepped closer and I turned to him. "If Axios wasn't on the field, and it was only you fighting the Thebans, would you have retreated?" "No. I would have fought until my last breath. But you would not fight until his last breath." I looked at Axios and lightly ran my fingers over his bicep, saying nothing. Hayden eventually left, and I rested my head on Axios' chest. Exhaustion finally won after fighting it for so long, and I drifted to sleep.
"Am I allowed to go for a walk while you're away?" Axios asked.
Or must I be confined to this bed for all eternity? I cracked a smile and lowered myself to the mat, brushing my lips across his. Only if you're careful. I kissed him once, twice, before pulling away and rising to my feet. Do not overly exert yourself. 2 fortnights had passed since the battle, and while Axios had healed nicely, the wound still caused him discomfort if he moved around too much. I am not a babe, Ery, he said, sighing. Your incessant fussing over my health is unnecessary. Meeting his gaze, I felt a pang of hurt in my chest. Perhaps I was too overbearing. I hooked the clasp of my cloak before kneeling to tighten the straps of my sandals. Normally I wouldn't bother with them, but I wished to look presentable for the meeting. Word had spread through the camp of how I'd taken charge during the battle after the commanders had been killed, and once it had reached the ears of the senior officers and the new commander, I had been promoted to Enomotarch. As a first-rank officer, I would now command my own unit of 30 Spartans. One day, you will not only be a skilled warrior, but you shall lead them. Mark my words. Belos had spoken the truth all those years ago at the dining mess, and I couldn't have been more honored to hold such a title. I will return later this evening, I said, turning away from him. Ery, he snatched hold of my wrist. My heart belongs to you, you stubborn, overprotective man. I softly smiled. As does mine to you. I left his side and walked across the camp to the tent where all the officers were gathered to discuss the status of the war. A week ago, we'd received news of a Spartan naval defeat at Elysia. The fleet had been transporting an army across the Corinthian Gulf into Boeotia in an attempt to avoid the land route which had proven unsuccessful in past campaigns. The Athenians had then raised a fleet of over 60 ships and stopped the Spartan advance. Entering the tent, I was greeted by the officers, and we nodded in mutual respect. Discussions then began of the war, and more news was brought to light. Soon after the defeat at Elysia, the Spartans responded by sending another fleet under the command of Nikolochus. The second attack did significant damage to the Athenians, but did nothing to further the advance into Boeotia. All sides are willing to negotiate peace, one of the senior officers said. The war efforts have gone on for far too long. The thought of peace brought out conflicting emotions in me. We'd been at war for 6 years, with our side only weakening with each battle. A treaty would put an end to it all. Then again, I would never forgive Thebes and Athens. The meeting went on late into the night before the commander dismissed us. As I walked through the camp, I breathed in the scent of wood burning on the fire, mixed with the smell of the lake. Stars lit the sky, and I stopped near the water's edge to peer up at them. Was Theon among them now? A tear slipped from my eyes before I composed myself. Tears would not bring him back, neither would becoming lost in my grief. Axios was lying on his back when I returned to our bed. Careful not to touch his wound, I slipped my arm around him and cuddled against his side. He stirred and draped his arm over mine. Did I wake you? I asked. No, I was not yet sleeping. Good. I caressed his jaw, enjoying the slight prickle of hair beneath my fingers. I apologize for coming in so late. We had many things to discuss. The cities are speaking of peace, or at least a temporary ceasefire. We might be returning home soon if it is agreed upon. Peace, Axios said with a scowl. His eyes narrowed. I do not wish for peace. I wish for the filth that killed Theon to pay with their lives. I want to crush them, Ery. Make them bleed and beg for our mercy. A mercy I will give them by slashing my sword across their throats. I froze in disbelief. The words he spoke were not like the Axios I knew. I was not expecting such a thing from you, I said, not recognizing the eyes staring back at me. Where is the man who hated war, and only fought because his state asked it of him? The one who hated violence? His jaw clenched. He died when they killed my brother. An ache pierced my chest. I share your thoughts,
and wish for all of them to suffer horrendous deaths. But if we do not make peace, more men will die, I said, grabbing his hand. The Thebans are not the weak force they used to be. The sacred band is gradually taking control and building the morale of our enemies and their allies. If there is a chance for peace, we shall take it.
Quill will not leave Orchomenus, Axios said, threading his fingers through my hair.
He didn't need to explain, for I already expected as much. Theon was buried here, and Quill wouldn't leave him. Some of our men will need to hold the territory when we leave, I said. If Quill wishes to stay, I will request him to remain stationed here with them. Axios nodded and pressed his head to mine. How are you feeling?
I'm well.
He kissed my cheek, my jaw, and then my neck. Are you in pain? I asked, not letting him distract me. You should be resting. I expected him to grumble at me, but instead he smiled.
I feel no pain, I swear.
You seem different, I said, observing him closer. Nothing but joy shone in his eyes. Not as grumpy when I inquire about your wound. Perhaps I shall leave you alone more often. It makes the reunion all the sweeter.
Please do not, Axios said, stroking his thumb along my collarbone. Being away from you makes me anxious, especially now.
I felt the same. Almost losing him had made me appreciate every single moment, every breath. It mattered not if we were together or apart. We'd forever be each other's missing piece. Like the story my father had told me about soulmates. When you are near, it's as if my soul reaches out to touch yours, I said, moving my fingers along his jaw. To connect with a missing piece. And when we part, I leave that piece with you.
Stop talking and kiss me,
Axios said, resting his head on mine and grabbing my hair. We had not made love since the battle, and I was almost desperate to taste him, to have him writhing in pleasure. I cupped the back of his head and kissed him before pulling him on top of me. My body responded to him, hardening beneath his touch. Do not hurt yourself, I said, gripping the tops of his thighs as he straddled me. His health and well-being came before anything else. Take it slow.
Eri, I feel fine, he responded, rolling his hips.
The stars danced above his head as he smirked down at me.
But if you wish for me to stop...
I grabbed his waist as he began to slide off.
By the gods, do not stop.
His self-satisfied grin told me he never had any intention of stopping. He'd only wanted to hear me beg.
Very well,
Axios said before leaning down and kissing me, smiling against my lips. When we came together, it was slow but no less intense. As he moved on top of me, taking me deep into his body, I clasped his hand and linked our fingers. His eyes closed as he tilted his face to the night sky. And then he was soaring. He collapsed on my chest afterward, and I maneuvered him to the side, keeping my arms around him. We slept then, and it was the best night's rest I'd had in weeks. Days later, after we'd been told we were going home, Hayden beamed at the thought of seeing his family again, while Axios spoke of the house we shared and how he'd missed it greatly. Quill, however, didn't smile. He stared at Theon's resting place with tears in his eyes.
I will not leave him,
he whispered. Axios looked at me, and I nodded before walking across camp and approaching the commander. I suggested that Quill remain in Orchomenus with the other men assigned to stay, and the commander agreed without question. The more men defending the city, the better. On the day we left, I regretted my decision. I would not only be leaving Theon behind, but now Quill as well. He stood before us, too pale and with dark circles under his eyes. With no appetite over the weeks, he'd lost weight, making him even smaller.
Take care of yourself, brother,
Axios said, squeezing Quill's arm before stepping back.
Sparta will not be the same without you.
I will, Quill responded with watering brown eyes. A light laugh escaped him, as did a single tear.
Watch over Hayden and make sure he does not do anything too foolish.
Axios laughed, though his eyes were pained. It is you who should watch yourself, Hayden responded before pulling the smaller man into his arms for a tight embrace. The world is large, and you are small. Quill playfully shoved Hayden away before looking at me.
Farewell, Eryx. May fate bring us together again someday.
There is still time to change your mind, I said.
No, he shook his head. This is my home now.
I patted the top of his head and ruffled his brown locks, wanting to see him smile before we left. Then I told the men to get in formation. As an officer, I was in charge of keeping my unit in order. I took my place at the front of the line, Axios to my right and Hayden to my left. Then we moved out of the city. Quill stood near the lake and watched us leave. The sight of him standing there alone would haunt me for many years to come. I nearly broke formation to go over and beg him to change his mind, but then I remembered Theon buried in the field nearby, and knew if it was Axios who rested there, I would never leave this city either.
You will be all right, Ax, I said, catching him staring at Quill. He is stronger than you think.
Axios stared at the dirt, and before we rounded the corner out of the city, he looked at Quill one last time. He sighed and faced ahead as the city faded behind us. Chapter 34. Much was the same. The white peak of Mount Tegetus in the distance, the sound of the rushing river, and the olive trees in the valley. The tall grass swayed in the field, and the scent of smoke was carried with the wind. Laconia hadn't changed. But I had. We all had. After ridding ourselves of our armor, Axios and I walked home. The path was familiar, as was the feel of his hand in mine. He wondered if the family of rabbits still dwelled in the bushes behind our house, and, if so, if we could feed them. I smiled at his tender heart and told him we could do whatever he desired. His mood shifted once we walked through the door, however. He trailed a hand over the table before opening the shutters on the window. When several moments passed and he didn't move, I closed the gap between us and took him into my arms.
Axios?
Were we in the wrong to leave him there? He asked, staring outside. I suspected he wasn't looking at the trees or the shrubs. His mind was in Orchomenus, with the brother we'd left behind. Being home while he's still away feels wrong, as if we abandoned him. It was what he wanted, I replied, moving away from the window to light a candle. The flame flickered a moment before steadying. What were we to do? Tie him up and force him to return with us? We need to respect his wishes. He closed the shutters and turned to me. The candle cast shadows throughout the room, and as he approached me, the light bounced off his skin in an alluring golden glow. The wound on his midsection took away my lustful thoughts. It was jagged and to the left of his navel. The physician said if it had been an inch higher, he would have died. Eri, do not stare at me in that way. Axios gripped my side and dipped his head to my neck, placing a soft kiss there. I am here with you, nowhere else. He captured my lips then, and no more was said with words. He told me plenty with his body. The way he kissed me and stared up at me through long lashes as I took him held nothing but love. The passing of days brought routine back into our lives. Our previous herd of boys had all finished the Agauge, and so we were given another group. They were aged 12 and had just participated in the Diamastagosis. The Festival of Whips had left many of them with scars on their backs, and the more unfortunate of them had marks on their necks and faces. The war with Thebes had made Sparta push the men and youths harder. Sacrifices were even made to the gods to atone for whatever wrong we'd done to anger them. The best goat was given to Ares, and one day the men took to the woods for a boar hunt, and a chunk of meat from the biggest boar was thrown into the fire as an offering. As we were leaving the field one day after training our group, Demetrius ran toward us. We hadn't had a chance to see him since our return. He and Cassius had been gone with a small unit of men to scout the surrounding terrain, as there'd been rumors of a Theban force moving closer to Laconia. After the many defeats over the years, we could never be too cautious. Axios! Eryx! Demetrius stood taller than Axios now, though still shorter than me. The years hadn't taken his friendly nature, and he greeted us with a bright smile. It is good to see you. When I heard of the battle and all the men lost, I feared the worst. What was it like? Battle? Being so near to death? Axios frowned and instinctively touched his stomach. If fortune be in our favor, may you not know the answer for a long time, I said, clapping Demetrius on the arm. Where is Cassius? You two are never far from the other. He is around, somewhere, he answered, walking beside us as we continued toward the dining hall. We were playing a game, but I became sidetracked upon seeing you. Knowing him as I do, he's probably in the stables hiding. The stables? Axios asked, arching a brow. I shared his interest, and with it came memories. I remembered the nights where we'd rolled around in the hay, mouths smashed together, and hearts beating wildly in our chests. A lifetime ago, it seemed. Demetrius stared at us in horror as his cheeks flamed red. He knew he'd been caught. I should be leaving. Excuse me. As he took off in the opposite direction, Axios and I exchanged a knowing smile. I had always felt like Cassius and Demetrius were similar to me and Axios, fitting that they should find love in each other as well. We joined our position in the dining hall, but I couldn't bring myself to do much more than stare at the two empty seats across from me. I remembered Theon throwing a berry at Quill, and Quill throwing it back, hitting Theon in the middle of his forehead. All of the laughs we'd shared around the table echoed in my mind. It had been an easier time back then, back before battles and bloodshed, before our family had been torn apart. Axios stared at the seats too, and I placed my hand on his thigh. The contact helped ground me. Much had been taken from us, but we still had each other. Later, we returned home, the moon lighting our silent walk down the path. Once we were inside, Axios and I fell into bed, and I pulled him to my chest. Like so many other times in my life when I'd felt myself slipping away, I needed him close to me. And that night, I needed him to hold me together, for I was slowly breaking apart, piece by piece. Rage, sorrow, and regret had hold of me, mostly regret. Brushing my fingers through his black hair, I pressed kisses to his temple. "Eri?" he asked, his voice raspy from the sleep trying to take hold of him. "What are you thinking?" I stilled the hand in his hair. Many thoughts plagued my mind, but one of them wounded me the most. "Do you remember the morning after we made love for the first time?" I asked. "You asked me to run away with you, to leave duty behind and create a life together, away from Sparta, away from the bloodshed. I told you no." My eyes watered and I lifted my gaze to his face. "Why didn't I listen to you?" His eyes glazed over, as if he were imagining the life we could have had. I let myself imagine it too, us walking along the shore hand in hand as we returned to our home by the sea. He'd talk about his day, and I'd tell him about mine. Absent would be pain, war, and grief. We could have been happy. "Because we are needed here," Axios said, touching my cheek. "This is our home." "No." I grabbed his hand, sliding my fingers through his. "Sparta is not my home. You are." If only it hadn't taken me so long to realize it. Softly, Axios pulled my face to his. As our lips touched, he groaned and deepened the kiss, pushing his tongue into my mouth. Gentle touches became more adventurous, and he tore from the kiss to lightly graze his teeth down my neck. Farther he went, smoothing his hands down my chest and abdomen as he pinned me with a lustful stare. I emitted a moan when he grabbed my cock, his hand slightly calloused from all the years of wielding a sword. A sly smile curved his lips as he travelled even lower and slipped the head into his mouth. When he took me to the back of his throat, I sucked in a sharp breath and gripped his hair.
He glided me in and out of his warm mouth, and the pleasure was intoxicating. I inched closer to release, my muscles starting to tremble, but then he pulled off.
"Ax,"
I said on a whine, throwing my head back on the cushion.
"Do not stop."
Axios nudged my cock and grinned. It was my punishment for all the times I had teased him during sex. Being on the other end was not nearly as enjoyable. I fisted the blanket beneath me and writhed in frustration, glaring down at him. The swollen head of my cock was only inches from his wet mouth. With intentionally slow movements, he brought his face closer and slipped it back between his lips. When I started to quake again, he fervently sucked me until I came apart. He swallowed every drop and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, a proud smile on his handsome face. Axios moved back up my chest and lay at my side.
"Do not become too comfortable, my warrior,"
I said, still trying to catch my breath.
"And why is that?" he asked.
I grabbed his arms and put them above his head, pinning him down as I hovered over him. His lips parted as an excited gleam sparkled in his eyes.
"Allow me to show you," I answered, before gliding my lips across his.
Despite the obstacles thrown in our path, we had still found happiness together in Sparta. It might not have been the life either of us had dreamed of, but it was ours. Months passed without conflict. The ceasefire between Sparta and Thebes held as the peace terms had been discussed. The treaty stated that each Greek city would be self-governing, similar to the terms that had ended the war with Corinth in years past. Most of the Spartans garrisoned in allied territories had returned home, except for those in Orchomenus. Hostility between Thebes and Orchomenus remained high, in spite of the treaty, so our forces had remained in place to prevent further fighting. Quill's absence, as well as Theon's, was still felt by Axios, Hayden, and me, but we were healing. Meals with the physician became more tolerable as the year drew on. Memories didn't hurt as much, and we were able to discuss them now with joy in our hearts instead of pain. Is it wise for Sparta to become involved in another city's politics when we finally have peace? Axios asked one morning in the dining hall. Exiled oligarchs from the city of Corcyra had requested Spartan aid to sail into the Ionian Sea and help defeat their rivals. After little debate among the leaders, Sparta answered their call and sent a fleet of 22 triremes. "The decision has been made," I responded, soaking a piece of bread in my broth to make it softer. "It matters not if it was wise or foolish. What is done is done. We can do nothing but wait for further news." Axios made a valid point, however. The treaty was like a wound barely healed. It was closed for the time being, but one wrong move and it would split open again. After the meal, we headed for the field where Leonidas was training. The summer day was sweltering, and the dirt was hot beneath my feet. A breeze would be welcomed, yet none came. If not for Axios' fondness for my hair, I would have grabbed my blade and sliced it off in that moment. "I suspect Liana is with child again," Hayden said. "She has the glow, and her breasts have become larger, like melons." "Enough," Axios responded with a laugh, swatting at him. "I do not wish to hear of my sister's breasts."
"What incredible breasts they are too,"
Hayden taunted him further. I shoved his shoulder, and he laughed.
"Fine, I shall stop. However, I speak true about her being with child. When we lay together, I noticed her stomach felt firmer, and it jutted a bit."
"Do you wish for another son or a daughter?" I asked him, bumping against Axios, who seemed lost in his beautiful head once again. He grinned and bumped me in return.
"It matters not," Hayden answered in a somber tone. "I only pray that the gods bestow health on the babe, and that they protect my wife and give her strength during the birth."
The smile fell from my lips. Liana had nearly died after giving birth to Leonidas. I understood Hayden's unease. Reaching the arena, I saw the youths sweating profusely as they practiced their combat drills. Leo smirked as he battled his opponent, not letting the heat or the exhaustion sway him. His resemblance to Hayden was remarkable.
"Look at my boy," Hayden said, leaning against the fence. "My own father never came to see me train. He considered me the state's responsibility once I left home. His duty to me was finished. I swore to myself that if I ever had a son, I would never treat him that way, that I would support him and be there for him in all situations."
Leo pinned his opponent down, and the other boys struggled beneath his weight.
"Okay, enough,"
Nikias said, nodding to Leo.
"Excellent work."
As he instructed the youths, I studied the boys' faces. Akamas intently listened, his dark hair cut nearly to the scalp. Paris and Galen came to the field sometimes to watch him, but they had left with the fleet sent to the Ionian Sea. Axios swiped a hand across his forehead, softly panting as sweat trickled down his face.
"I know a way to cool off," I said, nudging his arm.
I was in a playful mood that day, which was a rarity. "Is that so?" Suspicion shone in his eyes. "By the wicked grin upon your face, I'm almost afraid to ask." Without warning, I grabbed his arm and took off running toward the meadow. He stumbled and laughed as I pulled him along.
"Where are you two sneaking off to?"
Hayden yelled after us. I sprinted faster, keeping a hold on Axios. When we reached the woods, I finally let go of him. By then, he seemed to know where we were headed. I looked at him over my shoulder, seeing him smile as he followed. We jumped over fallen branches and found the secret trail through the hanging vines and shrubs. Our stream. Once we were past the barrier of trees and in the small clearing, Axios approached the bank and sat on the grass, dipping his feet in the water. Like a predator stalking prey, I neared him. "That will not cool you off nearly as much as this will." He turned to me, confused. "What do you—" I pushed him into the stream, smirking as he thrashed around in the cool water. He stood waist-deep and shivered as droplets of water rolled off his hair and down his bare chest. "Are you pleased with yourself?" He narrowed his eyes. "Very much," I answered. "What is it with you and throwing me into bodies of water?" Axios asked, motioning to the stream. "And the current could have dragged me away, Ery, to my death."
"You are being dramatic," I said, stepping into the water and gathering him in my arms.
It was a bit chilly, but it was a nice reprieve from the heat.
"No, it couldn't. You are too heavy."
He slapped my chest before dunking me beneath the surface. I slung my head as I jumped back up, my wet hair whacking him in the face. We wrestled in the stream for a while, and once we grew tired, we rested on the grass near the water to dry. Tucking my arms behind my head, I stared at the blue sky and the white clouds slowly moving in. Then I closed my eyes, focusing on the sun heating my skin, listening to the birds chirping in the trees and the relaxing sound of the rushing water. Axios shifted to my side before becoming still. Even without looking at him, I sensed him.
"I can feel your eyes on me," I said, smiling.
"Ery, may I ask you a question?" His serious tone made me open my eyes and turn my head. "Of course." "Now that we are men and have chosen our path, do you ever regret it?" he asked after hesitating. The question must have been plaguing him for a while. He trembled a little before adding, "Do you wish you would have married and had children?"
"No," I said, touching his hand. "To wish such a thing would mean I regret my years with you. And that is a thing I will never do, Axios. There is no greater happiness than having you by my side."
But then my smile faltered as an ache burrowed into my chest.
"Do you regret it?"
With the question came so many more I didn't ask. Did he resent me? I couldn't give him a family. "Gods, no!" He held me tighter. "I only asked because of the chat we had with Hayden earlier, how he and Liana may be having another baby. It occurred to me that it might be something you yearned for, a son to carry on your name and to make you proud, as Leo does for Hayden." The tension uncoiled in my gut, and I could breathe easy once more. I cupped the side of his neck and stared into his honey eyes, hoping my love for him shined through. He returned my gaze and smoothed his hand up my back. We didn't speak. There was no need. I could live 1,000,000 different lifetimes, and I'd still choose him in every single one. Chapter 35. 372 BC. 2 years later.
200 Spartans were killed!
A commander called Svodrius exclaimed, pounding his fist on the tactical table. The officers had called a meeting that afternoon after receiving news that part of our army had been attacked in Plataea.
We should never have agreed to involve ourselves with Corcyra, another said. Thebes saw it as an act of war. The treaty is broken.
We need to act quickly, I said above their bickering. Thebes must not believe they have the advantage. We need to send an envoy and request for peace negotiations to resume. Svodrius eyed me suspiciously.
Quick to call for peace, are you? Are you a trembler, boy?
I gritted my teeth at the insinuation that I was a coward. All men in the room knew of my father, and they had held it over my head every time I spoke during our meetings. A warrior must never fight out of anger, but with a calm determination. I bit back my anger and studied the commander. If memory serves me right, you weren't at Tajira for the battle, I said. But I was, and I saw what the sacred band is capable of. Thebes is no longer intimidated by Sparta. You say choosing peace is cowardice. Well, I say inciting war when peace is possible is the act of a madman. We must choose our battles and not be blinded by pride. If we retaliate against Thebes, it creates a never-ending cycle of bloodshed, and Sparta has already lost too many men in this fight. The other officers nodded their agreement and regarded Svodrius for his response. He glared a moment longer before dropping his gaze to the table, his brow furrowed.
Very well, he said at last. Send word to the other cities that a meeting will be held in Sparta.
Once we were dismissed, I returned home to find Axios behind our house talking to the rabbits. I paused near the oak tree and watched him a while, smiling as he scratched behind their ears. It had taken him a while to earn their trust. When I suggested we make them into a stew, he had slapped my chest and called me a vicious beast, but I had only wanted to see his reaction. Did the meeting go well? He asked, picking up one of the rabbits and standing. He never asked for the specifics of my meetings. Politics bored him. Sparta was facing war again, something I knew would trouble him. I do not wish to discuss it, I said, sliding my arms around him. Introduce me to your new furry friend. He turned in my arms. Only if you promise not to hurt him. I swear it to you. I refused to worry him over things discussed in the meeting. War had not been decided yet, and until it was, the less Axios knew, the better. Weeks later, we stood on a hill and watched outsiders enter Sparta. Each councilman had 15 escorts with him, some of them soldiers. Who are they? Axios asked. Representatives from Macedonia, Syracuse, and Persia, I answered, pointing to each group. Another from Thebes is supposed to be arriving soon as well, and one from Athens. Why are they here? Trepidation laced his tone. It is a meeting to work toward peace. Again, I said, placing a hand on the hilt of my sword. I had retrieved it earlier that day after I was told they'd be arriving. Yet, peace negotiations or not, it is always wise to be ready for a fight. Are you to participate in the meeting? No. Then there is no point us standing here just watching if there's not a thing we can do, Axios said, looking at me. The waiting will only make you anxious. I'm not anxious, though even as I said the words, I tightened the grip on my sword. He truly knew me better than anyone. Let us go see my sister. Axios faced me and caressed a finger down my arm. I wish to escape from war and outsiders for a while longer, and I wish to see the baby. Liana had given birth to a boy nearly 2 years ago, and unlike after Leo's birth, she had not fallen ill. Both she and baby Icarius were healthy. I studied Axios' arm on my arm and eyed him suspiciously, noticing a wicked gleam amidst the pools of honey. "Are you attempting to seduce me to get me to do what you ask?" "Perhaps," he answered. "Is it working?" How could I deny him when he stared at me in such a way? I sighed and began walking down the hill before looking at him over my shoulder. "Are you coming?" With a victorious smile, Axios nodded and followed me. We arrived at Liana and Hayden's home minutes later, seeing her sitting in the yard with her son in front of her.
"Brother!"
Liana exclaimed upon seeing Axios. She grabbed her son's hand and pointed at us.
"Icarius, it is your uncle!"
Icarius had a lighter shade to his hair, more like an owl than a raven. His grey eyes widened and he wobbled in place, not yet having learned to walk well on his own. Axios rushed over and scooped him up, kissing the child's cheeks. Icarius giggled and lightly slapped at Axios' face before putting his little arms around Axios' neck and laying his head down. Axios rested his cheek on the boy's head, a soft smile curving his lips. Our eyes met, and I was overcome with a love so profound it nearly brought me to my knees. We had no children of our own, but we didn't need them to fill that void. I approached them and rubbed the child's back.
"He adores you,"
Liana said to Axios. She stood from the grass and brushed the dirt from her dress.
"Every time I mention your name, he smiles and searches for you. Then when you do not appear, he cries."
To prove her point, she grabbed Icarius and started taking him away. He whined and held on tighter to Axios' neck.
"Do you see?"
Axios chuckled and kissed the boy's temples, rocking him in his arms. "There is my boy," Hayden said, entering the courtyard, sweaty and bruised from training. He regarded Icarius. "Have you been good for your mother?" Icarius reached out his arms to his father, and Axios kissed him again before handing him over. "He is never bad," Liana said, wrapping her arms around her husband.
"I believe he takes after his uncle, kind-spirited, bashful, and a fondness for the sky. It does not take much to keep him occupied and behaving well."
"Takes after Axelina, does he?" Hayden asked, scoffing as he glared at Axios. There was no actual malice behind the look. I laughed at the taunting name, remembering when it was first spoken so many years ago. Axios laughed too, and I wondered if his mind took him to the same memory.
"Hold your tongue,"
Liana said, slapping Hayden's arm. Icarius, who had seen his mother hit Hayden, proceeded to do the same. "There is no fairness here," Hayden said with a laugh. "I'm being attacked by both my wife and child." When Icarius wiggled and pointed toward the ground, Hayden set him down. The boy plopped to his backside and grinned at Axios before pulling grass from the soil and lifting it to his mouth. I squatted down and gently slapped his hand. "Do not eat the grass, little one," I said. Icarius smiled at me before trying to do it again.
"I've heard the women speak of war, that their husbands spoke of having to return on campaign,"
Liana said, biting one of her fingernails, a sign of her worry.
"Is this true?"
"Possibly," I answered, standing from the grass. Icarius threw his arms around my leg. "If peace cannot be decided, then yes, we will go back to war."
"May the gods shine down on us then, and help them reach an accord," she responded. "I've watched my boys go off to war too many times. Yes, I am aware that Spartan men are bred for battle, but there comes a time when the fighting needs to end and for peace to reign again through the lands."
I couldn't have agreed more. Excitement coursed through me as I exited the council chamber and walked through the winding streets of the city. The sun hadn't fully set, but the stars could already be seen in the sky. When the councilman had arrived in Sparta, I had been excluded from the meeting, but I'd been asked to attend the evening. The assembly had lasted for hours, all sides negotiating terms. A decision had been made. My feet carried me faster down the path, one that transitioned from stone to dirt as I headed for the valley.
When our house came into view, I broke into a sprint. Axios stood near the table and jumped as I burst through the front door, the apples in his arms rolling to the floor.
"Ery, what's—"
"The fighting is nearly at a close, Ax," I said, taking his hands in mine. "Can you imagine it? A life without battle looming over our heads." I had no control over my excitement. It poured from every part of me, filling my voice and making it difficult to stand still. He studied me as a smile slowly spread across his face.
"What would we do with ourselves?" Axios asked, pulling me with him as he went to the window and stared outside. His delight was palpable. "Our lives would be so ordinary." After a life of constant fighting and war, I wanted ordinary, craved it.
"We'd do anything we wanted," I answered, winding my arms around him from behind and resting my chin on his shoulder.
"Whatever our hearts desired. You have often mentioned wanting an orchard right there." I pointed to the spot. "Perhaps now we can finally have one, and even plant a fig tree or two." And just like that, we began to plan our future. After deciding on the trees for the orchard, we then discussed Icarius and how we'd be able to see him grow, unlike Leonidas. So many years of Leo's life, we had been away at war. We'd missed so much of his growing up. "We mustn't lose focus," I said after a while. "Even if peace is decided upon, future conflicts are still possible. When one war ends, another begins, eventually."
"Ery," Axios said, shoving against my chest as we lay on our bed. "Let me enjoy this night. Keep your pessimism to yourself." I cracked a smile and nuzzled my nose into his soft hair. The next day, the officers were called to the council chamber once more. I had kissed Axios that morning before I left, my heart nearly bursting when he opened his eyes and gave me a sleepy smile. He told me to hurry back to him, and I promised I would. When I arrived and saw the grim faces of the men, my heart dropped into my stomach. Something had happened. "Come," Spodrius spoke, ushering me inside. He put his arms behind his back and paced the room. "At dawn, another meeting was held between the representatives. Dionysus of Syracuse, Artaxerxes of Persia, and the king of Macedonia all settled on the terms. Thebes did not."
"The treaty has already been agreed upon," I said through my surprise.
"Yes, and Thebes has returned this morn to renegotiate those terms," he responded with a low growl. "Our king then struck Thebes from the list of signatories. War between us will resume." As I left the hall and headed home, I clenched my hands at my sides and fought the tears stinging the corners of my eyes. Hope was such a cruel beast. My spirits had been high the night before as Axios and I spoke of our plans, but those plans would never come to pass. We were destined for war, nothing else. Axios was in the courtyard when I returned. A rabbit hopped from the bushes before seeing me and scampering away. He watched the rabbit before meeting my gaze, and his smile instantly vanished.
"What is it?"
he asked in alarm, standing from the grass and nearing me. The news would break his heart, much like it had done to mine. "Thebes rejected the demands," I said, focusing on the ground. I didn't want to see the disappointment in his eyes.
"You told me all the leaders had agreed on it," Axios said in a hard tone. "That war was at its end."
"At first, yes, they had. And it had been." I finally looked at him, mourning the loss of his light. He didn't look disappointed like I'd expected. I saw no emotion whatsoever in his eyes. But Thebes requested to renegotiate several of the terms, and their demands were unreasonable. King Agesilaus refused them, so they were excluded from the treaty. The peace went into effect for the other leaders, and now it is just us and Thebes at war.
"What does this mean?" he asked.
"The ceasefire has ended, and an army will be sent to invade Boeotia once more," I answered as a chill snaked through my veins. "It has not been decided when we will go, but I feel it will be soon."
Axios shifted his gaze to the right, staring at the place we'd wished to plant trees for the orchard.
Ax?
I stepped closer and slid my hand to his nape. He didn't react to my touch. There was a burning sensation in my sternum, as if I'd swallowed hot iron from the forge.
Please say something, my warrior.
His eyes found mine, and I saw desperation in them, as if he was being swept away and needed something to hold on to.
Do you think the fighting will ever stop? He asked.
All wars eventually end, I answered, smoothing my hand up and down his bicep in an attempt to comfort him.
Just as the ice from winter eventually melts. It matters not how dark and cold the days are. It will pass when spring arrives.
Axios swallowed and pressed his head to mine.
So, we must wait for spring?
I nodded and brought him to my chest. We stayed that way for minutes, hours. No amount of time would ever be enough. Chapter 36 371 BC. It took time to prepare the army for the invasion. Armies garrisoned in other cities had to be sent messages to return to Sparta, and weeks turned to months. Therefore, King Cleon Brutus decided to wait until winter passed before having the army depart. The day before we were expected to leave, Axios went to see King Agacephalus' grave. He was struggling with his views of the war, knowing that he needed to fight, yet also tired of the conflict and thinking it pointless. The king had shared his views while alive, and I knew that was why Axios wished to visit him. I gave him privacy and let him go alone. I lay on the grass outside our home, arms resting behind my head as I stared at the sky. The rabbits rustled in the bushes, sometimes brave enough to hop toward me, sniff my arm, and then hop back. Clouds drifted overhead, momentarily blocking the sun. The cool breeze swept my bangs into my face, and I closed my eyes. Spring had arrived, but not the spring I had discussed with Axios, the one that would end the war and allow us to live in peace. I feared that spring would never come. When Axios returned, he lay beside me and propped his head up on my arm. He didn't speak as his gaze roamed my face and trailed down my chest. I didn't sense lust from him, though. It seemed as though he was memorizing every detail, much like I had often done when he was asleep.
This is our last day in Sparta, I said, glancing at him. It feels different this time.
I feel it too, he whispered, resting his head on my bicep. I do not wish for the sun to set this day. I wish to stay this way with you in this moment until the end of our days. I shifted to put my arm around him, and he snuggled closer to my side. Then I studied him just as he'd done to me. Tanned skin and dark lashes, plump lips. At 35 years of age, he was just as beautiful as he'd always been, perhaps even more so. I glided my fingers through his black hair, my vision blurring as I wondered if I'd ever get the chance to see grey colour the dark strands, if I'd ever see wrinkles at the corner of his eyes from how often he smiled, if we'd ever grow old together. The setting of the sun was inevitable, and soon the light of day faded and stars appeared in the night sky. We went inside and started a fire before cuddling together on our small mat and drinking wine I'd stolen from the dining hall. Axios raised his brows when I showed him, but he voiced no complaints when I poured him a glass. I didn't favour inebriation, yet I craved the numbness the wine brought and how it steadied my nerves. For our last night in Sparta, I thought there was no better reason to drink. I perhaps drank more than I should have because I slumped backward and closed my eyes, the empty goblet rolling from my grasp. A raspy chuckle reached my ears before lips brushed against mine. And then I slept. Dawn arrived much too soon. Axios woke me by kissing my neck and whispering in my ear, calling me a sleepy bear. His face was the first thing I saw upon opening my eyes, and I smiled before tugging him closer. Our lips crushed together, and as we kissed, I felt my heart grow heavy. We had to leave for war. Reluctantly, I pulled from his embrace and stood. We ate a small meal before dressing and grabbing our supplies. Dew covered the grass, and the spring morning held a minor chill as I walked outside. Axios wasn't behind me. I turned around and saw him standing in the doorway, looking at our home. His hand tightened on the door frame before he smoothed his fingers across the wood. Yes, this time felt different. I could not explain the feeling, but it was similar to the one I'd had before we'd lost Theon at Tajira. This campaign would take something else from us. Hayden? Perhaps Quill, who I knew we'd see again because the officers had said in our last meeting that we were stopping at Orchomenus to add to our force. I refused to think on it a moment longer, refused to include a certain name among the possibilities. Axios, we need to leave. He took a deep breath before nodding and closing the door. Spartans were saying goodbye to their families when we arrived. Young women kissed their husbands and children ran around their father's legs. Lyanna was there with the 2 children, speaking with Hayden. We approached them. Icarius reached for Axios, and Lyanna handed the child over to him. Axios held Icarius and bounced him, trying to make him smile. But the boy seemed to sense the seriousness of the situation, for he clung onto Axios' neck and pouted. "Come, sweet bud," Lyanna said, reaching for the toddler. Icarius cried and clutched on tighter to Axios, his grey eyes leaking tears. Axios rocked him and rested his face against the boy's hair. My heart ached at the sight of them. We didn't know how long we'd be gone this time. It was likely that Icarius would be walking and talking by the time we returned. Axios handed Icarius to Hayden, who held his son close to his chest. The boy cried harder and grabbed Hayden's cloak with his chubby little hands. "I wish I was going with you," Leonidas said, holding his head high. "It's not fair." "Your father said something very similar once when we were youths and watching an army depart," Axios said, grabbing Leo's shoulder. "But war is not a thing to wish for, Leo." Demetrius and Cassius approached with their shields and helmets. They were of age now to fight for Sparta. It both worried me and made me proud. Axios and I had trained them, and I had no doubt of their abilities, but I also couldn't bear the thought of them falling in battle. I had no children, but I knew it would be like losing a son. The pain would be unbearable. "How far is the journey?" Demetrius asked, smiling excitedly. "Over a week at least," I answered. "Possibly 2, depending on how fast we move and whatever obstacles we meet on the way." "Obstacles?" His smile fell. He might look like a man with his sun-darkened skin, rippling muscles and masculine set of his jaw, but he was still only a boy at heart, inexperienced in many things. "Attacks or blockades from Thebes," I explained, wanting him to understand the danger we faced. All invasions of Boeotia in the past were met with heavy opposition. Cassius looked at Demetrius, a tender expression in his eyes. His blonde hair had darkened a little over the years, and the wavy strands fell past his ears. Both of them had grown so much. "Prepare to march!" one of the commanders shouted. Axios quickly hugged his sister before kissing Icarius on the head and ruffling Leo's hair. I nodded to Lyanna, and she returned the nod with a trembling chin. I wondered if she felt it too, the dark cloud hanging over our heads. Hayden pulled her into his arms and kissed her before breaking away and striding over to where we stood. He didn't look back at her. I knew he wouldn't be able to leave if he did. King Cleon Brutus rode up on his horse, joining the cavalry soldiers at the front of the army. My unit of men got into formation, and I took position at the front. The people who'd come to see us off waved, and some stared with solemn expressions. Paris and Galen stood in the crowd. They had just returned from another assignment and would not be joining us on the campaign. I nodded to them, and they returned the gesture. Acamas stood between them, his brow creased as he looked at us. "Forward!" the king exclaimed, and then we left Sparta. All was quiet amongst the men apart from our feet falling upon the earth and the occasional clank of one shield upon another. Axios had a deep crease in the middle of his forehead, as if he were heavily pondering something. "What is on your mind?" I asked. "The sun," he answered. I doubted his honesty, but chose not to press him on the matter. "I heard the other officers speak of the army in Orchomenus joining us before we reach Boeotia," I casually said. "We will have a dominating force with the armies combined. Thebes will not know what hit them." There was an instant shift in his behavior. Axios turned his head toward me, and a wide smile stretched his lips. The promise of seeing Quill again had been what he'd needed to pull him out of his dark thoughts. "I knew that would make you smile," I said, grinning at him. "You know me better than anyone." The routes near Boeotia had been blocked, stalling our advance into the territory. An army of our size was too large to hide, so I knew Thebes had received word of our approach long before we'd arrived. After hitting yet another blocked route, we were ordered to make camp for the night. The men, who were fatigued and irritated because of it, built fires and ate their portions of food. I sat with my unit and did the same. We'd been marching for days, and the men's spirits were low. They took the blocked routes as an omen of impending doom. I bit off a piece of dried meat and glanced around the land as I chewed it. Green valleys and beds of soft flowers, and a mountain in the distance. I cocked my head and focused on it, noting the peculiar shape of the peak, like a thumb. I'd never seen it before, but I remembered my father telling me about it. Warmth filled my chest. My father might have been a coward, but I would forever cherish my memories of him. His stories had often lifted my spirits. Perhaps I could do the same for the men. "Look," I told Axios, pointing at the mountain. "Do you know what that is?" Axios squinted at it. "A mountain?" I laughed and bumped his shoulder. "Well, yes, but do you know which mountain?" He shook his head. "It is Mount Helicon," I said, unable to hide the excitement in my tone. "There is a spring located deep within the mountain, you see. And do you know what occurred at that spring?" Axios stared at me in awe and shook his head again. "Tell me." Demetrius and Cassius joined us around the fire, as did several men from different units. All stared at me, waiting for me to continue. "Once there was a man from Thespia who was a magnificent hunter. However, he was not just a simple man. He was the son of a river god, and his name was Narcissus." I tore off another piece of meat and chewed it. Not only was Narcissus a hunter, but he was also very beautiful. Maidens and young men fell at his feet, pining for his attention, but he refused them all. "Why?" Cleonymus asked, holding the same wide-eyed innocence as Demetrius. His father was Sphodrius, and the commander had spoken highly of his son several times during our meetings. "Why did he refuse them all?" "None of them touched his heart," I answered, smiling when the men leaned closer. They were captivated by the story, and it pleased me to give them the distraction. Yet, one day, Narcissus journeyed toward Mount Helicon. He was annoyed by the attention of all the young men and women who desired him. Thus he longed to have a moment of privacy. And then he came to a pool of water. Axios smiled and rested his chin on his hands, like a curious child. He was thirsty and knelt to cup some of the fresh water into his palms, I said, mimicking the action. But something then happened. Seeing his reflection in the spring, Narcissus finally knew love, and his heart soared at the sight. He admired his beauty in the reflection, awed by the sight of himself, the complexion of his smooth skin and his masculine face. He was unable to leave then. No matter how dry his mouth became or how empty his stomach, he could not move. The men around me gaped, and one asked me how Narcissus escaped. His thirst and hunger became unbearable, and yet he still could not leave his spot, I continued. And so he took the dagger from his belt
and stabbed himself to escape the misery.
What? Axios exclaimed. That is a horrendous story. What happened after that?
Chuckles followed my lover's outburst, though many of the men shared his shock. He gained immortality by becoming a flower, I answered.
A flower? Demetrius asked. Well, they are beautiful. Perhaps it was a symbolic representation of him as a man. Beautiful yet fragile.
Possibly, I said, impressed by his theory. I hadn't considered it before.
Cassius kissed Demetrius' shoulder as he put an arm around his waist. Why was he unable to leave? Axios asked.
Some say he was cursed, I answered, tearing apart a strand of grass. That one of the gods was jealous of his beauty and wished to trap him for all eternity as punishment. Where do you hear such stories? Hayden asked before shoving more food into his mouth. I froze at the question. No one had ever asked me before, not even Axios. My father, I said, feeling like a weight was pressing down on my chest. I used to have difficulty falling asleep at night, so he told me stories before bed. I felt eyes on me, but I kept my gaze on the ground. Eventually, conversation shifted to the campaign, and the men wondered how we'd ever get past the blockades. I heard their words, but I didn't register them. All I could think about was my father. He had made me promise to keep Spartan ideals close to my heart, to never surrender. I hoped he'd be proud of the man I had become. That night, Axios pulled me into his arms when we lay down to sleep. I usually held him, so the change was unexpected but appreciated. I hadn't realized how much I'd needed to be held until his arms were around me. I rested my head against him and closed my eyes. He smoothed his hand up and down my back, a calming touch that helped me welcome sleep. I dreamed of our home. Axios lay in the grass, and I lay on top of him, our mouths moving together as my fingers entwined with his. There was a crack of thunder before it started to rain. I opened my eyes to an overcast sky, still feeling the rain. Men rose from their beds and packed supplies, and it took me a moment to remember where we were. Axios touched my shoulder, watching me with worried eyes. I am well, I said, standing before offering a hand to help him up. He accepted. What did you dream? The heavy feeling from the night before had returned. We were home. Drops of rain streamed down his face as he stared at me, his eyes reflecting the same yearning I felt deep inside my heart. I lifted a hand to caress his jaw, and he leaned into the touch. Eryx, Cleonymus said, bowing his head respectfully. My father sent me to retrieve you. He and the officers wish to discuss strategy. My hand fell from Axios' face, but not before he placed a light kiss to my palm. I left his side to speak with the officers, who were gathered in the only tent at the camp. Cleonymus nodded to his father before leaving us. The scouts have returned, King Cleon Brutus said. There is a passage through the mountain that will take us into Boeotia from the southwest. Tell your units. Yes, sir, was echoed all around. Permission to speak, sir, I said. The king narrowed his eyes at me before nodding. Thebes has been one move ahead of us this entire campaign, blocking all routes they know we would take. It can be assumed that they left this passage open intentionally. You think they have set a trap? He asked, rubbing his chin. If so, we will be prepared. I'll alert the men at the front of a possible attack. We were dismissed, and the army continued to march. As expected, a Theban force waited on the other side of the mountain. The unit I commanded was toward the middle of the line, so we saw no combat. The cavalry and soldiers in the first few rows easily defeated the Thebans before our unit reached them. They were too arrogant, I said, as we passed the enemy corpses. They brought 200 men when we greatly outnumber them. Perhaps they were only a distraction, Axios suggested, surveying the range. I observed the area well, searching for signs of another attack. None came. We continued through the terrain for hours before the army changed course, heading farther south.
Where are we going?
Axios asked. I'm not sure, I answered, annoyed. As an officer, I should have been informed of any change in the plan. Wherever we go, remember to stay by my side. After an hour of walking, the orders were finally passed down. Instead of going to Thespia, the king had decided to head toward Croesus, a port city in Boeotia. The spontaneous decision worked in our favor, for the city was not expecting us. The city fell shortly after the fighting began. 2 divisions of men stormed the harbor and captured 12 triremes, while the rest of us battled the defensive forces. Once the city was ours, we were relieved of duty and told to rest. Corpses littered the streets, and blood stained the stone they lay upon. Axios looked at the bodies and averted his eyes, his hand tightening into a fist. He knew the deaths were unnecessary, yet it made it no easier for him to witness.
Eryx,
Svodrius said, gently slapping my shoulder. Strands of his dark hair had fallen free of the strap he'd tied it back with.
We have you to thank for this.
In what way? I asked. I wasn't even informed of this decision until we were nearly here.
The king remembered your words about Thebes being 1 move ahead of us,
he responded, wiping the blood from his sword before sheathing it.
So we made a move they hadn't anticipated.
The commander then left to join King Cleombrutus at the harbour. I looked at the bodies, seeing men so young their beards hadn't even started to grow. I shoved aside sympathy and forced myself to remember it was the price of war. No man was above it. Soldiers walked past me, voicing their plans to find women to warm their beds for the night.
What if she doesn't want your ugly prick anywhere near her? One asked.
I never said she had to like it,
the other responded with a cruel smile.
I'll stick it in her anyway.
Axios glared at them, his jaw tight. Confronting the soldiers would solve nothing. Rape was barbaric, but denying a man his prize after battle was only cause for more bloodshed. There is nothing you can do, my warrior, I said, taking hold of his hand. Put it from your mind and come sit with me. Knowing how the sea calmed him, I led Axios to the shore and sat on the sand. He breathed in the air, closing his eyes. The breeze ruffled his hair while he sat frozen in place, and I couldn't look away.
The army should be here soon, an officer said behind us, speaking to another. Last word received put them outside of Phocis, and that was days ago.
Did one of our envoys tell them of our change of plans? The other asked. That we're moving towards Lustra next?
I believe so.
Axios opened his eyes and peered at me. I knew he was thinking of Quill. So was I. It had been too long since we'd seen our companion.
Should have known I'd find you 2 here,
Hayden said, plopping down on the other side of Axios.
Like 2 fish drawn to the water.
And then the 3 of us sat on the shore, watching the waves gently roll in. Chapter 37. Our camp overlooked the flat plain of Lustra. After leaving Croesus days ago, we had travelled southeast and stopped when we reached the Asopus River. The king had positioned us on a ridge and told us to await further orders. The army from Orchomenus was expected to arrive soon, and our men grew restless as we waited for them. Shields were polished, swords were sharpened, and meat was cooked over the fire.
"They're here!"
Hayden exclaimed, standing from the grass to look at the army moving into our camp. Axios dropped his shield and ran forward a few steps, his gaze searching the clusters of men. Friends greeted each other, and the commanders stepped to the side to speak in private. I saw many faces, but one was absent.
"Where is he, Eri?"
Axios asked impatiently. "He must be here."
Eryx!
We turned to see Quill running toward us. He threw his arms around Axios, and the 2 men embraced and laughed. The years had changed Quill, perhaps more than any of us. Though still small, he had impressive biceps and a more defined upper body. With nothing but his anger and his grief to drive him, I suspected he had put everything into his training since we'd last seen him. "You had me worried," Axios said, punching Quill's shoulder. Hayden approached Quill from behind and picked him up, swinging him from side to side. "Release me, you big oaf!" Quill yelled, slapping Hayden's hands, but there was no mistaking his joy. Once Hayden placed him back on his feet, Quill regarded me with a small smile. I had always been the least affectionate out of our group. I preferred to keep a respectful distance. However, my joy at seeing Quill overruled the barriers I normally kept raised, and I stepped forward to pull him into my arms. Quill puffed out a surprised breath before returning my hold. The reunion was made even sweeter when a man we hadn't seen in many years approached. Grey strands had been added to his dark hair, and wrinkles had formed at the edges of his eyes, but his large build was unmistakable. "I'll be damned," Felix said, pulling Axios in for a hug. "I hardly recognized you boys." With Sparta in near constant conflict for the past 10 years, Felix had been garrisoned in several different allied territories. While we had returned home after each battle, he and his unit had stayed on the move, travelling to cities and enforcing our laws. "It is good to see you, old friend," Axios said with a smile. "Old?" Felix frowned. "I shall forget you spoke such a word." He greeted Hayden before turning to me and squeezing my arm. When his gaze fell on Quill, his brow furrowed and he glanced around. "Where is the other? You and Theon were inseparable." "Dead," Quill answered, staring at the ground. "He fell at Tajira." Felix stilled, and for the briefest moment, sadness filled his eyes. He had never said as much, but I suspected he viewed us as sons, and learning one of those sons had died wounded him deeply. A look of indifference then took over, and I knew he was hiding his sorrow, just like I did. I looked at the empty spot beside Quill, my heart aching at the absence of the mischievous man who used to stand there. The passing of time would never dull the pain of losing my brother. "He was a fine young man," Felix said after a long silence. "He was," Quill said, quickly wiping at his eyes. "But I shall see him again someday. It is not goodbye." "I was unaware you were travelling with us," Felix added, resting a hand on Quill's shoulder. The men Felix had been stationed with had joined the army from Orchomenus earlier that day, before continuing toward Lustra. With close to 1,000 men, it was easy for them not to notice each other until now. As the sun inched closer to the horizon, taking the light of day with every minute that passed, movement caught my eye from across the plain. A large force of men had positioned themselves across the valley. I stepped closer to the edge, seeing their shields reflect the remaining sunlight. "Do they plan to attack?" Quill asked, his gaze unwavering on the Theban army. "No, they are making camp," I responded, after observing them a while longer. "There will be no attack this night." "Why are they not charging us?" Axios asked, unable to hide the nerves in his voice. I longed to pull him against me and take away his fear, but it was not the time for it. I touched his hand as I studied the enemy force. He moved closer to me. "Because their goal is to bar us entry into their territory," Felix answered from my left. "It is a warning. If we attempt to cross, there will be a fight. Do not doubt that, boy." "Then we will fight," Hayden said, "and they will die." The land darkened as the sun finally set, and the enemy across the plain faded with it. I knew they were still there, waiting for dawn. Stars appeared in the night sky, and they seemed to burn brighter above us. Our allies retired to their area, and many Spartans lay down to sleep as well. The night before a battle always made sleep hard to find. "Let's sit around the fire," Quill suggested, "like we used to." Ian and Melias lowered their gazes, while Hayden and Axios looked at me. I nodded, and we gathered around an already built fire, though it burned low. After placing more wood in the pit, the flames grew higher. "If only Nikias was here,"
Axios said as he stared at the flames. He would have encouraging words, some lesson to teach us. Theon loved his stories, Quill said, giving a sad smile. His gaze lifted to me. I still remember the night we sat in front of the fire and pledged our loyalty to you. You're my brother. All of you are. Axios smiled and looked at Quill. Do you remember when I dared you and Theon to kiss? And Theon attacked me, planting a wet kiss on my mouth, Quill added with a laugh. He placed his hand over his heart before letting it fall to his lap. I pretended to be disgusted when he kissed me. In truth, I was confused by how right it felt. I wasted so many years fighting my feelings for him, and when we were finally together, it ended too soon. You will see each other again, I said, causing them all to look at me. Quill's eyes filled with tears. I know it in my heart. He is waiting for me in Elysium.
Do you recall during our first decision, when you drank too much wine and the older man, Belos, made a fool of you? Hayden asked Quill. And then Nikias roughed you up a bit to teach you a lesson.
Quill put his hands over his face and groaned. I've tried putting that from my mind. Thanks for the reminder.
Hayden laughed. You have embarrassment of your own, Hayden, I said, arching a brow at him. Have you forgotten about your ode to the girl at the Festival of Spring? The birds and their fur? Quill snorted before mimicking Hayden like he and Theon used to.
Oh, Axios chimed in with a laugh. Don't forget about how Lyanna punched him and left a bruise beneath his eye.
Scoffing, Hayden rolled his eyes before staring at the fire. A smile slowly curved his lips, and he looked to be miles away, lost in a memory.
I fell in love with her that night, Hayden said, his voice soft. All of that aggression and beauty. She truly is the perfect woman, and I thank the gods every day for blessing me with her.
When he looked at us, the smile slipped from his face.
If I die on the morrow, swear to me you will take care of my family. Icarius is so young, so small. Both of his tiny hands fit in my palm. Leo is older, but he is sensitive, although he tries to hide it. And Lyanna is strong, but she is not as tough as she pretends to be.
Silence passed between us as the reality of battle registered in our minds. This could be our last night together. I glanced at each of their faces, saving Axios for last. The golden light of the fire highlighted his cheekbones and the strong angle of his jaw. His long lashes created shadows on his cheeks.
Dying for Sparta is the greatest of honours,
Hayden continued, drawing my attention.
And I am not afraid to die. However, I worry over them for when I'm gone.
You are not going to die, Axios said. We will all return home and look at this night years from now. You'll see both Leo and Icarius grow into men, and we will be happy, finally free from war and all the anguish that comes with it. They were similar to the words I'd spoken to him before we left Sparta. Our eyes met then, and even as our companions talked around us, we only saw each other. We only knew the connection between us. Nothing could ever sever it. Later, once we'd settled into our bed, I pulled him against me. The talk of loss and war had made me desperate to feel Axios in every possible way. I kissed him and caressed his bare chest before gliding my hand down the hard muscle of his abdomen. He softly moaned and opened himself up to me, giving me complete control. Make love to me, Eryx, he whispered, grabbing my face and staring up at me. His eyes shone with the same desperation as mine, a thing neither one of us could bear to say aloud. What if this is our last time? I brushed my fingers through his black hair, admiring the soft strands. Like a raven's feathers. Gently, I pressed my lips to his. My hand slid down his body and to his cock, and he gasped against my mouth when I stroked him. As I moved my hand faster, he groaned. I kissed down his neck and licked a trail down his chest, pinching one of his nipples as I moved down his body. His torso stretched beautifully beneath the moonlight, the muscles moving under his skin as he arched his back.
I glanced up at him before sliding the head of his cock into my mouth. Axios gasped and opened his eyes, panting heavier with each flicking of my tongue against his tip. When I grazed my fingertips along his entrance, he pressed down on my hand, a silent plea for more. I obeyed his silent command. After using my fingertips to relax the muscle inside him, I kissed up his body and settled between his legs. Sweat glistened on his brow from the many times I had brought him to the edge, only to deny him a release. I slowly pushed forward, and he winced as my cock stretched him. To distract him, I slammed our mouths together, gliding my tongue against his. He dug his nails into my back, and I filled him even more. I knew when the sting had faded, because he snatched hold of my chin and kissed me deeper, rolling his hips. He gripped my backside and tugged me harder into him, smiling as our eyes met. The feeling of him was incredible, yet I didn't want to rush the moment. Axios deserved to be treasured, and I intended to savor every part of him. I captured his lips and thrust forward, slow and deep. The rhythm continued, and when he started to shudder beneath me, I pulled out and waited for him to calm before plunging back inside. He gritted his teeth when I denied him yet again. My own need for release was rising as well. I thrust harder, faster, and reached between us to stroke his leaking cock. The camp was filled with our grunts and skin slapping skin, but I cared not if the men were stirred from sleep by the sounds. All that mattered was Axios. His mouth popped open and his half-lidded eyes watched me. I stroked him once more, and then he was coming apart. I followed. Pressure built inside me before I shuddered and buried my face in his neck, my cock pulsing inside of him. Afterward, I rolled off him and stared up at the sky, breathing heavily. Every time we made love, it was intense, but nothing like that time. It had been both physical and emotional as I'd fought to make the moment last.
"Do you think the men heard us?"
Axios asked, nestling against my side. "By the way you were gasping and groaning?" I asked, smirking. "Yes, I believe the whole camp heard us, perhaps even the army across the valley, too." Axios slapped my chest and chuckled. I watched his face as he looked again at the stars. An hour passed, maybe more, and his eyes remained open. "You need sleep," I said, moving my fingers along his arm. "As do you." He peered at me. I smiled and pressed my face into his hair. "Perhaps I'm holding on to the night as long as I can," he said. My heart raced and my throat felt tight. It was becoming more difficult to hide my fears. An army waited for us on the other side of the plain, one we would face at first light. I knew our men were strong, and I needed to believe in our abilities. But then I remembered the sight of Theon dying on the battlefield. I remembered other fallen Spartans throughout the years of war. I moved my hand down Axios' stomach and traced the jagged scar present there, and the memory of him being stabbed entered my mind. "Me too," I whispered, holding him tighter. "Tell me the story of the moon," Axios said, resting his head on my chest. Neither of us wanted to sleep. My eyes watered, and I kissed his temple. And then I did. Chapter 38. Battle of Lustra. On the morning of the battle, Spartans sat on the ridge and polished their shields in sight of the enemy. Others prepared their weapons, sharpening swords and staring across the plain at the Theban hoplites. Men with longer hair made a show of tying their hair back. It was a ritual for the men and a way to antagonize the enemy. Song of Castor was sung as we dressed in our armor and formed lines to descend into the valley. King Cleombrotus rode past us on his horse and the cavalry followed. The infantry fell in behind them. Our army consisted of 4 Morai, 700 of which were full-fledged Spartiates. The rest were Periakoi. The allied army brought our number close to 11,000, with 1,000 of them being cavalry. We outnumbered the Theban army who stood in formation on the plain. The king positioned the Spartans on the right wing, ensuring he was surrounded by the best fighters. And then we waited. Epaminondas commanded the Theban army, and he had proven himself to be innovative and clever when it came to strategy. It was the reason I remained cautious instead of arrogant like the other men around me. Thebes had been outnumbered at Tegera as well, and we had still been defeated. Axios stood to my left, and Hayden was on the other side of him. Quill stood with Felix, Ian, and Malleus behind us. Demetrius and Cassius were positioned in the line ahead of us. I took a deep breath and slowly released it. I glared as I saw the Theban general Pelopidas. He had led the attack at Tegera. My hand tightened around my spear. Because of his actions years ago that had sparked the war between Sparta and Thebes, I had lost my brother. We would win this fight. There was no other option. Our phalanx was 12 men deep and spread out among the two wings. That was when I noticed the enemy formation. Epaminondas had placed his strongest men, the Sacred Band, on the far left, and the cavalry and light infantry stood in front of them. King Cleombrotus noticed the altered formation as well. He shouted for us to shift position, and our cavalry advanced toward the front of the lines. We banged our shields and shouted, our battle cries echoing in the air. The battle had begun. The Theban cavalry charged and met ours, their swords clashing in mid-air. As men were beheaded and trampled, I tore my attention away from them to focus on the enemy hoplites. They would advance any moment. We needed to be ready when they did. Axios faced ahead, his spear shaking in his grasp. Men around me began to shift in place, growing anxious with the anticipation.
"Whatever happens, stay strong," I said in a loud, clear voice. "Hold formation and protect the man at your side. Remind them who we are, why the Greek world fears us and trembles in our presence."
My unit roared and hit their shields. I focused on Axios and said so only he could hear, "Do not leave me." I needed him by my side so I could protect him, but my words went even deeper. If he were to fall this day, then I would go with him. "I will not leave you," Axios vowed. A promise of forever, in this life and the next.
"They're retreating!"
A man toward the front of the line shouted.
"And so are our allies!"
The Spartan horsemen turned and rode toward us, their numbers greatly reduced. The survivors were drenched in blood, and one was missing an arm. Seeing their retreat, many of the allies took it as a sign to do the same. I cursed under my breath as they fled the battlefield. The allies had only agreed to aid in the battle due to treaty obligations. They had no loyalty to us. As the Spartan cavalry reached our lines, the men at the front screamed for them to turn back around and fight. Instead, they broke through, leaving a large gap in our defenses.
"Do not panic!"
I yelled.
"Hold the line!"
Our cavalry had been hit hard, but our infantry hadn't yet engaged in the battle. The fight was far from over. However, the Theban hoplites took advantage of the gap created by the retreating horsemen and burst through it, attacking within our ranks. With my attention on them, I didn't see the second attack until it was too late. The Sacred Band charged directly at the Spartan right in a slanted formation, 50 men deep. They broke our lines with ease and proceeded to slaughter the men up front. Blood sprayed and deafening cries rang out in the morning. The force of the attack pushed our lines back, and soon the phalanx broke apart completely. One glance at Epaminondas told me this had been his strategy all along, to destroy the Spartan wing. We had been the sole focus. The allies and Perioikoi mattered not. If Sparta fell, the rest would surrender. The king roared as he blocked an attack, having been pulled from his horse. They had separated him from our unit, much like a predator does to their prey before moving in for the kill.
"They're heading for Cleombrotus,"
I said, realizing their plan.
"Protect your king!"
The men closest to him obeyed my order and gathered around him, protecting him with their lives. The The Thebans swarmed them, and I gritted my teeth when I heard my men screaming as they were slain like animals. I lost sight of the king as the enemy hoplites reached us. Axios fought by my side, but when the Thebans crashed into our wall of shields, he was knocked to the left.
Axe!
I couldn't see through the sea of bloody bodies, but there was no time to search for him. The Sacred Band were no ordinary soldiers. Their strength and skill matched ours. One moment of distraction would be my last. I roared as I sliced through the men in front of me, their blood spraying my chest. One man cried out as I stabbed another in the neck, and I wondered if I'd just slain his lover. I held no sympathy for him. Not when he was my enemy. I then used my shield to knock his head back. Blood flew from his busted lip as he fell backward on the field, his body trampled moments later. Someone grabbed my arm, and I flipped around, prepared to attack.
Demetrius?
I asked. He was covered in blood, though it didn't appear to be his.
The king has been wounded.
Without another word, I ran with him toward the king, dodging blows and striking my own as I went. King Cleon Brutus sat on the grass, holding a hand to his bleeding stomach. He swayed before collapsing to his back.
Eryx!
Hayden shouted as he sliced at an enemy soldier.
I believed your ugly face to be dead!
I smirked before standing beside him, helping defend our king. Cassius and Demetrius took position behind us, and together we fought off the hoplites. But it seemed with every one that we killed, more took their place. It reminded me of Tajira. I glanced around the battlefield for Axios.
Where are you, my warrior?
My distraction nearly cost me. As I was searching for him, a Theban thrust his weapon forward. A shield blocked the way before the sword could strike my abdomen. I glanced up to see Axios at my side. The relief took my breath from my lungs, and I had to force myself not to tug him against my chest. He softly smiled before his eyes widened and he blocked another hit. Hoplites stormed our wall of shields, and we worked together to fight them. When Axios blocked with his shield, I dealt a killing blow with my sword. And then we would switch, and he'd attack while I defended. Our fluid movements came from all our years together, and our ability to read each other's intentions with only a glance.
The king needs to be carried off the field,
Axios yelled as more enemies advanced on us.
If he doesn't receive help soon, he will bleed out.
As I looked at Axios, everything around me seemed to move slowly. With the loss of our allies, we were outnumbered and losing more men by the minute. Spartans fell, their blood painting the grass. A red cloak drifted upward in the breeze. We were losing this battle. And so I made a decision. My gaze returned to Axios, and I wished I could kiss him one last time.
You and Hayden take him back to camp.
Axios deflected a strike before plunging a sword into a soldier's neck.
No!
His angry gaze landed on me.
I swore to you I'd not leave your side, remember? Axe!
I shook my head. He had always been so stubborn. If he stayed on this field, he'd die. By sending him away, I'd spare him at least. As long as he lived, whether I did or not, that was all that mattered.
Please do as I say. No, I will not leave you,
Axios said, his voice breaking on the last word.
If we are to die, we do so together. You have always been by my side, and that is how it will forever be.
Words failed me. How could I convince him to leave me behind when I'd never do the same to him? Just then, a grief-stricken scream tore through the air, and I looked to see Hayden with fresh tears flowing from his eyes. He roared as he attacked enemy soldiers, his movements wild and impulsive. Axios yelled, and I followed his gaze. Quill sat on his knees in the grass, his head angled down as blood gushed from his neck. When Axios started to run toward him, I gripped his arm and held him back. No one could survive that type of wound. Even if we made it to Quill, he'd still die. It pained me to see, but I forced myself to stay strong.
Quill!
Axios thrashed against me, and I held him tighter.
There is nothing you can do for him now, Axe.
Right as I said the words, a Theban hoplite swung his sword and took off Quill's head. My eyes stung with tears as Axios screamed like I'd never heard before, blood-curdling cries that would forever be ingrained in my mind. Axios turned his face toward me as Quill's body fell to the grass. Something broke in him then. Ever since we were children, he'd had a light shining in his eyes, and now that light flickered like a candle fighting against the night wind. As he attacked the Theban soldiers, releasing his rage with every man he killed, I protected him. Dozens of men fell to his sword, and by the time he lost his strength, I barely recognized him for all the blood. He blocked an attack before looking at the king.
"Eri,"
he croaked, his hoarse voice from shouting.
"He needs help."
King Cleon Brutus lay so still I thought he might already be dead, but then I saw his chest rising and falling. Slowly, he didn't have much longer.
"Hayden, Demetrius, Cassius!"
I yelled. The boys approached first, both of them fighting to catch their breaths. Demetrius had a gash on his forehead, and he wiped away the blood that trickled toward his eye. Hayden bludgeoned a man in the head with his shield before rushing over.
"You three are to take the king back to camp immediately,"
I ordered, keeping my voice and expression stern.
"Understood?"
Axios tilted his head at me before stepping closer. As much as I wished to send him with them, I knew he'd never obey me.
"It needs to be done,"
Axios said to Demetrius, who had started to argue.
"What?"
Hayden snarled at me.
"And leave you and Axios here to fight? Never!"
"Do not argue with me," I growled, stepping toward him. "I am your leader, and you will do as I say. Save the king. That's an order." "I am doing this to save you, you big oaf."
"Eryx."
Hayden shook his head and gave me a pleading look.
"Do not ask this of me. Please."
"I am not asking," I said in a softer tone, my chest cracking open.
"Save the king and return home to your family."
Hayden had always been an ideal Spartan. He followed every order without question, and he was prepared to die for his home. The only reason he had fled the battlefield at Tajira had been because I'd ordered it of him. To save his life, I would do it again. Men of the sacred band were still fighting strong, taking down Spartans like they'd been born with a blade in their hand. In mere moments, they would cut through the lines of men in front of us.
"If you do not go now, it will be too late,"
Axios urgently said.
"Tell Liana and Leonidas I love them. And when Icarius is old enough to speak and begins to question the world around him,"
his eyes watered and his voice started to shake,
"do not dismiss his dreams and curiosities. Let his imagination run free, and do not try to beat him into what they want us to be."
"Come with us,"
Demetrius pleaded, clutching Axios' arm as tears fell from his eyes.
"You two do not have to stay."
"Remember your purpose in life," Father had told me. "To live and die for Sparta, above all else. I have already run from one battle. I shall not do so again," I said, looking at the Spartans around us who continued fighting even though the end was near. "They are willing to give their lives, and I will not abandon them." Axios nodded and touched my hand. I had accepted my death already, and it seemed he'd also accepted his.
"You will forever be the father I never had,"
Demetrius said to Axios before looking at me. Cassius squeezed my arm, not saying a word. He didn't need to. I saw the affection in his eyes. Memories of training him flashed through my mind. He might not be my son by blood, but that's exactly how I thought of him. He then pulled Demetrius away and rushed over to the king. Hayden didn't move from his spot. I remembered all the times he'd caught Axios and I kissing in our tree, and how he'd playfully mocked us for it. I recalled the games we'd played, and how he'd always insisted I be on his team because he was a sore loser. The years of laughter and brotherhood were in the past now.
"It has been an honor," To fight by your sides these many years, brothers,
Hayden said, his voice trembling as tears shone in his grey eyes.
Until we meet again.
His face crumpled as he turned from us and went over to help the boys lift the king. The three of them carried him off the battlefield, and I released a shaking breath.
At least they are safe.
My gaze shifted to Axios. He was still watching them leave, but then he looked at me, and my control began to slip even more. Dark lashes framed his honeyed eyes, and I stared into them, the battle around us fading away. My life with him flashed through my mind, the sound of his laughter, the feel of his hand in mine, and the countless conversations near our stream. The boy who had come into my life like a star falling from the night sky. Beautiful, devastating. Do you recall the night Nikias told us of the 300 Spartans who gave their lives at Thermopylae? Axios asked.
I remember,
I said, recalling how he'd insisted on correcting Nikias that one time.
He was so stubborn even then.
Axios laughed as a tear escaped his eye. I lifted a hand to wipe it away, and he placed a kiss on my palm. I then gripped his chin and captured his lips in a heated, desperate kiss. I tried putting everything I felt into it, how my heart beat only for him. For every battle we'd faced over the years, I had prayed to the gods to give me one more day with him, one last kiss. There would be no more days of us lying in the grass outside of our home, no more runs through the meadow and him laughing as he chased me. His mouth trembled against mine as he released a soft cry.
I finally know the answer, Eryx,
he said, resting his head against mine.
To what?
My gaze moved to the hoplites closing in on us. Spartans stopped their advance, cutting the enemy apart. Thebans fell before more joined the fray. Our men fought with every ounce of strength and courage they possessed.
Nikias said that every man at Thermopylae had the chance to run before the battle, that the king had dismissed the army. Some men had taken the opportunity to escape, but many stayed behind. He'd asked us why we thought that was, and I finally know why.
Axios moved closer to me, turning his attention to the soldiers approaching us.
Loyalty, brotherhood, and love.
Felix was among the men who pushed the enemy back. He roared and decapitated one before piercing the other in the heart. I pressed my hand to Axios, meeting his gaze, perhaps for the last time.
Ax,
I whispered, feeling like I was about to shatter into a million pieces.
In all the ages, there has never been a love like ours. No one has ever loved another as I have loved you. If we fall today, my soul will find yours, for I am eternally yours, in this life and the next.
The ends of his lashes glistened with tears, and he blinked them away.
Eryx, I love...
His words were cut off by frantic shouts ahead of us. The sacred band broke through the line of Spartans and hacked at them, blood misting into the air as our men were slain. Then they charged at us. A man ran at Axios, and I stabbed him in the gut. I quickly surveyed the area, seeing no more than 24 Spartans fighting with us. The rest of our force had either fled or been killed. Felix fought 4 men at once, sweat pouring off his body under the heat of the sun. His dark hair fell free, the leather strap having broken. The man at his side stepped back as more hoplites advanced, and then he ran away, leaving Felix alone. Our former trainer raised his shield to block an attack and jabbed another man in the eye with his spear. Men swarmed him, and I averted my eyes as he was taken down. As Axios and I fought the surge of enemy soldiers, I noticed him weakening. His arm shook as he held his shield, and he winced when he had to lift it. 3 men attacked him at once, and just as I tried to help him, I was shoved to the side. I stumbled, but regained my footing to block the sword that had been aimed at my chest. The battle seemed endless as the bodies piled on top of each other. The stench of blood and sweat, of death, filled my nostrils.
My stomach rolled as I saw two familiar faces among the dead, Ian and Malleus. They lay a foot apart, their hands reaching toward each other. I yelled for Axios as I swept my gaze through the area. My heart pounded, my breathing hitched, and my hands shook from both adrenaline and fear. And then I saw him. Several men circled him, and he defended against them. Blood poured from a wound in his stomach.
No!
I sliced at the man in my way before running toward him. A soldier stabbed him in the gut as another struck him in the back. As their blades pierced his skin, I felt the same sensation in my chest.
Axe!
I fought to reach him, my blade slicing through walls of flesh as I ran. My heart was breaking even more, piece by piece. If I could just reach him, I would carry him off the field, my pride and honor be damned. I would live the rest of my life as a coward if it meant keeping him safe. Axios dropped his shield as he swayed on his feet. I could see him but was too far to do a damn thing to help him. I screamed for him to look up. A soldier neared him with his sword drawn. When the soldier swung, Axios tried to defend the hit, but he was too unfocused. He was sliced across the chest and fell to his knees.
Axios!
I screamed at the top of my lungs. 4 men surrounded me, and I ducked beneath one swing before jumping up and bringing my shield down on the man's neck, snapping it. Axios knelt in the dirt, reaching for his sword with sluggish movements. He'd been stabbed 3 times and was losing a lot of blood.
Gods, no, no, no!
I cried as I watched the man I loved fading away.
Axe, open your eyes!
Please, I begged the gods.
Spare him.
Finally, I broke through the enemy soldiers and threw my arms around Axios. His helmet had fallen off, and I shoved mine off too. I cried as I held him, hearing his harsh breaths as he fought to breathe. There was no saving him this time, and the realization took all of my strength, took all of my will to keep fighting. I held his face in my hands before kissing him softly on the lips.
Eryx,
he asked, his eyelids fluttering as he tried to open his eyes. When he finally did, more tears streamed down my cheeks. He looked so weak as he smiled at me. I moved my thumb along his jaw, staring at him as long as I could. His body shook as more blood gushed from his abdomen.
Do not be afraid, I said, smoothing the damp hair from his face. Death is not the end.
Spartans yelled as they were slaughtered. The 24 men I'd counted only moments ago were now down to only a handful. The enemy grew closer.
Eryx, you have to fight,
Axios wheezed.
Leave me and go.
No, I said, looking at him one more time before pulling him to my chest. I will not leave you. If there was even a chance he could have survived, I would have picked him up and fled. However, his wounds were too deep, and I'd rather die with him on this battlefield than live a single moment without him. Our fate was sealed. A soldier stabbed me in the back. I didn't feel the pain at first, but then another plunged a sword into my shoulder, and I gasped, holding Axios tighter. I shielded him with my body, protecting him for as long as breath filled my lungs.
Forgive me, my warrior. My pride has damned us both.
Another sword pierced my back, this time going all the way through me and hitting Axios too. My vision became distorted as everything blurred together. I rasped as I tried to breathe, and my eyes fell shut. Axios whimpered and pressed his face against my neck, and I rested my cheek on top of his head.
Do all stories end in tragedy?
I had asked my father so long ago.
Is there not one that ends happy?
We are Spartans, he had answered. We do not get happy endings.
Chills spread along my skin, and I lost control of my muscles, not able to move my arms any longer. I desperately clung onto the last glimmer of light, of life. and then I heard the flapping of heavy wings. The raven. I imagined myself running through the field in Sparta, my gaze searching the sky. For so long I had begged the raven not to leave me, and now I was the one leaving. My final thought was of Axios as he smiled up at me, his honey eyes warm. I yearned for the warmth, but all I felt was a deep chill. My warrior. My heart. Darkness wrapped around me, and there was nothing more. Until there was. I opened my eyes to a blue sky. Waves softly crashed in the distance, and as I sat up, I saw a small home sitting near the shore. "About time you got here," a familiar voice said from above me. I looked up to see Theon. His bright eyes greeted me as Quill approached with a handful of berries. "We've been waiting." Quill looked over my shoulder and smiled. "And you're not alone." My soul sensed Axios without me even turning around. I rose to my feet and faced him. Gone were the wounds and the blood. There was no pain and no sorrow, only joy. We closed the distance between us, and I slid my hand along his neck. His lips parted before I claimed them, our mouths moving softly together. "Where are we?" he asked, looking toward the sea before returning his gaze to me. "Imagine it, Eri," Axios had said as we sat on the shore in Ephetes. "We could build a house right there. We'd have a view of the sea and hear the crashing of waves as we slept, as we made love." "We're home," I said, and brought our lips together again. After a lifetime of winter, spring had arrived at last. Epilogue. Hayden. 5 years later. "Where are you going?" Liana asked as I walked out of the house. She was knelt down in the garden, working hard under the sun's rays. Without me saying a word, she added, "To see them?" I nodded, my throat tight. The passing of the years had not dulled the ache from the loss of my companions, my brothers. All of them were dead, and I carried the guilt for being the only one who had survived, guilt that threatened to consume me some days. My family kept me grounded. Liana and the boys were my whole life. "Here," she said, tearing flowers from the soil. I knew not what kind they were, but the purple petals were pleasing to the eyes. She stood and approached me, placing the flowers in my hand. "Axios always loved these." Liana's beautiful face fell, and I lifted a hand to wipe the smudge of dirt from her cheek. A tear trickled from her eye as she stared up at me. "I'll tell them they're from you," I said, before kissing her lightly on the lips. "I will return shortly." With the flowers in hand, I journeyed to the woods, finding the path through the vines and trees and shrubs, to their special place. As I stared down at the grave before me, one now covered in a bed of grass and decorated with flowers from my wife's garden, I remembered the battle at Lustra. After Demetrius, Cassius and I had taken the king back to camp, I had tried to run back out onto the battlefield, but they had held me back. Looking down into the plain, I had noticed the Theban force had completely engulfed our army. Men ran into the camp, bloodied and hysterical, and some had been missing limbs, while others carried injured men with them. The battle had been lost, and Eryx had known it before he'd sent me to safety. Sparta had surrendered after that, and the Theban army had allowed us to retrieve our dead from the field. When my gaze had landed on my brothers, I had fallen to my knees and sobbed. Eryx and Axios had been embracing, wrapped in each other's arms long after they'd taken their final breaths. Over 1,000 of our men had been slain that dreadful day, and out of the 700 Spartan-born men who had fought, 400 had been among the dead. Fighting ended once a truce had been called, and our army had packed to return home. We'd carried our slain brethren back to Sparta, where they had been buried.
I'd buried Quill in a small meadow just outside the city's borders. My wishes were to travel to Orchomenus to bury him with Theon, but the commanders had refused it. Even in death, I could not bear to separate Axios and Eryx, so I had placed them in the same grave. I hoped it was what they would have wanted, to be in death as they'd been in life, together. A gentle breeze blew and caressed my sun-warmed skin. The nearby stream flowed, soothing, and the plants thrived with life. The newly blossomed flowers greeted the spring day and adorned the ground in blues, purples, and yellows. It was a beautiful resting place, their favourite area hidden in the woods. I had no wish to give them a random grave. They meant much more than that, and deserved somewhere special. Remembering all the times they'd slipped away from us to go to their stream, I knew they needed to be laid to rest there. It had taken me a while to find it, but when I had, I'd seen the perfect spot for them. They had even carved their names into the tree, and now they rest beneath it.
Father!
Leonidas stepped through the wall of trees, holding Icarius' hand.
He would not stop asking for you. I told you were visiting our uncles, and he whined even more to come.
I smiled. It's fine, son. Icarius was nearly 7, and he'd taken after his mother in the sense that he was of slight frame. His hair had lightened even more, and was of the shade of straw instead of the lighter brown it used to be. He reminded me so much of Axios, not in appearance, but in personality. His questions of the world were endless, and he often spoke against violence. Seeing me, he released Leo's hand and ran to my side. Leo grinned before saying his goodbye, telling me he had to return to the field for midday training. He was 18, and had nearly completed the Agauge. He'd grown into a magnificent young man, and I knew he'd make a brilliant soldier someday. And I'd get to see that day because of Eryx. I ruffled Icarius' dark blonde curls before kneeling to his eye level.
Tell me the story again, Father,
he said as his face lit up like the sun.
The story of Uncle Axios and Eryx.
Where to begin? I sat on the grass and motioned for him to do the same. He plopped down beside me and waited quietly, but not patiently, for me to continue. It is difficult to put into words the way they altered the course of my life. Eryx with his keen mind, and Axios with his kind heart. They each had what the other lacked, and together they were whole. Their friendship made me a better man. My gaze dropped to their shared grave, and I placed a hand upon the earth, closing my eyes as I recalled their faces.
Do you believe they are in the Elysian fields?
Icarius asked. I looked at him, observing his curious nature, and remembering the words Axios had spoken, a request to allow Icarius to remain true to himself. I would not want him any other way. No, son, I spoke, shaking my head and peering up at the sky. The sun shone right then, but in a matter of hours it would sink below the horizon and breathe life into the night. They are in the stars. The end.
Historical note. Whenever I read a historical, I'm always curious to know what was real and what wasn't, so I thought I'd do the same here. Axios, Eryx, and their companions are all fictional. In fact, almost all of the characters are, apart from a few. King Agasepolis, the young king, was real, and there are sources that say he preferred men, so when I found that out, I knew I had to tie it into the story somehow. His death was accurate. He came down with a sudden fever and died within 7 days. Before he died, he asked to be moved to the sanctuary in Aphetes. Writing him was amazing, although it saddened me of how he met his end. It was as if I breathed life into him once more, if for only a moment. The other king, King Agesilaus, was real, and yes, I know their names are so similar, but I had no control over that. Don't hate me. The generals mentioned were real, as were the ones that died in battle.
battles are accurate, although I took some creative freedom for story purposes. Since they happened so long ago, some of the records concerning them contradicted each other, and a lot was estimated, but I tried to stay as historically accurate as possible. This has been Eryx, a Spartan Tale. Written by Jaclyn Osborn. Narrated by Adam Stubbs. Copyright 2020 by Jaclyn Osborn. Production copyright 2020 by Jaclyn Osborn.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.